The landlord of the Three Crowns, Mr. Burnaby, nudged his companion and whispered, "That's her." Both men stood with wide country eyes and slack jaws, watching as a bright scarlet Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the village post office. A young woman stepped out, hatless, wearing a dress that appeared deceptively simple. She had golden hair, sharp, commanding features, and a lovely figure, a sight rarely seen in Malton under Whode. With a swift, determined stride, she disappeared inside. Mr. Burnaby repeated in a hushed, reverent tone, "That's her, all right." He leaned closer, his voice filled with awe. "She's got millions, they say. Plans to pour thousands into the estate. There's talk of swimming pools, Italian gardens, a ballroom, and half the house being torn down and rebuilt from scratch." His friend, a lean man with a worn look, remarked with a hint of envy, "Well, she'll bring money into the town at least." "Absolutely," Mr. Burnaby agreed, puffing up with pride. "It's a grand thing for Malton under Whode, a real shot in the arm for everyone." He chuckled. "Quite a change from old Sir George." "Ah, horses were his downfall," the other man said dismissively. "So I've heard, and they say he got a clean 60,000 for the place." The lean man let out a low whistle. Mr. Burnaby continued, triumphant, "And rumour has it, she'll spend another 60,000 before she's done." "Outrageous," the lean man muttered, his eyes following the girl as she emerged from the post office and slid back into the luxurious car. He watched it drive away, a bitter edge to his voice. "Seems all wrong to me, a girl looking like that. Having both money and beauty, it's too much. If you're that rich, you've no right to be a stunner as well, and she is a stunner. She's got everything. Just doesn't seem fair." A snippet from the society pages noted the presence of the beautiful Linnet Ridgeway at a fashionable supper club, accompanied by the Honourable Joanna Southwood, Lord Windlesham, and Mr. Toby Bryce. Miss Ridgeway, heiress to the vast Hart's fortune through her American grandfather, was the talk of the moment, with whispers of a possible engagement very much in the air. Back at Whode Hall, in Linnet Ridgeway's spacious bedroom, Joanna Southwood sighed with delight. "Darling, I think everything is going to be perfectly marvellous." Her gaze drifted from the window over the manicured gardens to the open countryside beyond, dotted with the deep blue shadows of distant woods. "It is rather perfect, isn't it?" Linnet agreed, resting her arms on the sill. Her face was alight with eager energy, making Joanna seem almost faded in comparison, a tall, slender woman of 27 with a clever, angular face and eyebrows plucked to a dramatic thinness. "And you've accomplished so much already. Did you have to manage a horde of architects?" "Only 3, Linnet replied. "What are they like? I don't believe I've ever met one. They were adequate, a bit dreamy and impractical at times, honestly." "Darling, you'd soon sort that out. You are the most practical person alive." Joanna lifted a rope of pearls from the dressing table, letting them spill through her fingers. "I suppose these are real, naturally." "Of course, naturally for you, my sweet. For most people it would be heavily cultured pearls or even cheap imitations, but they're incredible, so perfectly matched. They must be worth an absolute fortune." "Do they seem a bit flashy?" "Not in the slightest. They're just pure, simple beauty." "What did they cost? About 50,000. What an obscene amount of money," Joanna exclaimed, but her eyes gleamed with appreciation. "Aren't you worried someone might take them?" "Not at all. I never take them off." "And they're fully insured. Could I borrow them until dinner, my dear?" "It would be such a thrill," Linnet laughed. "Absolutely, if you wish." "Honestly, Linnet, I'm envious. You truly have it all. 20 years old, completely independent, more money than you could ever spend. Stunning looks, perfect health. You're even clever. When do you turn 21? "Next June, I'm planning a magnificent coming-of-age celebration in London. And then will you marry Charles Windlesham? All those dreadful gossip columnists are practically salivating over the idea. He is terribly devoted, you know." Linnet gave a slight shrug. "I haven't decided. I'm not sure I'm ready to marry anyone." "Darling, you're so wise. Things are never quite the same afterward, are they?" The telephone rang sharply, and Linnet moved to answer it. "Hello," the butler's voice responded. "Mr. Belfort is calling. Shall I connect her?"
"Belfort?"
"Oh yes, please put her through." A click and then a voice, eager, soft and a little breathless. "Hello, is that Miss Ridgeway, Linnet?" "Jackie, my dear, I haven't heard from you in so long." "I know it's terrible, Linnet. I need to see you." "Darling, why don't you come down here? I've got a new place. I'd love to show you." "That's exactly what I want to do. Then just hop on a train or get in your car." "I will. It's a terribly battered two-seater. I bought it for £15, and on good days it runs like a dream. But it has its moods. If I'm not there by tea, you'll know it's thrown a tantrum. Goodbye for now, my sweet." Linnet hung up the receiver and walked back to Joanna. "That was my oldest friend, Jacqueline de Belfort. We were at a convent school in Paris together. She's had the most wretched luck. Her father was a French count. Her mother was an American from the South. The father ran off with another woman, and her mother lost everything in the Wall Street crash. Jackie was left with nothing. I don't know how she's managed these past 2 years." Joanna was leaning back, carefully polishing her deep crimson nails with her friend's buffer. She tilted her head, examining her work. "Darling," she said lazily, "won't that become a nuisance? Whenever a friend of mine has a streak of bad luck, I drop them immediately. It sounds cruel, but it saves an immense amount of trouble later. They always end up asking for loans, or they launch some dressmaking venture, and you feel obligated to buy the most hideous outfits. Or they take up painting lampshades or making batik scarves. So if I lost all my money, you'd abandon me tomorrow. Without a doubt, darling, at least I'm honest about it. I only enjoy the company of successful people, and you'll find that's true for almost everyone. Most just won't admit it. They'll claim, 'Oh, I simply can't tolerate Mary or Emily anymore. All her troubles have made her so dreadfully bitter and odd. Poor thing.' You're absolutely horrible, Joanna. I'm merely ambitious, like everyone else. I am not ambitious in that way, for obvious reasons. You don't need to be grasping when a team of very generous, middle-aged American trustees deposits a vast allowance into your account every quarter. And you're wrong about Jacqueline," Linnet insisted. "She isn't a sponge. I've tried to help her, but she won't allow it. She's fiercely proud. What's the urgent reason she needs to see you? I'd wager she wants something. Just you wait." "She did sound rather excited about something," Linnet conceded. "Jackie always gets terribly intense. She once stabbed someone with a penknife. Darling, how dramatic. It was a boy who was tormenting a dog. Jackie tried to make him stop. He wouldn't. She pulled at him and shook him, but he was much stronger. Finally, in a fury, she just pulled out a penknife and drove it right into him. It caused the most enormous scandal." "I should think so. It sounds perfectly dreadful." Linnet's maid came into the room with a quiet apology. She retrieved a gown from the closet and slipped from the room. "Is Marie all right?" Joanna inquired. I noticed her eyes were red. "Poor girl, remember I mentioned she was involved with a man working in Egypt? I became concerned she didn't know him well, so I made some discreet inquiries. It seems he's already married with the family. Linnet, you certainly know how to collect adversaries." "Adversaries?" Linnet appeared genuinely puzzled. Joanna selected a cigarette and nodded. "Absolutely, my dear. You operate with such formidable efficiency. You have an uncanny talent for handling situations correctly." Linnet let out a light laugh. "Honestly, I don't believe I have a single foe anywhere." Meanwhile, Lord Windlesham relaxed beneath the sprawling cedar. His gaze drifted over the elegant lines of Wode Hall. Its historic charm remained perfectly intact, with any modern expansions carefully hidden from view. Bathed in the gentle afternoon light, the scene was one of serene beauty. Yet as he looked, the image of Wode Hall began to shift in his mind. He envisioned instead a grander Elizabethan estate, vast rolling parklands under a starker sky, his own family home, Charltonbury. And there in his imagination stood a figure with shining golden hair and a face full of bright assurance. Linnet as the Lady of Charltonbury. His spirits lifted. Her previous response to him hadn't been a firm rejection, merely a request for more time. He could be patient. The match was, frankly, ideal. While marrying for financial security was a prudent consideration, it was not a desperate necessity. He was free to follow his heart, and he truly cared for her. He would have desired to marry her even if her circumstances were modest, instead of her being among the wealthiest young women in the country. Though it was rather convenient that she was among the wealthiest young women in the country. His thoughts wandered pleasantly to future possibilities, a potential mastership renovating the old West Wing, perhaps keeping the Scottish hunting lodge. Charles Windlesham lost himself in his sunlit reverie. The peace was broken around 4 o'clock by the sound of grinding gravel as a somewhat battered two-seater came to a halt. A slender girl with a tumble of dark hair stepped out, hurried up the steps, and gave the bell a firm pull. Shortly after, she was shown into the grand elongated drawing-room where the butler announced with solemn dignity, "Miss Jacqueline de Belfort Linnet." "Jackie!" Windlesham tactfully stepped back, observing with quiet amusement as this vibrant young woman threw her arms around Linnet in an enthusiastic embrace. "Lord Windlesham, my dearest friend Jacqueline." A charming girl, he thought, not classically beautiful, but undoubtedly appealing with those dark curls and strikingly large eyes. He exchanged a few pleasantries before skillfully excusing himself to leave the two friends to their reunion. Jacqueline immediately pounced, in a manner Linnet remembered well. "Windlesham, that's the one the gossip columns keep linking you to. Is it true, Linnet, are you marrying him?" Linnet offered a non-committal. "It's a possibility." "Oh, darling, that's wonderful. He seems lovely. Now, don't you decide for me. I haven't entirely decided for myself yet." Naturally, a queen must always deliberate with great care before selecting her royal consort. "Don't be absurd, Jackie. But you are a queen, Linnet. You always have been, Her Majesty Queen Linnet, Linnet the Fair, and I am the Queen's trusted confidante, the loyal lady-in-waiting." She gave a playful, theatrical curtsy. "You talk the most delightful nonsense, darling. Where on earth have you been keeping yourself? You vanish for ages and never send a word. I despise writing letters. Where have I been? Oh, mostly treading water, darling. Dreadful jobs working for even more dreadful people. Dearest, I do wish you would accept the Queen's generous offer. Well, to be perfectly honest, darling, that is partly why I'm here, but no, not to ask for a loan. Things haven't quite reached that desperate point yet. But I'm actually here to ask you for a huge, enormous favor. Go on. If you're going to marry the Windlesham man, maybe you'll understand." Linnet looked momentarily confused before her expression brightened with realization. "Jackie, do you mean—" "Yes, darling, I'm engaged." "So that's what it is. I thought you seemed especially vibrant. You always do, of course, but even more so today." "That's exactly how I feel. Tell me everything about him. His name is Simon Doyle. He's tall and solid, wonderfully straightforward and boyish, and completely wonderful. He's poor, has no money. He's what you'd call old family, but a very broke branch of it, a younger son and all that. His people are from Devonshire. He loves the countryside and everything about it. For the last 5 years he's been stuck in a dreary city office job, and now with cutbacks he's out of work. Linnet, I'll just die if I can't marry him. I'll die. I'll absolutely die. Don't be so dramatic, Jackie. I mean it, I'll perish. I'm mad about him. He's mad about me. We can't exist without each other. Darling, you really have it bad. I know it's terrible, isn't it? This whole love thing grabs you and you're powerless." She paused, her dark eyes widening with a sudden grave intensity. A slight shiver passed through her. "It's actually a bit frightening sometimes. Simon and I were made for each other. I'll never want anyone else. And you have to help us, Linnet. I heard you'd bought this estate and it gave me an idea. Listen, you'll need a land agent, maybe even 2. I want you to give the position to Simon." "Oh," Linnet was taken aback. Jacqueline hurried on. "He knows all about that sort of thing, grew up with it, and he has business experience too." "Oh, Linnet, you'll give him the job, won't you, for my sake? If he doesn't work out, fire him, but he will. And we could live in a little cottage, and I'd see you all the time, and everything would be absolutely perfect." She stood up. "Say you will, Linnet, say yes. Beautiful Linnet, my tall golden friend, my own special Linnet, tell me you will. Jackie, you will?" Linnet couldn't help but laugh. "You're impossible, Jackie. Bring your young man here and let me meet him, and we'll discuss it properly." Jackie flew at her, covering her with enthusiastic kisses. "Darling Linnet, you're a true friend. I knew you would be. You'd never fail me. You're simply the best person in the world. Goodbye, but Jackie, you're staying? Me? No, I can't. I'm heading back to London, and tomorrow I'll return with Simon, and we'll sort it all out. You'll adore him. He really is a gem. Can't you at least stay for tea?" "No, I can't wait, Linnet. I'm too wound up. I have to get back and tell Simon, I know I sound insane, darling, but I can't help myself." "Marriage will probably calm me down, I suppose. It always seems to have a settling effect on people." She turned at the door, hesitated a moment, then rushed back for one last quick bird-like hug. "Dear Linnet, there's truly no one like you." Gaston Blondin, the owner of the fashionable little restaurant Chez Ma Tante, was not a man who bestowed his favour on many patrons. The wealthy, the beautiful, the famous, and the aristocratic might wait indefinitely without being singled out for special notice. Only on the rarest occasions did M. Blondin, with gracious condescension, greet a guest personally, escort them to a privileged table, and exchange a few fitting words on this particular evening. M. Blondin had exercised his royal prerogative exactly 3 times, once for a duchess, once for a celebrated racing peer, and once for a small man of amusing appearance with an immense black moustache, whom a casual observer might think could confer no particular honour on Chez Ma Tante by his presence. Yet M. Blondin was positively effusive in his attentions. Although patrons had been informed for the past half hour that no table was available, one now materialized as if by magic. Positioned in the most desirable spot, Blondin ushered his guest to the table with an air of genuine delight. "Monsieur Poirot, a table is always reserved for you. We are honoured by your presence." Hercule Poirot offered a polite smile, his mind drifting to a previous, rather dramatic visit involving a deceased patron, a flustered waiter, the proprietor himself, and a particularly striking woman. "You are most kind, Monsieur Blondin," he replied. "Are you dining alone tonight, Monsieur Poirot?" "Indeed I am." "Excellent, then. Jules shall prepare for you a culinary sonnet, a true masterpiece. Charming companions are delightful, but they can divert one's full attention from the artistry on the plate. You will savour this meal, I assure you now." Regarding the wine, a detailed discussion followed, with Jules the maître d'hôtel contributing his expertise. Before leaving, Blondin leaned in slightly, his voice dropping. "Are you engaged in some serious affair at present?" Poirot gave a regretful shake of his head. "Alas, I am a gentleman of leisure now. Prudent management in my earlier years allows me this life of quiet repose. How I envy you." "Do not be so quick, my friend. It is not as cheerful as it may seem. One is reminded of the adage that man invented work to avoid the dreadful burden of thought." Mem Blondin gestured expressively. "But there is the whole world. There is travel, yes. I have seen a fair amount this winter, perhaps Egypt. They speak of superb climate, an escape from London's fog, the endless grey and the dreary, monotonous rain." "Ah, Egypt," Mem Blondin sighed. "One can travel there almost entirely by rail now, I hear, avoiding the sea except for the brief channel crossing." "The sea? It does not agree with you?" Poirot shuddered almost imperceptibly. "Nor with me," Blondin confessed with sympathy. "A curious revolt of the digestion, and yet for some it causes no distress whatsoever. They revel in it. An injustice from the heavens," M. Blondin declared mournfully. Pondering this divine oversight, he withdrew. Attentive, soft-footed waiters attended to the table, bringing toast, butter, an ice bucket, all the trappings of a fine dinner. The jazz orchestra launched into a spirited, syncopated number. London was dancing, Poirot observed, cataloguing impressions in his meticulous mind, how profoundly bored and tired most faces appeared. Several of the portly gentlemen, however, were having a marvellous time, while their partner's expression suggested patient endurance. The stout lady in the purple gown looked positively radiant. Undeniably, ample proportions offered certain compensations in life, a hearty gusto often denied to those of more fashionable slimness. There was a good number of young people, some vacant, some bored, some distinctly miserable. What nonsense to call youth the happiest time. It was, in fact, the period of greatest fragility. His gaze softened as it settled on one particular pair. A well-matched couple, a tall, broad-shouldered man and a slender, delicate girl. They moved in perfect, joyful rhythm, happy in the moment, the music, and each other. The music stopped abruptly after applause. It started again. Following a second encore, the couple returned to their table near Poirot. The girl was flushed and laughing. As she sat, he could study her face, lifted toward her companion. There was more than laughter in her eyes. Hercule Poirot shook his head doubtfully to himself. She cares too deeply, that one. It is not wise. No, it is not safe at all. Then a single word caught his ear. Egypt. Their voices carried clearly to him, hers young, vibrant, with a faint, attractive trace of rolled R's, and his a pleasant, well-modulated English. I'm not getting ahead of myself, Simon, but I'm telling you Linnet won't refuse us. I might be the one to disappoint her. Don't be ridiculous. It's the perfect opportunity for you. To be honest, I believe you're right. I have no doubts about my ability, and I intend to succeed. For your sake. The girl laughed, a soft, happy sound. We'll give it 3 months to be certain you keep your position. After that, I'll bestow all my worldly possessions upon you. That's the idea, right? And as I said, we'll honeymoon in Egypt. Forget the cost. I've dreamed of seeing Egypt my whole life. The Nile, the pyramids, the endless sand. His voice grew a little hushed. We'll see it all side by side, Jackie, together. Won't it be incredible? I don't know. Will it feel as incredible to you as it does to me? Do you truly care about it as much as I do? Her tone turned abruptly sharp, her eyes wide with a sudden anxious fear. His reply was just as sharp. Don't be ridiculous, Jackie. But she persisted, her voice dropping to a murmur. I just wonder. Then she gave a slight shrug. Let's dance, Hercule Poirot quietly observed to himself, one who loves and one who allows himself to be loved. Yes, I wonder as well. Joanna Southwood remarked, what if he turns out to be completely unsuitable? Linnet dismissed the idea. He won't be. I trust Jacqueline's judgment completely. Joanna murmured, but people rarely follow the expected script in matters of the heart. Linnet shook her head impatiently and changed the subject. I need to speak with Mr. Pierce about those architectural plans. Plans, yes, for some horribly run-down old cottages. I'm having them demolished and the residents relocated. How very civic-minded of you, darling. They would have had to go regardless. Those cottages would have had a direct view right into my new swimming pool. Do the people living there want to leave? Most are thrilled. 1 or 2 are being rather difficult. Honestly, it's quite annoying. They simply don't appreciate how much better their new living conditions will be. But you're rather forcing the issue, I imagine. My dear Joanna, it's genuinely for their own good. Yes, I'm sure it is. Compulsory improvement. Linnet frowned. Joanna laughed. Admit it. You're a bit of a tyrant, a benevolent one if you prefer. I am not a tyrant in the slightest. But you do enjoy getting your own way, not particularly. Linnet Ridgeway, look me in the eye and tell me about a single time you haven't done exactly as you pleased. Plenty of times. Oh, plenty of times, you say it just like that. But you can't name one single instance, can you? However hard you try, it's the triumphant procession of Linnet Ridgeway in her golden chariot. Linnet said sharply, Do you think I'm selfish? No, just unstoppable. It's the combination of your money and your charm. Anything you can't purchase outright, you win over with a smile. The result? Linnet Ridgeway, the girl who has everything. Don't be absurd, Joanna. Well, isn't it true? Haven't you gotten everything you've ever wanted? I suppose I have. It sounds rather awful when you put it that way. Of course it's awful, darling. You'll probably become terribly bored and jaded eventually. In the meantime, enjoy your triumphant ride. But I do wonder, I genuinely wonder what will happen the day you want to turn down a street that has a big sign saying no entry. Don't be silly, Joanna. As Lord Windlesham approached, Linnet turned to him. Joanna is being perfectly horrid to me. Pure envy, Joanna said airily, rising from her seat. She offered no excuse for leaving them, having caught the particular look in Windlesham's eye. He was quiet for a moment before getting directly to the point. Have you reached a decision, Linnet? Linnet spoke slowly. Am I being awful, I suppose, if I'm not certain? I should probably say no. He cut in. Please don't say it. Take all the time you need. But I believe you know that we could be very happy together. You see, Linnet's tone was almost childishly apologetic. I'm having such a wonderful time just now, especially with all of this. She gestured around them. I wanted to make Woad Hall into my absolute ideal of an English country house, and I really think I've managed it, don't you? It's exquisite, perfectly conceived. Everything was perfect. You're brilliant, Linnet, he said, then paused. And you do love Charltonbury, don't you? It needs some updating, of course. But you have such a talent for that. You truly enjoy it. Oh, Charltonbury is absolutely magnificent, she replied with practiced enthusiasm, yet inside a cold, unexpected dread began to creep in. Something felt off, a discordant note that unsettled her perfect world. She didn't examine the feeling right then, but later, after Windlesham had gone inside, she tried to understand what was bothering her. Charltonbury, that was it. She had felt a sharp resentment when he mentioned it. But why Charltonbury was quietly prestigious. Windlesham's family had owned it since the Elizabethan era. Becoming its mistress was a social position nearly without equal. Windlesham himself was one of the most eligible men in England. Naturally, he wouldn't consider Woad seriously. It couldn't possibly compare to Charltonbury. Yet, Woad was hers. She had found it, bought it, restored and transformed it, pouring her fortune into its walls. It was her own domain, her personal kingdom. But if she married Windlesham in a way, Woad wouldn't matter anymore. What would they need with 2 country estates? And between the two, Woad Hall would obviously be the one to let go. She, Linnet Ridgeway, would essentially cease to be. She would become the Countess of Windlesham, bringing a substantial fortune to Charltonbury and its lord. She would be a queen consort, not the reigning queen anymore. I'm being absurd, Linnet told herself, but it was strange how intensely she hated the thought of giving up Woad. And wasn't there something else gnawing at her? Jackie's voice came back to her with that strange, desperate intensity, saying, If I don't marry him, I'll die, I'll die, I'll die, or die. So certain, so passionate. Did she, Linnet, feel anything like that about Windlesham? She definitely did not. Perhaps she could never feel that way about anyone. It must be rather breathtaking to feel like that. The sound of a car engine drifted through the open window. Linnet shook off her thoughts impatiently. That must be Jackie and her young man. She decided to go out and greet them. She was standing in the open doorway as Jacqueline and Simon Doyle stepped out of the car. Linnet! Jackie rushed to her. This is Simon. This is Linnet. She's simply the most wonderful person alive. Linnet saw a tall, broad-shouldered young man with very dark blue eyes, crisp, curling brown hair, a square chin, and a boyish, open smile that was instantly appealing. She extended her hand. His grasp was firm and warm. She liked how he looked at her, with a genuine, unguarded admiration. Jackie had told him she was wonderful, and he clearly believed it. A warm, sweet, almost dizzying feeling swept through her. Isn't this all lovely? She said. Come inside, Simon, and let me properly welcome my new estate manager. As she turned to lead the way, she thought, I'm incredibly, incredibly happy. I like Jackie's young man. I like him so much. Then, with a sudden, sharp sting, lucky Jackie, Tim Allerton leaned back in his wicker chair and yawned, gazing out at the sea. He shot a quick sideways glance at his mother. Mrs. Allerton was an attractive white-haired woman of 50. By tightening her lips into a look of mild disapproval whenever she glanced at her son, she attempted to mask her deep affection for him. This tactic seldom fooled anyone, even complete strangers, and Tim saw through it completely. "Do you actually like Mallorca, Mother?" he asked. "Well," Mrs. Allerton considered, "it's inexpensive." "And chilly," said Tim, giving a slight shiver. He was a tall, slender young man with dark hair and a rather narrow chest. His mouth had a gentle curve, but his eyes were sad and his chin was less than resolute. He had long, delicate hands. Having been threatened by tuberculosis some years before, he had never developed a particularly robust constitution. Tim was generally thought to be a writer, though his circle knew better than to press for details about his work. "What's on your mind, Tim?" Mrs. Allerton asked, her sharp brown eyes narrowing with suspicion. He gave her a grin. "Egypt?" he said. "Egypt?" She echoed, her tone skeptical. "Think of the real heat, Mother. Golden sand, the slow river. I'd love to take a trip up the Nile, wouldn't you?" "I suppose I would," she replied dryly. "But Egypt isn't cheap, dear. Not for people watching their pennies." Tim laughed and stood, stretching with a sudden, eager energy. "Let me worry about the cost. I've had a bit of luck, a successful flutter on the stock market. The news came this morning." "This morning?" Mrs. Allerton's voice turned sharp. "You only had one letter, and that—" She stopped herself, biting her lip. For a moment Tim seemed torn between irritation and amusement. Amusement won, and that was from Joanna, he finished smoothly. "Right you are, Mother. What a detective you'd make. Hercule Poirot himself would be nervous with you on the case." Mrs. Allerton looked annoyed. "I only noticed the handwriting, and realized it wasn't a broker's. Correct? Actually, the financial news came yesterday. Poor Joanna's writing sprawls all over the envelope like a tipsy spider. What does she say? Any gossip?" Mrs. Allerton worked to keep her voice light, though the friendship between Tim and his cousin Joanna Southwood always grated on her. It wasn't that she suspected romance. She was sure there was none, but something else pricked at her. A faint, unacknowledged jealousy at how genuinely Tim seemed to enjoy Joanna's company. She and her son were such close companions that seeing him absorbed in another woman always gave her a slight jolt. Often she'd walk in on their animated conversations only to feel the talk shift, suddenly including her a little too deliberately. In truth, Mrs. Allerton thought Joanna insincere, affected and shallow, and she struggled not to say so outright. Tim pulled the letter from his pocket and skimmed it. A lengthy one, his mother noted. "Not much," he said. "The Devenishes are divorcing. Old Monty got arrested for drunk driving. Windlesham's off to Canada. Apparently he took it hard when Linnet Ridgeway refused him, and she's definitely marrying that land agent fellow now." "How odd. Is he dreadful?" "No, not at all. He's from the Devonshire Doyles. No money, of course. And to make it worse, he was engaged to one of Linnet's closest friends, rather rough, that—" "I don't think it's nice at all," Mrs. Allerton said, flushing. Tim shot her an affectionate look. "I know, darling. You don't approve of stealing other people's beaux." "In my day we had standards," Mrs. Allerton declared. "And a very good thing, too, these days. It seems the younger generation believes they can simply do whatever they please," remarked Mrs. Allerton. Tim offered a knowing smile. "They don't just believe it, they act on it. Just look at Linnet Ridgeway." "I find the whole business rather dreadful," his mother declared. Tim's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Cheer up, you old traditionalist. For what it's worth, I might share your view. Rest assured, I haven't gone about appropriating anyone's spouse or intended." "I should hope not," Mrs. Allerton said with conviction. "I raised you with better principles." "Then the credit belongs entirely to you," he replied, his tone playful as he tucked the letter away. A fleeting, uncharitable thought crossed her mind. He shared most correspondence openly, yet Joanna's letters were only ever read in selective excerpts. She dismissed the notion, resolving as always to maintain her decorum. "And how is Joanna finding life these days?" she inquired. "Passably," Tim answered. "She mentions possibly opening a gourmet food shop in Mayfair. She constantly complains of being broke." Mrs. Allerton noted a hint of sharpness in her voice. "Yet she's always out in society, and her wardrobe must be frightfully expensive. She is invariably turned out beautifully," Tim chuckled. "Ah, but she likely isn't the one settling the accounts. Now, Mother, don't let your Edwardian imagination run wild. I mean it quite literally. She has a talent for leaving bills unpaid." Mrs. Allerton sighed. "I truly don't understand how people manage that. It's a particular gift," Tim explained. "If your tastes are lavish enough and you possess absolutely no concept of a dollar's value, people will extend you limitless credit. Yes, until you wind up in bankruptcy court like poor Sir George Wode. You've always had a soft spot for that old charmer, probably because he called you a rosebud at some dance back in the 1880s. "I was not alive in the 1880s, Mrs. Allerton retorted with spirit. "Sir George has impeccable manners, and I won't have you labelling him a charlatan. I've heard some rather colourful stories about him from reliable sources." "You and Joanna have no qualms about what you say. Anything goes so long as it's suitably malicious." Tim raised his eyebrows in mock surprise. "My dear, you're getting quite worked up. I hadn't realised old Wode was such a favourite of yours. You don't appreciate how difficult it is for him, having to sell Wode Hall. He was deeply attached to that estate." Tim held back the obvious retort. Who was he to judge, really? Instead, he said thoughtfully, "I believe you might be onto something there. Linnet actually invited him down to see all the changes she'd made to the place, and he refused quite bluntly. Naturally. She should have known better than to ask. And from what I gather, he's become quite bitter about her, muttering under his breath whenever she's near. He can't forgive her for paying a frankly outrageous sum for that crumbling family property. And you genuinely can't comprehend that?" Mrs. Allerton's tone was pointed. "Frankly," Tim said calmly, "I cannot. Why dwell in the past? Why cling to relics? What would you have in their place?" He shrugged. "Adventure, maybe. New experiences. The thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring, instead of inheriting a burdensome parcel of land. The satisfaction of earning your own fortune through wit and effort. So, a successful play on the stock market, in other words." He laughed. "Why not? And what of an equally spectacular loss?" "That, Mother, is rather tactless and entirely beside the point today. What about this idea of going to Egypt?" "Well," he interrupted, smiling, "it's decided. We've both always wanted to see it. When do you propose?" "Oh, next month. January is ideal. We'll endure the charming company in this hotel for a few more weeks first." "Tim," Mrs. Allerton said reproachfully, before adding guiltily, "I'm afraid I promised Mrs. Leach you'd accompany her to the police station. She doesn't understand a word of Spanish." Tim grimaced. "About that ring, the infamous blood-red ruby? Does she still insist it was stolen? I'll go to humour her, but it's a complete waste of time. She's only going to land some poor maid in hot water. I know for a fact I saw it on her finger when she went into the ocean that afternoon. It slipped off in the water, and she never even realised. She insists she's positive she removed it and left it on her dressing table. Well, she's wrong. I saw it myself. The woman is an absolute fool. Any woman who goes wading into the sea in December, pretending it's perfectly warm just because the sun is shining a bit brightly, is asking for trouble. Frankly, stout women shouldn't be permitted to bathe at all. They look utterly ridiculous in swimwear." Mrs. Allerton murmured softly, "Perhaps I ought to stop bathing myself." Tim let out a loud laugh. "You? You could put half the younger crowd to shame without even trying." Mrs. Allerton sighed. "I do wish there were more young people here for you." Tim Allerton shook his head firmly. "I don't. You and I manage perfectly well without any outside interruptions." You'd enjoy it if Joanna were around. I wouldn't." His tone was surprisingly sharp. "You're mistaken about that. Joanna entertains me, but I don't actually like her, and having her nearby constantly gets under my skin. I'm grateful she isn't here. I'd be perfectly content if I never laid eyes on Joanna again," he added, his voice dropping. "There's only one woman in the world I genuinely respect and admire, and I believe, Mrs. Allerton, you know exactly who that woman is." His mother flushed, looking genuinely flustered. Tim said seriously, "Truly decent women are rare. You happen to be one of them." In a New York apartment overlooking Central Park, Mrs. Robson exclaimed, "Isn't that just wonderful? You truly are the luckiest girl, Cornelia." Cornelia Robson blushed in response. She was a tall, somewhat awkward girl with gentle, earnest brown eyes. "Oh, it will be incredible," she breathed. The elderly Miss Van Schuyler gave a satisfied nod at this proper display of gratitude from a poorer relation. "I've always dreamed of seeing Europe," Cornelia sighed. "I just never thought it would actually happen." "Miss Bowers will accompany me as usual, of course," stated Miss Van Schuyler. "But as a social companion I find her rather limited, quite limited, in fact. There are numerous small tasks that Cornelia can attend to for me." "I'd be delighted to, Cousin Marie," Cornelia said eagerly. "Very well, then it's settled," Miss Van Schuyler declared. "Run along and find Miss Bowers for me, dear. It's time for my eggnog." Cornelia hurried off. Her mother said, "My dear Marie, I can't thank you enough. You know, I believe Cornelia feels the sting of not being a social success quite deeply. It embarrasses her. If I could afford to take her to more places. But you know how things have been since Ned passed." "I'm quite pleased to take her," Miss Van Schuyler replied. "Cornelia has always been a useful girl, ready to run errands and not nearly as self-centered as most young people these days." Mrs. Robson stood and kissed her wealthy relative's wrinkled, slightly sallow cheek. "I'm ever so grateful," she said. On the staircase she met a tall, competent-looking woman carrying a glass of frothy yellow liquid. "Well, Miss Bowers, so you're off to Europe?" "Yes, Mrs. Robson. What a marvellous trip. I should think it will be very pleasant. But you've travelled abroad before?" "Oh, yes, I went to Paris with Miss Van Schuyler last autumn. But I've never visited Egypt." Mrs. Robson hesitated, her voice lowering. "I do hope there won't be any difficulties." Miss Bowers, however, replied in her normal, clear tone. "Oh, no, Mrs. Robson. I shall see to that carefully. I keep a very watchful eye always." Yet a faint trace of concern remained on Mrs. Robson's face as she slowly continued down the stairs in his downtown office. Mr. Andrew Pennington was sorting through his personal correspondence. Suddenly his fist clenched and slammed down on the desk with a crash, his face flushing a deep crimson as two prominent veins bulged on his forehead. The letter in his hand seemed to have delivered news he had dreaded for months, a silent confirmation of troubles he thought he had kept carefully at bay. Pennington tapped the buzzer on his desk, and a sharp-looking assistant appeared almost instantly. "Send Mr. Rockford in, please." "Right away, Mr. Pennington." Moments later, Sterndale Rockford, his partner, walked into the room. The two men shared a similar build, both tall, lean, with grey hair and clean-shaven, intelligent faces. "What's going on, Pennington?" Pennington looked up from the letter he had been studying. "Linnet is married?" "Come again. You heard me. Linnet Ridgeway is married. How? When? Why is this the first we're hearing of it?" Pennington checked the calendar on his desk. "She wasn't married when she wrote this, but she is now. The morning of the 4th. "That's today." Rockford sank into a chair. "Good grief. No warning at all. Who is the man?" Pennington consulted the letter again. "Doyle. Simon Doyle. Do we know anything about him? Ever heard the name?" "Not a thing. She doesn't say much." He studied the lines of neat, upright handwriting. "I get the feeling there's something rushed, almost secretive about the whole affair, but that's not what matters." "The point is, she's married." The two men exchanged a long look. Rockford gave a slow nod. "This requires some careful thought," he said quietly. "What's our move?" "That's what I'm asking you." They sat in silence for a moment. Then Rockford spoke up. "Do you have a plan?" Pennington replied thoughtfully. "The Normandy sails today. One of us could just catch it." "Are you out of your mind? What's the angle?" Pennington said. "Those British lawyers," and then fell silent. "What about them?" "You're not thinking of going over to confront them, are you?" "That's madness. I'm not suggesting you or I go to England. Then what's the big idea?" Pennington smoothed the letter on the table. "Linnet is going to Egypt for her honeymoon. Plans to be there a month or longer." "Egypt, huh?" Rockford pondered this. Then he looked up, meeting his partner's gaze. "Egypt," he said slowly. "That's your play, exactly a chance meeting, travelling over on a trip. Linnet and her new husband caught up in the honeymoon mood. It might just work." Rockford sounded uncertain. "Linnet is sharp, though, but—" Pennington's voice dropped to a murmur. "I believe there could be ways to handle it." Their eyes locked once more. Rockford gave a decisive nod. "All right, big shot." Pennington glanced at the clock. "We'll have to move fast, whichever one of us is going." "You go," Rockford said immediately. "You always had a way with Linnet, Uncle Andrew." "That's the perfect angle." Pennington's expression turned grim. "I hope I can make it work." His partner's reply was firm. "You have to make it work. The situation is critical elsewhere." William Carmichael addressed the lanky young man who had appeared at his door. "Please ask Mr. Jim to come see me." Jim Fanthorpe entered the room and looked questioningly at his uncle. The older man glanced up with a nod and a grunt. "Ah, there you are. You wanted to see me? Take a look at this." The young man sat down and pulled the stack of papers toward him. His uncle watched him closely. "Well," the response was immediate. "Looks suspicious to me, sir." The senior partner of Carmichael, Grant and Carmichael, emitted his familiar grunt once more. Jim Fanthorpe reread the airmail letter that had just arrived from Egypt. "It feels almost wrong to be writing about business on a day like this." "We spent a week at Mena House and took a trip out to the Fayoum. In 2 days we're heading up the Nile to Luxor and Aswan by steamer, and maybe on to Khartoum. When we went into the travel agency this morning to sort our tickets, guess who I saw first? My American trustee, Andrew Pennington. I believe you met him a couple of years ago when he was here. I had no idea he was in Egypt, and he had no clue I was here either, or that I was married. My letter telling him about the wedding must have just missed him. He's actually taking the same Nile trip we are. Isn't that an incredible coincidence? Thank you for everything you've handled during this hectic time. As the young man started to turn the page, Mr. Carmichael took the letter back. "That's all," he said. "The rest isn't important. Well, what's your take on it?" His nephew paused, then replied, "I believe it's more than just chance." The older man gave a nod of agreement. "A journey to Egypt, perhaps," he said sharply. "Do you consider that wise?" "I believe we must act without delay." "But why send me?" "Think it through, my boy. Linnet Ridgeway doesn't know you, nor does Pennington. If you fly, you might arrive in time." I'm not comfortable with this, sir. What exactly am I to do?" "Keep your eyes open. Listen carefully. Use your head if you possess one. And if the situation demands it, take action. I really don't like it. You may not, but it must be done. Is it truly that important?" "In my judgment," stated Mr. Carmichael, "it is utterly essential." Adjusting the colourful, locally made scarf wrapped around her head, Mrs. Otterbourne complained, "I simply cannot understand why we aren't proceeding to Egypt. I am thoroughly weary of Jerusalem." When her daughter remained silent, she added sharply, "You could at least acknowledge when you are spoken to." Rosalie Otterbourne was studying a newspaper photograph of a face. The caption beneath it read, "Mrs. Simon Doyle, formerly the celebrated socialite beauty, Miss Linnet Ridgeway. Mr. and Mrs. Doyle are honeymooning in Egypt." Rosalie asked flatly, "You want to go to Egypt, Mother?" "Yes, I do," Mrs. Otterbourne snapped. "The service here has been disgracefully offhand. My presence is a form of publicity. I deserve a considerable discount when I suggested as much. They were utterly rude. I told them precisely what I thought." The young woman sighed. One place is much the same as another. I wish we could just disappear entirely. Furthermore, Mrs. Otterbourne continued, this morning the manager had the audacity to inform me that all rooms are reserved and he will need ours in 2 days. Then we have to go somewhere. Not necessarily. I'm fully prepared to stand my ground. Rosalie murmured, I suppose Egypt is as good a place as any. It makes no real difference. It is hardly a life or death decision, declared Mrs. Otterbourne. But in this she was profoundly mistaken, for it was precisely a matter of life and death. Part 2, EGPT, Chapter 1. That is Hercule Poirot, the detective, said Mrs. Allerton. She and her son were seated in vivid scarlet wicker chairs on the terrace of the Cataract Hotel in Aswan, observing 2 figures walking away, a short man in a cream linen suit and a tall, slender girl. Tim Allerton straightened up with unusual interest. That peculiar little fellow, he asked, disbelieving. Him? What in the world is he doing here? Tim wondered aloud. His mother laughed. Darling, you sound so intrigued. Why are men so fascinated by crime? I detest mystery novels and never read them, but I doubt Poirot is here on business. He's earned a fortune and is now enjoying the world, I imagine. Seems he has an eye for the most striking woman here. Mrs. Allerton tilted her head, considering the retreating figures. The girl beside him stood a good 3 inches taller. She moved with an easy, confident grace. Is she really so attractive? Mrs. Allerton mused. She glanced sideways at Tim and, somewhat amused, saw his immediate interest peak. She's beyond attractive. A shame she looks so thoroughly annoyed and cross. Perhaps that's just her expression, dear. She seems a rather unpleasant sort, but undeniably pretty. The subject of their discussion walked slowly beside Poirot. Rosalie Otterbourne twisted a closed parasol in her hands, her expression confirming Tim's assessment. She appeared both sullen and ill-humoured, her brows knitted in a scowl, the crimson line of her mouth turned decidedly downward. They turned left out of the hotel entrance and stepped into the cool, shaded walkways of the public gardens. Hercule Poirot chatted amiably, his face a picture of serene contentment. Dressed in a crisp white silk suit and a Panama hat, he idly waved an ornate fly whisk with a faux amber handle. It is utterly captivating, he declared. The dark granite of Elephantine Island, the brilliant sunshine, the small feluccas drifting on the water. Truly it is a pleasure to be here. He paused, his gaze shifting. You do not share this feeling, Mademoiselle Rosalie, Otterbourne replied bluntly. It's fine, I guess. I find Aswan rather depressing. The hotel's nearly deserted and everyone seems ancient. She stopped herself, pressing her lips together. Poirot's eyes sparkled with amusement. It is quite accurate, yes. I have 1 foot, as they say, in the grave. I wasn't referring to you, the girl said quickly. My apologies that came out rudely. Not at all. It is natural to desire companionship from one's own generation. Still, there is at least one young gentleman present. You mean the one constantly attached to his mother? I like her, but he seems insufferable, so full of himself. Poirot smiled. And am I conceited? Oh, I wouldn't say so. She was clearly disinterested, but Poirot appeared unbothered. He noted with calm assurance, My dearest friend informs me that I'm immensely vain. Well, Rosalie said vaguely, I suppose you've earned the right, sadly. I find criminal matters incredibly dull, Poirot stated with mock gravity. I'm relieved to hear you carry no burdensome secrets. For just an instant, her sullen expression flickered, replaced by a sharp, searching look. Poirot, seemingly oblivious, continued. Madame, your mother was absent from lunch? I trust she is not unwell? This climate disagrees with her, Rosalie said shortly. I'll be thankful when we can leave, but we are to be travel companions, are we not? We both embark on the journey to Wadi Halfa and the Second Cataract. Yes. They stepped from the shaded garden onto a dusty path beside the Nile. Immediately they were surrounded by a small crowd, 5 bead sellers, 2 postcard hawkers, 3 vendors offering plaster scarabs, a few donkey boys and a cluster of hopeful children. A chorus of offers filled the air. "You wish to buy beads, sir? Fine quality, very inexpensive. Lady, a scarab for luck? Look, a great queen, very fortunate. Real lapis here, sir? Excellent price. A donkey ride, sir? This is whiskey and soda, a first-class donkey. Granite quarries, sir? My donkey is very good. The other one is bad. It will fall. Lovely postcards. Very cheap. Only 10 piastres, lady. Look, ivory, lapis. A fine fly whisk, all amber. A boat on the river, sir. I have an excellent boat ride back to the hotel, lady. This is a superior donkey." Hercule Poirot made vague shooing motions to disperse the buzzing swarm. Rosalie marched straight through them as if in a trance. "The only way is to act completely deaf and blind," she observed. The children trailed alongside their pleas, a constant murmur. Backsheesh, hip, hip, hooray. Very good, very nice. Their brightly coloured rags were picturesque, but flies clustered on their eyelids. They were the most persistent. The others fell back, lying in wait for the next potential customer around the corner. Now Poirot and Rosalie faced the gauntlet of shop fronts, with smooth, persuasive voices calling from the doorways. "You will visit my shop today, sir? An ivory crocodile, sir? You have not seen my shop yet. I have very beautiful things to show you." They ducked into the fifth shop, where Rosalie handed over several rolls of film, the actual purpose of their walk. Emerging, they strolled toward the riverbank, just as one of the large Nile steamers was docking. They watched with mild interest as the passengers began to disembark. "Quite a crowd this time," Rosalie commented. She turned as Tim Allerton approached, joining them. He was slightly out of breath, as if he had been hurrying for a moment. The trio simply watched. Then Tim broke the silence. "The usual dreadful assortment, I imagine," he said with a dismissive wave toward the people leaving the boat. "Almost always a complete disaster," Rosalie agreed. All three wore that familiar superior expression of those already settled in a place, coolly observing the newcomers. "Good Lord!" Tim exclaimed, his tone suddenly animated. "I'll be hanged if that isn't Linnet Ridgeway." While Poirot remained impassive, the name instantly captured Rosalie's attention. She leaned forward, her earlier sulkiness vanishing. "Where is it, the woman in the white dress?" "Yes, there with the tall man. They're coming down the gangway now. That must be the new husband. I can't recall his name." "Doyle," Rosalie supplied. "Simon Doyle. It was splashed across every paper. She's absolutely loaded, isn't she?" "Only one of the wealthiest women in England," Tim said brightly. The three observers fell silent, their eyes fixed on the disembarking passengers. Poirot studied the woman who had prompted this discussion with keen interest. He murmured, "She is very beautiful. Some people really do get everything," Rosalie said, a sharp, resentful edge to her voice. A strange, begrudging look settled on her face as she watched the other woman ascend the plank. Linnet Doyle moved with the flawless poise of a star making her entrance on a Broadway stage, carrying the innate confidence of a celebrated actress. She was accustomed to admiration, to being the undisputed center of attention wherever she went. She was conscious of the intense stares directed her way, yet almost indifferent to them. Such homage was a routine part of her existence. She came ashore performing a role even if she did so unconsciously, the part of the gorgeous, wealthy socialite bride on her honeymoon. She turned to the tall man beside her with a slight smile and a light comment, he replied, and the sound of his voice immediately intrigued Hercule Poirot. His eyes brightened, and he drew his brows together in thought. The couple passed quite close to them. Poirot heard Simon Doyle say, "We'll make time for it, darling. We can easily stay a week or two if you're enjoying it here." His face was turned toward her, eager, adoring, touchingly humble. Poirot's gaze swept over him thoughtfully, the broad shoulders, the sun-tanned face, the dark blue eyes, the rather boyish simplicity of his smile. "Lucky man," Tim remarked after they had passed. "Imagine stumbling upon an heiress who isn't afflicted with adenoids and 2 left feet." "They look terribly happy," said Rosalie, and a clear note of envy tinged her words. She added suddenly, so softly Tim missed it, "It's just not fair." Poirot, however, heard her distinctly. He had been frowning slightly in thought, but now he shot a swift, appraising glance in her direction. Tim announced, "I really must go and gather a few things for my mother now." He tipped his hat and walked away. Poirot and Rosalie began to stroll slowly back toward the hotel, once again waving away the persistent donkey boys. "So it is not fair, mademoiselle?" Poirot inquired gently. The girl flushed with irritation. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm merely repeating what you said under your breath a moment ago." "Oh, yes, you did." Rosalie Otterbourne gave a dismissive shrug. "It simply appears excessive for one person. Money, striking looks, a magnificent figure, and—" She paused, and Poirot finished the thought. "And love, is that it? And love? But you cannot be certain. Perhaps he married her for her fortune. Did you not see the way he looked at her?" "Oh, yes, mademoiselle, I saw everything there was to see. In fact, I saw something you did not." "What was that?" Poirot said slowly. "I saw, mademoiselle, the faint but distinct shadows beneath a woman's eyes. I saw a hand that gripped a parasol so tightly the knuckles were stark white." Rosalie stared at him. "What are you implying?" "I imply that all that glitters is not gold. I mean that although the lady is rich, beautiful, and adored, all is nevertheless not as it seems. And I know something more."
"Yes?"
"I know," said Poirot, his brow furrowed in concentration, "that somewhere at some time I have heard that voice before, the voice of Monsieur Doyle, and I wish I could recall the exact spot." Rosalie, however, was no longer paying attention. She had frozen in place, using the tip of her parasol to draw aimless shapes in the soft sand. Abruptly, her composure shattered. "I'm vile," she burst out, her voice fierce, "absolutely vile. I'm nothing but a beast. I want to rip the dress from her shoulders and trample that smug, perfectly composed face of hers. I'm a jealous witch, but that's the honest truth of what I feel. She's so appallingly successful, so utterly poised and sure of herself." Hercule Poirot appeared momentarily taken aback by this vehement eruption. He took her arm and gave it a gentle, reassuring shake. "There now, you will feel better for having spoken it aloud. I despise her. I've never instantly loathed anyone so completely in my life." "Splendid," Poirot remarked. Rosalie shot him a puzzled glance. Then the corner of her mouth quirked upward and she let out a short, genuine laugh. "Good," said Poirot, and chuckled in return. They continued their walk back to the hotel in a much more companionable silence. "I should go find my mother," Rosalie announced as they stepped into the cool, shadowy lobby. Poirot, meanwhile, exited through the opposite doors onto the terrace that overlooked the Nile. Small tables were arranged for afternoon tea, though it was still too early. He paused for a moment, gazing down at the broad river, before ambling down through the landscaped gardens. A few determined guests were playing tennis under the blistering sun. He watched a volley or two, then continued along the steep, winding path. It was there, on a solitary bench with a commanding view of the water, that he found the young woman from Chez ma tante. He recognized her instantly. The face he had seen that night in the restaurant was etched indelibly in his memory. Her expression now, however, was profoundly altered. She seemed paler, thinner, marked by lines of profound exhaustion and a deep, private anguish. He drew back slightly unobserved. For a short while he studied her without her knowledge. Her small foot tapped a restless, impatient rhythm on the ground. Her dark eyes, glowing with a banked and sullen fire, held a strange, pained sort of triumph. She was staring out across the Nile, where white-sailed feluccas drifted silently up and down the current, a face and a voice. He remembered both distinctly. This girl's face and the voice he had overheard just moments before, the cheerful, affectionate voice of a newlywed man. And as he stood there, contemplating the unaware young woman, The next act of this unfolding drama commenced. Voices sounded from the path above. The girl on the bench sprang to her feet. Linnet Doyle and her husband descended the trail. Linnet's tone was buoyant and self-assured. All traces of the earlier tension and strain had vanished from her expression. Linnet was radiantly happy. The waiting girl took several deliberate steps forward. The approaching couple halted abruptly. "Hello, Linnet," said Jacqueline de Belfort. "Fancy meeting you here. We do keep bumping into each other, don't we? Hello, Simon, how are you?" Linnet Doyle recoiled against a rocky outcrop with a stifled gasp. Simon Doyle's handsome face twisted suddenly with raw fury. He stepped forward as if he intended to strike the slender figure before him. With a quick, bird-like turn of her head, Jacqueline signalled her awareness of a third party's presence. Simon followed her glance and noticed Poirot. He managed an awkward, strained greeting. "Hello, Jacqueline. We didn't expect to see you here." The words rang utterly hollow. The girl flashed a bright, mirthless smile. "Quite the surprise, isn't it?" she said. Then, with a slight nod, she turned and walked briskly back up the path. Poirot tactfully moved in the opposite direction. As he retreated, the breeze carried Linnet Doyle's desperate whisper to his ears. "Simon, for God's sake!" "Simon, what are we going to do?" Chapter 2. Dinner had concluded. The terrace of the Cataract Hotel was bathed in the soft glow of evening lamps. Most of the hotel's guests had gathered there, seated at small tables. Simon and Linnet Doyle emerged, accompanied by a tall, distinguished man with sharp, clean-shaven features and greying hair, an American by his look. As the trio paused in the doorway, Tim Allerton rose from a nearby chair and approached. "You probably don't remember me," he said cordially to Linnet, "but I'm Joanna Southwood's cousin." "Of course! How silly of me! You're Tim Allerton!" A faint, almost imperceptible tremor touched her voice, a blend of pride and a sudden, unexpected shyness. "This is my husband, and this is my American trustee, Mr. Pennington," Linnet said. Tim immediately suggested, "You really must meet my mother." Soon they were gathered together, forming a small party. Linnet sat in a corner, flanked by Tim and Mr. Pennington, both men engaging her in conversation and subtly competing for her focus. Nearby, Mrs. Allerton chatted with Simon Doyle. The swing doors turned, and a sudden rigidity passed through Linnet's elegant frame as she sat between her companions, a tension that dissolved just as quickly when a diminutive man emerged and ambled across the terrace. Mrs. Allerton remarked lightly, merely to fill a conversational lull, "You're not the only notable person here, my dear. That rather peculiar little gentleman is Hercule Poirot." Though spoken offhand, the information seemed to strike Linnet deeply. "Hercule Poirot, of course I know of him." She fell into a brief, preoccupied silence, leaving the two men beside her momentarily adrift. Poirot had meandered to the terrace's edge, but his attention was soon claimed. "Do sit down, M. Poirot? It's such a beautiful evening," came the invitation. He complied gracefully. "But yes, madame, it is truly beautiful," he replied, offering a polite smile to Mrs. Otterbourne. He noted her layers of black chiffon and the rather absurd turban-like headpiece. She continued in her high, plaintive tone. "We have quite a collection of celebrities now, don't we? I shouldn't be surprised to read a gossip column about it. Society beauties, famous authors." She paused with a faint, mock-modest laugh. Poirot sensed more than saw the sullen young woman opposite him wince and press her lips into a tighter, more displeased line. "You are presently at work on a new novel, madame?" he inquired. Mrs. Otterbourne gave another self-conscious chuckle. "I'm afraid I've been dreadfully idle. I really must begin. My readers grow so impatient, and my poor publisher. Please arrive with every post, even telegrams." Again Poirot detected the girl stirring restlessly in the shadows. "I may confide in you, M. Poirot. Part of my reason for being here is to gather local colour. Snow on the desert's face. That is my new title. Powerful, don't you think? Suggestive. Snow upon the desert. vanishing in passion's first scorching breath. Rosalie stood up abruptly, muttering something under her breath, and retreated into the dark garden. "One must have strength," Mrs. Otterbourne declared, her turban bobbing for emphasis. "Strong material? That is what I provide. Let the libraries ban my books. It matters not. I deal in truth sex, Poirot. Why does it frighten everyone so? It is the very axis of existence. Have you read any of my works? Alas, madame, you understand, my profession allows little time for novels." Mrs. Otterbourne stated firmly, "I shall give you a copy of Under the Fig Tree. You will find it profoundly significant. It is frank, but it is authentic. You are most kind. I shall read it with great interest." Mrs. Otterbourne fell quiet for a moment, toying with the long strand of beads coiled twice around her neck. Her eyes darted from side to side. "Perhaps I could fetch it for you now." "Oh, madame, please do not trouble yourself. Later would be perfectly fine." "No, no trouble at all." She rose. "I wish to show you." "What is it, mother?" Rosalie had reappeared silently at her side. "Nothing, dear. I was just going to get a book for M. Poirot." "The fig tree? I'll get it." "You won't know where it is." "I'll go." "Yes, I do." The girl turned swiftly and walked back across the terrace into the hotel. "Allow me to congratulate you, madame, on having such a lovely daughter," Poirot said with a slight bow. "Rosalie?" "Yes, she is attractive, but she is quite severe, Mem Poirot, and she has no patience for illness. She always believes she knows best, imagining she understands my health better than I do myself." Her complaint was cut short as Poirot gestured to a passing waiter. "A liqueur, perhaps, madame? A chartreuse? A crème de menthe?" Mrs. Otterbourne shook her head emphatically. "No, thank you. I am nearly a teetotaler. You may have observed I drink only water or occasionally lemonade. I cannot abide the taste of spirits." "Then might I order a lemon squash for you?" He placed the order, 1 lemon squash and 1 Benedictine for himself. The swing doors began to turn once more. Rosalie approached them, a book held in her hand. "Here it is," she said, her voice remarkably flat and devoid of inflection. "Monsieur Poirot has been kind enough to order me a lemon squash," her mother announced. "And for you, my dear, what would you like?" "Nothing." Rosalie caught herself, aware of how abrupt she sounded. "Thank you, but nothing." Poirot accepted the volume Mrs. Otterbourne offered. It still wore its original dust jacket, a garish illustration depicting a woman with a sleek bob and crimson nails, reclining on a tiger-skin rug in a state of undress. Above her, a tree with oak-like leaves bore improbably large and brightly coloured fruit. The title was Under the Fig Tree by Salome Otterbourne. Inside, the publisher's description waxed poetic about the novel's bold realism and fearless exploration of a modern woman's romantic experiences. Words like unflinching and groundbreaking leapt from the page. Poirot gave a slight bow. "I am most honoured, madame." As he looked up, his eyes met those of the author's daughter. He couldn't suppress a faint start, struck and saddened by the eloquent anguish he saw there. Just then the drinks arrived, providing a timely distraction. Poirot raised his glass courteously. "To your health, madame, mademoiselle?" Mrs. Otterbourne took a delicate sip. "So delightfully refreshing," she murmured. A quiet settled over the trio. They gazed down at the Nile's dark, glistening rocks, which in the moonlight took on a fantastic, almost prehistoric appearance, like great beasts half submerged in the water. A brief, capricious breeze stirred the air and then vanished, leaving behind a palpable stillness, a sense of waiting. Poirot let his gaze travel across the terrace and its occupants. Was it his imagination, or did that same hushed expectancy linger here as well? It felt like a theatrical pause the moment just before the leading lady makes her entrance, and then, as if on cue, the swing doors began to turn again, this time with a pronounced air of ceremony. Conversations died, all eyes turned toward them. A slender, dark-haired girl in a wine-coloured evening gown emerged. She paused deliberately, then made her way across the terrace to an empty table. There was nothing overtly theatrical in her movements, yet her entire demeanour carried the studied poise of a staged appearance. "Well," Mrs. Otterbourne exclaimed, giving her turbaned head a toss, "she certainly seems to think rather highly of herself, doesn't she?" Poirot offered no reply. He was observing closely. The girl had chosen a seat that gave her a direct line of sight to Linnet Doyle. Before long, Poirot noticed Linnet lean forward, say something to her companion, and then rise to change her seat, now facing the opposite direction. Poirot gave a thoughtful nod to himself. Roughly 5 minutes later, the other girl also shifted her position to the opposite side of the terrace. She sat smoking, a picture of tranquil contentment, a quiet smile playing on her lips. Yet repeatedly and seemingly without conscious intent, her contemplative gaze would drift back to Simon Doyle's wife. After a quarter of an hour, Linnet Doyle stood up abruptly and retreated into the hotel, her husband following shortly after. Jacqueline de Belfort's smile widened. She turned her chair, lit another cigarette and stared out at the Nile, continuing to smile to herself as if privy to a deeply satisfying secret. Chapter 3. Monsieur Poirot. Poirot rose hastily to his feet. He had remained alone on the terrace long after everyone else had departed, lost in thought as he stared at the smooth obsidian rocks. The sound of his name, spoken in a well-bred, assured and faintly imperious voice, recalled him to the present. Rising, Hercule Poirot found himself looking into the commanding eyes of Linnet Doyle. She wore a wrap of rich purple velvet over her white satin gown, and she appeared more strikingly beautiful and regal than he had remembered. Linnet's voice was cool and assured. "Hercule Poirot?" It was less a question and more a statement of recognition. "At your service, madame," he replied with a slight bow. "You are aware of who I am, I presume?" "Indeed, madame. Your name and reputation are known to me." His answer was exactly what she had anticipated. With the effortless command of someone accustomed to being obeyed, she continued, "Would you accompany me to the card-room, monsieur? I have a matter of some urgency to discuss." "Of course." She led the way through the hotel lobby, her heels clicking a determined rhythm on the marble floor. The card-room was empty, a quiet sanctuary of green felt and polished wood. She gestured for him to shut the door before sinking into a chair at a corner table. Poirot took the seat opposite, his expression one of polite inquiry. She wasted no time on pleasantries. "I'm told you're a man of remarkable ability, Monsieur Poirot. It happens that I require assistance, and I believe you may be the person to provide it." Poirot gave a courteous nod. "You are most kind. However, I am currently on a holiday. I do not accept professional engagements during such periods." "That," Linnet said, her tone not arrogant but simply factual, "could be negotiated." She was a woman for whom obstacles were merely temporary. "I am being subjected to an unbearable campaign of harassment, M. Poirot. It must cease. My initial thought was to involve the police, but my husband believes they would be ineffective." "Perhaps if you would elaborate," Poirot suggested gently. "Certainly. The facts are straightforward." She arranged her thoughts with the precision of a corporate report. "Before he married me, my husband was engaged to a woman named Jacqueline de Belfort, who was also an acquaintance of mine. The engagement was dissolved. They were fundamentally incompatible. Unfortunately, she did not accept this with grace. She made some rather dramatic threats at the time, which I dismissed. She has not acted on those, but has instead chosen this absurd path of shadowing us. Everywhere we go, she appears." Poirot's eyebrows lifted. "Ah, an unconventional form of vengeance." "Unconventional, ridiculous, and profoundly irritating," Linnet stated, her composure briefly cracking as she pressed her lips together. "I can imagine you are, if I'm correct, on your honeymoon?" "We are. It began in Venice. She was there at our hotel. I dismissed it as an awkward coincidence. Then we encountered her aboard the steamer at Brindisi. We believed she was continuing to Palestine. We left her there, or so we thought. Yet when we arrived at Mena House in Cairo, she was already installed, waiting for us. Poirot nodded. And the present situation? We took a dahabeah up the Nile. Part of me dreaded finding her on board when she wasn't. I allowed myself to hope she had finally grown tired of this juvenile behavior. But upon our arrival here at this very hotel, there she was. For all her outward calm, the hand resting on the table was clenched so tightly, the knuckles shone white. And you fear this pattern will persist indefinitely? Yes. She let out a short, impatient breath. The entire spectacle is idiotic. Jacqueline is making a complete fool of herself. I would have thought she possessed more pride. Poirot made a small, eloquent gesture. There are moments, madame, when pride is swept away by a far more powerful tide of emotion. Perhaps, Linnet conceded, though the concept seemed foreign to her practical mind. But what could she possibly hope to achieve with this charade? It gains her nothing. It is not always about gain, madame, Poirot observed, and something in his quiet tone caused a faint flush to rise in her cheeks. You are correct. Speculating on her motives is irrelevant. The essential point is that this must be stopped immediately. And how, madame? Poirot inquired, folding his hands before him. Do you propose that I accomplish this? Of course, my husband and I cannot simply endure this constant harassment. There must be some legal action we can take. Her tone was sharp with irritation. Poirot studied her for a moment before responding. Has this young woman made any direct public threats? Used profane or insulting language? Made any attempt at physical assault? When Linnet shook her head, he continued calmly. Then, to be frank, madame, your options appear limited. If a person chooses to travel and her itinerary happens to coincide with your own in public spaces, what of it? The sky and the streets belong to everyone. She does not intrude upon your private accommodations. These encounters occur only in hotels, on decks, in dining rooms. Are you truly saying there is nothing I can do? Linnet's voice was thick with disbelief. Poirot remained placid. Nothing within the law as I perceive it. Mademoiselle Belfort is exercising her liberty. But it's utterly maddening, completely intolerable that I should have to endure this, Poirot replied with a dry tone. I sympathize deeply, madame, particularly as I imagine you are not accustomed to enduring much of anything you find disagreeable. Linnet frowned, her mind racing. There has to be a way to make it stop, she murmured, almost to herself. Poirot gave a slight shrug. You could always depart, simply move on to another location, he suggested. Then she would only follow us.
Very possibly?
Yes. That's ridiculous. Precisely. Besides, why should we be the ones to run? It would look as though her voice trailed off. Exactly, madam. As though that sentiment contains the entire matter, does it not? Linnet lifted her chin and stared at him. What are you implying? Poirot shifted his demeanour. He leaned forward, his voice dropping into a confidential, almost gentle register. Why does this trouble you so profoundly, madam? Why? I've told you why. It's infuriating, an unbearable irritation. Poirot shook his head slowly. No, that is not the whole of it. Linnet pressed. What do you mean? Poirot settled back, folding his arms, his tone becoming detached and narrative. Listen, madame. I will recount to you a small story. It was perhaps 2 months ago I was dining at a quiet restaurant in London. At the adjoining table were a young man and a woman. They were radiant, completely absorbed in one another, speaking with open confidence about their future. I did not eavesdrop intentionally. They were oblivious to anyone else. The man's back was to me, but I could see the woman's face. It was a face of profound intensity. She loved with her entire heart and soul. She was not one for casual affections. For her, this was everything. They were engaged, planning their honeymoon. They spoke with great excitement about travelling to Egypt. He paused. Well? Linnet prompted sharply. Poirot continued. That was months ago, but I have not forgotten that woman's face. I knew I would recognize it. I also remembered the man's voice. And you can guess, madam, when I next saw the one and heard the other, it was here in Egypt. The man was indeed on his honeymoon? but his companion was another woman. Linnet's reply was brittle. "You are merely repeating facts I have already shared." "The facts, yes. Well, what of it?" Poirot spoke slowly, deliberately. "In that restaurant, the young woman spoke of a friend she was absolutely certain would never betray her. That friend, I believe, was you, madame." A flush rose on Linnet's cheeks. "Yes, we were friends, and she trusted you implicitly?" "Yes, she did." She hesitated, biting her lip in impatience before bursting out. "The entire situation is unfortunate, Maître Poirot, but these things happen." "Ah, yes," he agreed softly. "They do happen." He paused again, then asked, "You are Anglican, I presume?"
Yes.
Linnet replied, looking momentarily bewildered by the shift. "Then you have heard the scriptures read in church. You recall the story of King David and of the rich man who possessed vast flocks and the poor man who owned but a single beloved ewe lamb, and how the rich man took that one lamb for himself. That, too, was something that simply happened." Linnet sat bolt upright, her eyes flashing with sudden raw anger. "I understand exactly what you're implying, Monsieur Poirot. To put it bluntly, you believe I stole my friend's fiancé from a purely sentimental viewpoint, which I suppose is the natural lens for someone of your generation that might appear to be the case. But the practical, unvarnished truth is something else entirely. I won't deny that Jacqueline was deeply in love with Simon, but you seem to overlook the possibility that his feelings for her were not as strong. He was fond of her, certainly, but I believe he had already begun to sense he'd made a mistake even before we met. Consider it rationally. Simon realizes it is me he loves, not Jackie. What is he supposed to do? Play the tragically noble hero and marry a woman he doesn't truly care for, thereby ruining 3 lives? Because let's be honest, he could never have made her happy under those conditions. Had they already been married when we met, I might concede a duty to remain, though I'm not entirely convinced of that either. When one person is miserable, the other inevitably suffers. But an engagement is not a final contract. If an error has been made, isn't it better to acknowledge it before it's too late? I admit it was terribly hard on Jacqueline, and I am genuinely sorry for the pain it caused, but sometimes these things are simply inevitable, you wonder? She fixed her eyes on him. What does that mean? Everything you say is very sensible, very logical, yet it fails to account for one critical element. And what is that? Your own reaction, madam, this relentless pursuit by your former friend. One could view it in 2 ways. It might be a minor annoyance, or it might stir profound pity that she is so wounded she has cast aside all social restraint. But that is not your response. No, to you, this persecution is unbearable. Why? There can be only one reason. You feel a deep sense of guilt. Linnet rose swiftly to her feet. How dare you, truly, Monsieur Poirot? This is too much, but I do dare, madame. I will speak with complete frankness. I suggest that, though you may have tried to justify it to yourself, you deliberately set out to take your husband from your friend. I believe you felt an immediate, powerful attraction to him. Yet there was a moment, a crucial moment, when you hesitated, when you recognized you had a choice to hold back or to proceed. The initiative lay with you, not with Mr. Doyle. You are beautiful, wealthy, clever, and you possess considerable charm. You could have chosen to restrain that charm, but you did not. You had everything life could offer. Your friend's entire world was centered on one person, you knew that, and despite your hesitation, you did not stay your hand. You reached out, and like King David in the old story, you took the one precious thing that belonged to another. A heavy silence filled the room. Linnet, mastering her emotions with visible effort, replied in an icy tone, "All of this is completely irrelevant. On the contrary, it is the very heart of the matter. I'm explaining why the sudden, unexpected appearances of Mademoiselle de Belfort disturb you so profoundly. It is because, however undignified or unwomanly her actions may seem, you possess an inner conviction that she is, in essence, right. That is not true." Poirot merely shrugged. "You refuse to be honest with yourself." "Not at all," he continued gently. I would say, madame, that you have lived a fortunate life and have generally been generous and kind in your dealings with others. I have tried to be, said Linnet. The flash of anger faded from her face, replaced by a simple, almost desolate sincerity. That is precisely why the feeling that you have deliberately inflicted injury on someone troubles you so deeply, and why you are so resistant to admitting it. Forgive me if I have been impertinent, but psychology is often the most significant factor in a case. Linnet said slowly, even if what you say were true, and I am not admitting that it is, what can possibly be done about it now? One cannot change the past. We must deal with things as they are. Poirot nodded. You have a clear, logical mind. It is impossible to revisit the past. We must take things as they are, and sometimes, madame, that is the only course to accept the outcomes of our previous actions. Linnet stared at him, disbelief in her eyes. Are you saying there is absolutely nothing I can do? You must find your strength, madame. That is what appears necessary to me. Linnet spoke slowly, a new thought occurring to her. Could you perhaps speak to Jackie, to Miss de Belfort? Try to reason with her. I could attempt that. I will, if you wish, but do not anticipate a great deal of success. I suspect Mademoiselle de Belfort is so firmly in the hold of a singular obsession that nothing will divert her. But there must be some action we can take to free ourselves from this. One option, of course, would be for you to return to England and settle into your own home. Even then, Linnet replied, I imagine Jacqueline is perfectly capable of taking a cottage in the nearest village, ensuring I see her every time I step beyond the gate. That is a possibility, Poirot conceded. Besides, Linnet added, her voice dropping, I do not believe Simon would ever consent to running away. It isn't in his nature. She paused. He is absolutely furious about the whole situation, simply livid. Poirot gave a thoughtful nod. Linnet leaned forward, her expression pleading. You will talk to her then? Yes, I will do that, yet it is my belief that I will achieve very little. Linnet's composure broke for a moment. Jackie is utterly unpredictable. There's no telling what she might do. You mentioned earlier that she had made certain threats. Would you be so kind as to tell me what they were? Linnet gave a slight, weary shrug. She threatened to kill us both. Jackie can have a rather theatrical, passionate side to her. I understand. Poirot's tone was solemn. Linnet turned to him with a final, urgent appeal. Will you take my case? No, madame. His reply was firm. I will not accept a commission from you. What I will do, I do in the broader interest of preventing harm. There is here a situation ripe with difficulty and peril. I will attempt to unravel it, but I hold little hope for a favourable outcome. Linnet Doyle said slowly, But you refuse to act for me? No, madame, said Hercule Poirot. Hercule Poirot discovered Jacqueline de Belfort perched on a sun-warmed ledge of rock, her gaze fixed on the broad, flowing Nile below. He had been fairly certain she had not yet retired and would be somewhere on the hotel grounds. She sat perfectly still, her chin resting in her hands, and did not turn at the sound of his approach. Mademoiselle de Belfort, said Poirot, you permit that I speak with you briefly? Jacqueline turned her head just enough to see him. A thin, knowing smile touched her lips. Of course, she said, you are M. Hercule Poirot, I believe. Shall I venture a guess? You are here on behalf of Mrs. Doyle, who has undoubtedly offered you a substantial sum if you manage your task successfully. Poirot settled himself on a stone bench nearby. Your assumption is only partly correct, he said, returning her smile. I have indeed just come from Mrs. Doyle, however. I'm not accepting any payment from her, and, strictly speaking, I am not in her employ. Indeed, Jacqueline studied him with sharp attention. Then what is your purpose in coming? She asked bluntly. Hercule Poirot answered with a question of his own. Have you ever seen me before, mademoiselle? She shook her head. No, I don't believe so, and yet I have seen you. I sat beside you once at Chez Ma Tante. You were there with Mr. Simon Doyle. A strange, rigid stillness came over the young woman's face. She said, I remember that evening. Since that time, said Poirot, a great many things have transpired. As you say, she replied, her voice hard and layered with a desperate, acrid bitterness. A great many things, mademoiselle. I speak to you as a friend. Let the dead bury their dead. She looked at him, startled. What do you mean by that? Relinquish the past. Look toward what is to come. What is done cannot be undone. Harbouring bitterness will only poison you. I'm quite sure that outcome would suit dear Linnet perfectly, she retorted with a flash of sarcasm. Poirot made a dismissive gesture. I'm not thinking of her at this moment. I'm thinking of you. You have endured pain, yes, but what you're engaged in now will only serve to prolong that agony. She shook her head, a stubborn light in her eyes. You're mistaken. There are moments when I can almost pretend to be happy, and that, miss, is the most dangerous state of all. Her eyes lifted quickly to meet his. You're clever, she murmured. After a pause, she added thoughtfully, I think you intend to be kind. Return to your life. You're young. You have a sharp mind. The future is yours. Jacqueline gave a slow, dismissive shake of her head. You either don't grasp it or refuse to. Simon is my entire world. Love is not the only thing, miss, Poirot said softly. It is a conviction of youth to believe it so. Yet the girl continued to deny it. You don't see. She flashed him a sharp glance. You know the whole story, naturally. You've spoken with Linnet, and you were there in the dining room that evening. Simon and I were in love. I'm aware that you loved him. She caught the nuance in his phrasing immediately. With emphasis, she corrected. We loved each other, and I cared for Linnet. I trusted her completely. She was my closest friend. All her life, Linnet has purchased whatever she desired. She never denied herself a single thing. When she saw Simon, she decided she wanted him, and so she simply took him. And he permitted himself to be acquired. Jacqueline shook her head slowly, her dark hair moving with the motion. No, it's more subtle than that. If it were that simple, I wouldn't be speaking to you now. You're implying Simon isn't worth this pain. If he had married her solely for wealth, that might be true, but he didn't. It's more tangled. There's a force like glamour, Monsieur Poirot, and money feeds it. Linnet had an aura, you understand. She was the ruler of her own domain, the young princess opulent in every gesture. It was like a perfect stage set. She had the world bowing before her. One of the wealthiest, most eligible lords in England wished to marry her. Yet she chose to lower herself for the unknown Simon Doyle. Can you blame him for being swept away? She made a sudden, sweeping motion toward the sky. Look at the moon there. You see it clearly, don't you? It feels tangible, but if the sun were to rise, you wouldn't see it at all. That was us. I was the moon. When the sun appeared, Simon couldn't see me anymore. He was blinded. He could see nothing but the sun, Linnet. She paused, gathering her thoughts. So you see, it was the allure. It intoxicated him. Then there's her absolute confidence, her habit of authority. She's so certain of herself that she makes others certain too. Simon was impressionable, perhaps, but he is fundamentally a simple man. He would have loved me, and only me, if Linnet hadn't appeared and swept him away in her golden carriage. And I am absolutely sure he would never have fallen for her if she hadn't determined he would. That is your belief, yes. I know it. He loved me. He will always love me, Poirot asked. Even now. A retort seemed to form on her lips, then died. She looked at Poirot, and a deep, fierce blush spread across her face. She turned away, her head bowing down. Her voice was low and choked. Yes, I am aware. He despises me now. Yes, despises me. He should take care. With a swift movement, her hand slipped into a small silk purse beside her. Then she extended her palm, resting on it. It was a tiny pearl-handled pistol, a delicate, almost absurd-looking trinket. A pretty little object, isn't it? She said. It appears too foolish to be genuine, but it is quite real. One of these bullets could kill a man or a woman, and I am an excellent shot. A distant, reminiscent smile touched her lips. When I was a child, my mother and I visited her family home in South Carolina. My grandfather taught me to shoot. He was of the old school that believes in settling matters of honor with a pistol. My father, too, he fought several duels in his youth. He was a skilled swordsman. He killed a man once. It was over a woman. She met Poirot's gaze squarely, her eyes blazing. So you see, Monsieur Poirot, I have hot blood in my veins. I bought this when everything first fell apart. I intended to kill one of them. The trouble was I couldn't choose which. Both options felt deeply unsatisfactory. I thought if I faced Linnet, she might show fear, but she possesses considerable physical courage. She wouldn't flinch from a direct confrontation. The idea of waiting began to appeal to me more and more. After all, I could act at any moment. There was a certain pleasure in delaying, in letting the anticipation build. Then the notion came to me. I would follow them. Wherever they travelled, wherever they found a moment of happiness together, I would be there. They would see me. And it worked beautifully. It unnerved Linnet in a way nothing else could have. It got right under her skin. That was when I truly started to enjoy myself. And there is absolutely nothing she can do. I'm always perfectly pleasant, perfectly polite. They have nothing to hold against me, yet it poisons everything for them. Absolutely everything. Her laugh rang out, clear and bright. Poirot seized her arm. "Quiet, be quiet, I tell you." Jacqueline looked at him, a challenging smile on her lips. "Well, mademoiselle, I implore you, abandon this course. You mean leave dear Linnet in peace? It is more profound than that. Do not open the door to wickedness." Her expression shifted, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Poirot continued gravely. "For if you do, evil will come. Yes, it will come most assuredly. It will enter and take up residence within you. After a time, it will become impossible to cast out." Jacqueline stared, her gaze wavering uncertainly. I don't know." Then her defiance returned. "You can't stop me." "No," said Hercule Poirot, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I cannot stop you, not even if I were to kill her. You couldn't stop me then." "No, not if you were prepared to pay the price." Jacqueline de Belfort laughed. "Oh, I'm not afraid of death. What is left for me to live for, anyway? I suppose you believe it's terribly wrong to kill someone who has destroyed your life, who has taken everything from you," Poirot replied steadily. "Yes, mademoiselle, I believe it is the unforgivable offence." She laughed again, a brittle sound. "Then you should approve of my current plan, you see. As long as this works, I won't need to use that pistol. But I'm afraid sometimes. Yes, I am afraid everything goes red. I want to hurt her, to drive a knife into her, to press my dear little pistol right against her temple and just squeeze." A sudden gasp escaped her. "Oh, what is it, mademoiselle?" She had turned, staring intently into the shadows. "Someone was standing over there. He's gone now." Hercule Poirot looked sharply around. The garden appeared deserted. "There seems to be no one here but ourselves." He rose. "In any case, I have said all I came to say. I wish you good night." Jacqueline stood as well. She spoke almost pleadingly. "You do understand that I cannot do what you ask?" Poirot shook his head. "No, for you could do it. There is always a moment. Your friend Linnet, she too had a moment when she could have stayed her hand. She let it pass. And when one does that, the path is chosen. There is no second chance." "No second chance," Jacqueline repeated softly. She stood brooding for a moment before lifting her head with renewed defiance. "Good night, M." Poirot. He merely shook his head sadly and followed her up the path toward the hotel. The next morning, Simon Doyle fell into step with Hercule Poirot as the detective was leaving the hotel for a walk into town. "Good morning, M. Poirot. Good morning, M. Doyle. Heading into town. Do you mind if I join you? But certainly, I would be delighted." The two men walked side by side, passing through the hotel gateway into the cool shade of the gardens. Simon took his pipe from his mouth. "I understand my wife spoke with you last night."
That is correct.
Simon Doyle frowned slightly. He was a man of action who often struggled to articulate his thoughts. I'm glad of one thing, he said finally. You've made her see that we're essentially powerless in this situation. There is clearly no legal recourse, Poirot agreed.
Exactly,
Said Simon. Linnet appeared not to grasp at the situation. He offered a slight smile. Linnet was raised with the idea that any significant trouble can simply be handed over to the authorities. It would be a convenient world if that were true, Poirot remarked. After a moment of silence, Simon's face flushed deeply as he burst out. This persecution of her is outrageous. She's completely innocent. If people want to call me dishonorable for my actions, let them. I probably was, but I refused to let Linnet bear the brunt of it. She had no part in any of this. Poirot gave a solemn nod, but remained silent. Did you speak with Jackie, Mr. Belford? I have indeed spoken with her. Could you make her see reason? I regret that I could not. Simon erupted in frustration. Can't she see how foolish she's being? Does she not understand that no respectable woman would act this way? Where is her pride? Poirot offered a slight shrug. She is, shall we say, consumed by a sense of grievance, he replied.
Exactly. But for heaven's sake, decent people don't behave like this. I accept full responsibility. I treated her terribly, I admit it. I would completely understand if she never wanted to see me again, but this constant shadowing, it's humiliating, making a public spectacle. What on earth does she think she'll accomplish? Perhaps she seeks revenge. That's absurd. Frankly, I'd find it more believable if she tried something dramatic like taking a shot at me.
You believe that would be more in her character? Honestly, I do. She's passionate and has a fierce temper. I wouldn't be shocked if she acted out in a blinding rage, but this sneaking around. He shook his head in disbelief. It is a more subtle approach, Poirot observed. It is calculated. Doyle stared at him. You don't seem to grasp what it's doing to Linnet's state of mind. And to yours. Simon looked momentarily taken aback. Me? I'd like to shake some sense into her. So there is nothing remaining of your former affection. My dear M. Poirot, how can I explain? It's like the moon vanishing when the sun rises. You forget it's even there. Once I met Linnet, Jackie simply ceased to exist for me. Teens? That is an interesting comparison, Poirot murmured. I'm sorry, your metaphor merely caught my attention. Flushing again, Simon continued. I suppose Jackie told you I only married Linnet for her money? That's an absolute falsehood. I would never marry for money. What Jackie fails to understand is how difficult it is for a man when a woman becomes too devoted. Ah. Poirot's gaze sharpened. Simon stumbled on, his words awkward. It sounds terrible to say, but Jackie was overly attached to me. One who loves and one who allows himself to be loved. Poirot murmured softly. What, you see? A man doesn't want to feel a woman cares more for him than he does for her. His voice grew heated. He doesn't want to feel owned as if he's property. That damned possessive attitude. This man is mine, he belongs to me. I couldn't stand it. No man could. You want your freedom. A man wants to be the one who possesses, not the one who is possessed. He stopped, lighting a cigarette with slightly unsteady hands. Poirot said, And that is how you felt with Mademoiselle Jacqueline. Simon stared, then conceded. Yes. Well, yes, I did. She would never see it that way, of course. And it's not something I could ever tell her. But I was feeling trapped, and then I met Linnet. She utterly captivated me. I'd never seen anyone so radiant. The whole thing was unbelievable. Everyone adoring her, and then she chose someone like me. His tone held a boyish wonder. I comprehend, said Poirot thoughtfully. Yes, I see. Why can't Jackie accept it with some dignity? Simon asked bitterly. A very faint smile touched Poirot's lips. Well, you see, M. Doyle. Doyle, first of all, she is not a man. No, of course not. But you should accept it with good grace. Ultimately, you have to face the consequences when they arrive. I take full responsibility. I acknowledge that. Yet the reality remains. If your feelings for a woman have faded, it's utter foolishness to go through with a marriage. Now that I understand Jackie's true nature and how far she might push things, I feel I've dodged a rather serious bullet. How far she might push things, Poirot echoed, his tone thoughtful. Do you have a specific notion, Mr. Doyle, of what those extremes could be? Simon looked at him, visibly taken aback. No, well, what exactly are you implying? You're aware she keeps a pistol on her person. Simon frowned, then shook his head. I don't think she'd use it now, perhaps earlier in the heat of the moment. But I believe we're past that point. Her intent now is pure spite, an effort to make us both miserable. Poirot gave a slight shrug. Perhaps, he conceded, though his doubt was evident. My concern is entirely for Linnet, Simon added, a statement that hardly needed saying. I'm quite aware of that, Poirot replied. I'm not truly afraid of Jackie resorting to some theatrical shooting, but this relentless shadowing and surveillance has worn Linnet's nerves to a frazzle. Let me outline the scheme I've devised, and you can propose any refinements to start. I've let it be known we intend to remain here for 10 days. However, tomorrow the steamer Karnak departs from Shellal to Wadi Halfa. I plan to secure passages under an assumed name. Tomorrow we will take an excursion to Phalai. Linnet's maid can handle the luggage. We'll board the Karnak at Shellal. By the time Jackie realizes we aren't returning, it will be too late. We'll be well upriver. She'll assume we've slipped away back to Cairo. I might even pay a porter to confirm that story. Inquiries at the tourist offices won't aid her, as our names won't be listed. What is your impression? It is cleverly conceived, yes, but what if she simply waits here for your return? We may not come back. We could continue to Khartoum and then perhaps take a flight to Kenya. She cannot pursue us across the entire world. No, eventually financial constraints must intervene. She has very limited means, I gather. Simon regarded him with newfound respect. That's sharp of you, you know, I hadn't considered that. Jackie is practically penniless, and yet she has managed to follow you this far. Simon replied uncertainly. She has a modest annuity, of course. Something under £200 a year, I believe. I suppose, yes, I suppose she must have liquidated her capital to finance this pursuit. So the time will arrive when her resources are exhausted and she is completely destitute. Yes, Simon shifted uncomfortably. The idea clearly disturbed him. Poirot observed him closely. No, he remarked quietly. No, it is not a pleasant prospect. Simon responded with a touch of irritation. Well, I can't be held responsible for that. Then he added, What's your opinion of my plan? I think it may prove effective, yes, though it is admittedly a retreat. Simon's face flushed. You mean we're running away? Yes, that's true. But Poirot studied him, then gave a brief nod. As you say, it may be the wisest course, but do not forget Mademoiselle de Belfort possesses a keen mind. Simon said gloomily, There will come a day, I feel, when we must take a stand and settle this. Her entire attitude is utterly unreasonable. Reasonable, mon Dieu, Poirot exclaimed. Simon persisted stolidly. There's no inherent reason why women cannot behave like rational creatures. Poirot replied dryly. Quite often they do that, if anything is even more disconcerting, he added. I too shall be aboard the Karnak. It is part of my prearranged itinerary. Oh. Simon hesitated, then spoke with some awkwardness, choosing his words carefully. That isn't connected to our situation in any way. I wouldn't wish to think. Poirot swiftly corrected the assumption. Not in the slightest. It was all arranged before I departed London. I always establish my plans well ahead of time. You don't simply wander from place to place on a whim. Isn't that latter approach more enjoyable? Perhaps. To truly thrive in life, every single detail should be meticulously planned in advance. Simon chuckled and remarked, I imagine that's the approach of a more cunning killer. Indeed, though I must confess, the most ingenious crime I ever encountered, and one of the hardest to crack, was actually committed on a sudden impulse. With a boyish grin, Simon said, You really should share some of your cases from the Karnak with us. Oh no, that would be talking shop, as you say, but your line of work is exceptionally thrilling. Mrs. Allerton certainly thinks so. She's been hoping for a chance to question you thoroughly. Mrs. Allerton? Is she the elegant, silver-haired lady with the very attentive son? That's her. She'll be on the Karnak as well. Does she know about your situation? Absolutely not, Simon stated firmly. No one knows. I've operated on the principle that it's safest to trust no one, a most admirable policy and one I always follow myself. Incidentally, the third person in your party, the tall gentleman with grey hair. Pennington? Yes. Is he travelling with you? Simon said dryly. Not exactly standard for a honeymoon, were you thinking? Pennington is Linnet's American trustee. We bumped into him completely by chance in Cairo. Ah, truly. May I ask a question? Is your wife, Madame Doyle, of legal age? Simon looked amused. She's not quite 21 yet, but she didn't need anyone's permission to marry me. It came as a total shock to Pennington. He had left New York on the Carmanic 2 days before Linnet's letter about our wedding even arrived. So he was completely in the dark. The Carmanic, Poirot murmured. It was the biggest surprise for him when we literally ran into him at Shepherd's Hotel in Cairo. A most remarkable coincidence. Yes, and then we discovered he was booked on this same Nile voyage, so naturally we joined forces. It would have been awkward to do otherwise. Besides, it's been, well, a bit of a relief in some respects. He looked uncomfortable again. You see, Linnet has been incredibly on edge, constantly expecting Jackie to appear out of nowhere. When it was just the two of us, the topic kept resurfacing. Having Andrew Pennington around helps it, forces us to discuss other things. Your wife has not confided in Mr. Pennington? No. Simon's jaw tightened. It's nobody else's business. Besides, when we started this trip, we honestly thought the whole messy affair was behind us. Poirot shook his head. You have not seen the end of it. No, the conclusion is not yet in sight. I'm quite certain of that. I must say, Monsieur Poirot, you aren't being very reassuring. Poirot felt a flicker of irritation. He thought to himself, the Anglo-Saxon mind, it treats nothing with true gravity except for sports. It refuses to mature. Both Linnet Doyle and Jacqueline de Belfort had taken the matter deadly seriously. In Simon's attitude, however, he detected only a masculine impatience and vexation. He asked, You will permit an impertinent inquiry. Was it your idea to choose Egypt for your honeymoon? Simon flushed. No, not at all, frankly. I would have preferred almost anywhere else. But Linnet had her heart absolutely set on it, and so, he trailed off somewhat lamely. Naturally, said Poirot gravely. He understood perfectly that if Linnet Doyle was determined on something, it would inevitably come to pass. He reflected, I have now heard 3 distinct accounts of this situation, Linnet Doyle's, Jacqueline de Belfort's, and Simon Doyle's. Which one of them is closest to the truth? Chapter 6. Simon and Linnet Doyle embarked on their excursion to Philae around 11 o'clock the next morning. Jacqueline de Belfort, seated on the hotel balcony, watched them depart in a colourful sailing vessel. What she did not witness was the departure of a car loaded with luggage from the hotel's front entrance, a demure-looking maid inside, which turned right toward Shellal. Hercule Poirot decided to spend the 2 hours before lunch on the island of Elephantine, directly across from the hotel, and made his way down to the landing stage. 2 men were just boarding one of the hotel's small boats when Poirot stepped in to join them. They appeared to be unacquainted. The younger passenger had arrived by train the previous day, a tall, lean figure with dark hair, a sharp face, and a stubborn jaw. He wore grubby grey flannel trousers and a high-necked polo sweater that looked entirely too warm for the weather. His companion was a roundish, middle-aged gentleman who immediately struck up a conversation with Poirot in enthusiastic, though slightly fractured English. The younger man offered no greeting. Instead, he scowled briefly at them both before turning away to watch the Nubian boatman who was skillfully guiding the craft with his toes while managing the sail with his hands. The river was calm and quiet, the smooth black rocks slipping past as a gentle breeze brushed their faces. They reached Elephantine Island quickly. Once ashore, Poirot and his talkative new companion headed directly for the museum. By then the man had presented a card with a courteous little bow. It read, Signor Guido Ricchetti, archaeologist. Not to be outdone in politeness, Poirot returned the bow and offered his own card. With these introductions complete, the two entered the museum together, the Italian now offering a steady stream of scholarly commentary in French. Meanwhile, the young man in the flannel trousers wandered aimlessly through the exhibits, stifling a yawn now and then, before finally slipping outside for air. Poirot and Signor Richetti eventually emerged as well. The Italian energetically began examining the ruins, but before long Poirot spotted a familiar green-lined sunshade down by the riverbank and made his way toward it. Mrs. Allerton was seated on a large rock, a sketchbook beside her and a novel open in her lap. Poirot tipped his hat politely, and she started talking at once. "Good morning," she said. "Do you think there's any chance of persuading these little nuisances to leave me alone?" A cluster of local children had gathered around her, all grinning, gesturing, and periodically holding out their hands to hopefully chant, "Backshish!" Mrs. Allerton sighed. "I'd hoped they would lose interest, but they've been watching me for well over 2 hours. They inch closer and closer. And then I shout and wave my sunshade. They scatter for a moment, only to come right back. They just stare and stare. Honestly, their eyes and their noses are rather off-putting. It makes me wonder if I actually like children at all, unless they're reasonably clean and have at least some manners." She gave a rueful laugh. Poirot made a gallant attempt to shoo the youngsters away, but it was useless. They retreated only to circle right back. "If Egypt only had a little peace, I might enjoy it more," Mrs. Allerton remarked. "But you're never left alone. Someone is always pestering you for money, or trying to sell you a donkey ride, or beads, or a trip to some village, or a duck hunt." "It is indeed the great inconvenience," Poirot agreed. He carefully spread his handkerchief on the rock and eased himself down onto it. "Your son is not with you today?" "No. Tim had some letters to post before we depart. We're taking the trip up to the Second Cataract, you see. I'm also making that journey." "How lovely." "I must tell you, I've been quite thrilled to meet you. When we were in Mallorca, Mrs. Leach told us the most marvelous stories about you. She'd lost a ruby ring while swimming and kept lamenting that you weren't there to recover it for her. Ah, parbleu, but I'm not a trained seal." They both laughed. Then Mrs. Allerton leaned in slightly. "I saw you from my window this morning, walking down the drive with Simon Doyle. You must tell me what you make of him. Everyone is so terribly curious about him." "Ah, truly. The news of his marriage to Linnet Ridgeway came as a complete shock to everyone. She was widely expected to become engaged to Lord Windlesham, and then suddenly she announced her betrothal to this man nobody knew anything about. Are you acquainted with her, madam?" "Not personally, but a cousin of mine, Joanna Southwood, is one of her closest friends." "Ah, yes, I have seen that name in the society pages," Poirot acknowledged. After a brief pause, he continued, "She is a young woman who features in the news quite frequently, that Mademoiselle Southwood." "Oh, she certainly knows how to keep herself in the public eye," Mrs. Allerton remarked with a sharp tone. "You do not care for her, madame?" "That was an uncharitable thing for me to say, Mrs." Allerton replied, looking somewhat remorseful. "I suppose I am rather old-fashioned. I cannot say I am fond of her. Tim, however, counts her as a great friend." "I understand," said Poirot. His companion gave him a swift, appraising glance and then deliberately changed the subject. "There are remarkably few young people here. That attractive girl with the auburn hair, the one with the rather overpowering mother in the turban, is practically the only young person in the hotel. I have noticed you speaking with her often. She intrigues me, that girl." "Why is that, madame? I feel a pang of sympathy for her. One can suffer so intensely when one is young and sensitive. I believe she is suffering." "You are correct. She is not happy, the poor child. Tim and I have taken to calling her the sulky girl. I attempted to converse with her once or twice, but was rebuffed on each occasion. I understand she is also joining the Nile excursion, however, so I expect we shall all have to become terribly chummy, won't we? It is a distinct possibility, madame. I am naturally sociable. Human nature fascinates me. all the different types. She paused, then lowered her voice slightly. Tim informs me that the dark girl, Miss de Belfort, is the one who was previously engaged to Simon Doyle. It must be terribly awkward for them, encountering each other like this. It is awkward, yes, Poirot agreed. Mrs. Allerton shot him another quick look. It may sound silly, but she rather alarmed me. She had such an intense air about her. Poirot nodded slowly. You were not mistaken, madame. A great concentration of emotion is always a frightening thing. Do people interest you as well, Mame Poirot? Or do you reserve your interest solely for potential criminals? Madame, if one uses that category, it would exclude very few people indeed, Mrs. Allerton looked momentarily taken aback. Do you truly believe that? Given the particular incentive, that is to say, Poirot amended, which would naturally differ for each individual. Naturally, a faint, wry smile touched Mrs. Allerton's lips. Might that include even me? Mothers, madame, can be particularly ruthless when their children are threatened. She said with sudden gravity, I believe that is true. Yes, you are quite correct. She was quiet for a moment, then her expression lightened. I'm amusing myself by imagining suitable criminal motives for everyone in this hotel. It is quite a diverting game. Take Simon Doyle, for instance. Poirot answered with a smile, a very straightforward crime, a direct path to his goal. There would be no subtlety involved, and therefore easily discovered. Indeed, he would not be a cunning planner. And Linnet, that would be rather like the Queen from your Alice in Wonderland crying off with her head. Precisely. The divine right of the privileged. A hint of Naboth's vineyard about it, and the dangerous girl Jacqueline de Belfort. Could she commit murder? Poirot considered for a moment before saying, with some uncertainty, yes, I think she could. But you are not entirely sure? No, she is an enigma to me, that one. I cannot picture Mr. Pennington as a murderer, can you? He seems so dried up and dyspeptic, as if he has no red blood in him at all. Yet a powerful instinct for self-preservation can exist even there. Yes, I suppose so. And what of poor Mrs. Otterbourne in her turban? Vanity is always a factor, as a motive for murder. Mrs. Allerton asked sceptically. Motives for murder can be surprisingly trivial, madame. What are the most common motives, M. Poirot? The most frequent is money, that is to say, financial gain in all its forms. Then there is revenge and love and fear and pure hatred and even beneficence. Poirot. Oh, yes, madame. I have known instances, shall we say A? The action was taken by B solely to serve C's interests. Political assassinations often fall into that category. An individual is deemed a threat to society and is eliminated for that reason. Those who make such judgments forget that life and death are matters for God alone. He spoke with solemnity. Mrs. Allerton replied softly. I am pleased to hear you say so. Still, God selects his instruments. That is a dangerous line of thought, madame. She shifted to a lighter mood. After this discussion, Monsieur Poirot, I shall be surprised anyone is left alive at all. She rose. We should return. We depart right after lunch. At the landing, they found the young man in the polo sweater boarding the boat. The Italian was already seated. As the Nubian boatman unfurled the sail and they set off, Poirot offered a courteous comment to the stranger. Egypt holds many marvellous sights, does it not? The young man, now puffing on a rather pungent pipe, took it from his mouth and declared in crisp, cultured tones, They turn my stomach. Mrs. Allerton adjusted her glasses and observed him with amused curiosity. Poirot inquired, Is that so? Why? Consider the pyramids, massive blocks of pointless stone, erected to flatter the ego of a swollen, tyrannical pharaoh. Imagine the exhausted multitudes who slaved to build them, dying in the process. It sickens me to think of the agony they symbolize. Mrs. Allerton said brightly, So you'd prefer no pyramids, no Parthenon, no beautiful tombs or temples, just the solid comfort of knowing people had 3 meals a day and died in their beds. The young man aimed his scowl her way. I believe people matter more than stone. But they do not last as long, Hercule Poirot remarked. I'd rather see a well-fed labourer than any so-called masterpiece. The future is what counts, not the past. This was too much for Signor Richetti, who erupted into a flood of passionate speech that was somewhat hard to follow. The young man fired back with a precise and venomous critique of the capitalist system. His tirade concluded just as they reached the hotel dock. Mrs. Allerton murmured a cheerful, my, and stepped ashore, earning a dark glare from the young man. In the hotel lobby, Poirot met Jacqueline de Belfort, dressed for riding. She gave him a faint, ironic bow. "I'm off to ride a donkey. Do you recommend the native villages, Monsieur Poirot?" "Is that your plan for today, mademoiselle?" "Well, they are picturesque, but I advise against spending much on local curiosities, which are probably shipped here from Europe." "No, I'm not so easily fooled." With a brief nod, she walked out into the glaring sun. Poirot finished his packing, a simple task as his belongings were always in perfect order. He then went to the dining room for an early lunch. Afterward, the hotel bus transported the passengers bound for the Second Cataract to the station to catch the daily express from Cairo to Shellal, a 10-minute journey. The passengers included the Allertons, Poirot, the young man in the soiled flannel trousers, and the Italian. Mrs. Otterbourne and her daughter had toured the dam and Philly, and would join the steamer at Shellal. The train from Cairo and Luxor was about 20 minutes behind schedule. When it finally arrived, the usual chaotic scramble ensued. Native porters hauling suitcases from the train collided with others loading them on. In the confusion, a slightly winded Poirot found himself in one compartment with an assortment of luggage, his own, the Allertons, and several pieces he didn't recognize, while Tim and his mother were elsewhere with the remaining bags. Amid the disorder, Poirot couldn't help but notice a forgotten guidebook left on the seat, its pages open to a description of the very tombs they had just been debating as silent, ironic testament to the clash between past grandeur and present opinion. The compartment Poirot entered was shared with an elderly woman whose face was a network of fine wrinkles. She wore a stiff white collar and a significant number of diamonds, her expression one of cold reptilian disdain for the general populace. She directed a haughty glance at Poirot before retreating behind the pages of an American periodical. Opposite her sat a large, somewhat awkward young woman, not yet 30, with earnest brown eyes reminiscent of a loyal dog's untidy hair, and an intense air of anxious to please. Periodically, the old lady would lower her magazine and issue a sharp command. "Cornelia, gather the travel rugs. See to my dressing case the moment we arrive. I won't have anyone else touching it. And remember my paper cutter." The rail journey was short. Within 10 minutes, they had halted at the jetty where the steamship Karnak awaited its passengers. The Otterburns were already aboard. The Karnak was notably smaller than the First Cataract steamers like the Papyrus and the Lotus, which were too large to navigate the locks at the Aswan Dam. Passengers boarded and were shown to their quarters. With the vessel not at full capacity, most, including Poirot, had cabins on the promenade deck. The forward section of this deck was entirely taken up by a glass-enclosed observation lounge, offering panoramic views of the river ahead. Decks below housed a smoking room, a modest lounge, and the dining saloon. After settling his belongings in his cabin, Poirot returned to the deck to observe their departure. He found Rosalie Otterbourne leaning against the railing. "And so we venture into Nubia. You are content, mademoiselle?" The girl drew a long breath. "Yes. It finally feels as if one is escaping everything." She made a vague gesture with her hand. The vista before them held a savage beauty. The broad, relentless stretch of water, the barren masses of rock descending to the shore, and here and there the traces of abandoned, ruined dwellings, casualties of the dammed waters. The entire scene possessed a melancholy, almost ominous allure. "Away from people," said Rosalie Otterbourne. "Except for those in our own party, mademoiselle." She gave a slight shrug. "There's something in this landscape that makes me feel wicked. It pulls every simmering, resentful thought right to the surface. Everything seems so profoundly unfair. One must wonder, material circumstances are rarely the full measure. Rosalie muttered almost to herself, "Look at some people's mothers, and then look at mine. It sometimes feels as if there is no God but sex, and Salome Otterbourne is its prophet." She stopped abruptly. "I probably shouldn't have said that." Poirot made a dismissive motion with his hands. "Why not say it to me? I'm a receptacle for many confidences. If, as you say, you boil inside like a preserve, well then, let the scum rise. Then one can skim it off with a spoon so." He mimed flicking something into the Nile. "There it is gone." "What a very strange man you are," Rosalie said, her sulky mouth twisting into a faint, surprised smile. Suddenly she stiffened, exclaiming, "Good heavens, it's Mrs. Doyle and her husband. I had no idea they were on this voyage." Linnet Doyle had just emerged from a cabin midway along the deck, Simon close behind her. Poirot was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. She seemed to glow with a radiant, almost arrogant assurance of happiness. Simon Doyle, too, was utterly transformed, grinning with the uncomplicated joy of a schoolboy on holiday. "This is absolutely splendid," he declared, joining them at the rail. "I'm terribly excited for this trip, aren't you, Linnet? It feels less like a tourist route and more like we're actually journeying into the true heart of Egypt." His wife responded instantly, her hand slipping through his arm. "I know, it feels wilder, more untamed." He pressed her hand close to his side. "Here we go, Lynn," he murmured softly as the steamer began to pull away from the jetty, commencing their 7-day voyage to the second cataract, and back a light, silvery laugh echoed from behind them. Linnet spun around to find Jacqueline de Belfort standing there, looking thoroughly amused. "Linnet, what a surprise! I thought you were staying in Aswan for another week at least. Imagine running into you here." Linnet's words stumbled. You didn't?" She forced a stiff, unnatural smile. "I wasn't expecting to see you either." "No," Jacqueline replied coolly, before moving casually to the opposite side of the deck. Linnet's grip tightened on her husband's arm. "Simon? Simon?" All trace of Simon Doyle's earlier good humour had vanished. His face was dark with anger, his hands clenched at his sides despite his obvious effort to stay calm. The couple stepped away, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. Without turning, Hercule Poirot caught fragments of their tense exchange. "Turn back. Impossible. Maybe we could," then, slightly louder, Doyle's voice grim and resolute. "We can't keep running, Lynn. We have to face this now." Several hours later, as daylight began to soften into dusk, Poirot stood in the glass-enclosed saloon, gazing ahead. The Karnak was passing through a narrow gorge. Sheer, rugged cliffs rose sharply on either side, pressing in toward the deep, swift-moving river. They had entered Nubia. A faint movement drew his attention. Linnet Doyle appeared beside him, her fingers twisting anxiously. She looked utterly unlike herself, lost, almost childlike in her bewilderment. Ma'am Poirot, I'm frightened," she confessed, her voice unsteady. "I've never felt this way before. These wild rocks, this harsh, empty landscape. Where are we even going? What's going to happen? Everyone hates me. I've always tried to be kind, to do things for people, and now I'm surrounded by enemies. It's a terrible feeling, knowing people wish you ill. But what is all this, madame?" Poirot asked gently. She shook her head. "I suppose it's just nerves, but everything feels unsafe, like the walls are closing in." She threw a quick, nervous glance over her shoulder. "How does this end? We're trapped on this boat. There's no way off. We just have to keep moving forward. And I don't know where I am anymore." She sank onto a nearby seat. Poirot looked down at her, his expression grave yet not without pity. "How did she know we would be on this boat?" Linnet whispered. "How could she possibly have known?" Poirot shook his head. "She is clever, you understand. I feel like I'll never be free of her." "There was one option you might have considered," Poirot remarked. "Given that money is no obstacle for you, madame, why not charter a private dahabeeyah for your journey?" Linnet shook her head helplessly. If we had known beforehand, but we didn't. And it wasn't so simple then, with a flash of impatience, she added. You don't understand. Simon can be so sensitive about money, about my having so much of it. He wanted to take me to some little village in Spain and pay for everything himself. As if that mattered. Men can be so stubborn. He needs to grow accustomed to a certain comfort, but the idea of a private boat seemed like a frivolous expense to him. I have to ease him into it. She stopped abruptly, biting her lip as if she had said too much. Rising quickly, she smoothed her dress. I should go and change. Forgive me, Ma'am Poirot. I'm afraid I've been talking nonsense. Chapter 7. Mrs. Allerton, elegant in a simple black lace gown, made her way down to the dining salon. At the entrance, her son caught up with her. Sorry, Mother. I thought I'd be late. I wonder where we're seated, she murmured. The room was arranged with small, intimate tables. Mrs. Allerton paused, waiting for the steward to finish seating another party. By the way, she began again, her tone shifting to something lighter, almost amused. I overheard the most absurd conversation earlier about imported silk and duty fees. People will fret over the strangest things when they're trying to impress each other. She smiled faintly, a glint of playful sarcasm in her eyes as she scanned the room. I invited that little fellow Hercule Poirot to join us at our table. Tim's reaction was immediate and sharp. Mother, you didn't. He sounded genuinely startled and irritated. His mother looked at him, surprised. Tim was usually so laid back. Darling, does it bother you? Yes, it does. He's a complete little outsider. Oh, Tim, I don't see it that way at all. Why would we want to get tangled up with a stranger, stuck together on a small ship like this? It becomes a nuisance. He'll be around us constantly. I'm sorry, Mrs. Allerton said, looking genuinely troubled. I honestly thought it might entertain you. The man must have seen all sorts of things in his line of work, and you do enjoy a good mystery. Tim let out a dismissive sound. I wish you wouldn't have these inspirations, Mother. I suppose we're stuck with it now. Really, Tim, I don't see how we can politely refuse. Fine, we'll just have to endure it then. Just then the steward approached and showed them to their table. As she followed, Mrs. Allerton wore a faintly confused expression. Tim was typically so agreeable, this flare-up was out of character. It wasn't as if he shared that common British suspicion of foreigners. Tim was quite worldly. Oh well, she sighed inwardly. Men were puzzling creatures. Even those closest to you could have reactions you never anticipated. They had just taken their seats when Hercule Poirot appeared quietly in the dining salon. He paused, his hand resting on the back of the vacant chair. You are still permitting, madame, that I accept your generous invitation? But of course, please sit down, Monsieur Poirot. You are most kind. She was uncomfortably aware that as he sat, his quick glance took in Tim's face, and that Tim had not fully hidden a rather sulky expression. Mrs. Allerton determined to lighten the mood while they began their soup. She picked up the passenger list beside her plate. Let's see if we can put names to faces, she suggested brightly. I always think that's an amusing game. She started to read. Mrs. Allerton, Mr. T. Allerton, that one's simple enough, Mr. Belfort. They've seated her with the Otterbournes, I see. I do wonder how she and Rosalie will get along. Who's next? Dr. Bessner. Dr. Bessner? Which one do you suppose is he? She let her gaze settle on a table where 4 men sat together. I think he must be the stout gentleman with the very close-shaved head and the moustache. German, I would guess. He certainly seems to be appreciating his soup. Indeed, a series of hearty, appreciative sounds reached them from across the room. Mrs. Allerton went on. Miss Bowers? Can we hazard a guess at Miss Bowers? There are several ladies. No, we'll leave her for the moment. Mr. and Mrs. Doyle. Ah, yes, the celebrities of this voyage. She is extraordinarily beautiful. And what an absolutely exquisite dress she's wearing. Tim turned slightly in his chair. Linnet, her husband, and Andrew Pennington had been given a corner table. Linnet wore a simple white dress and pearls. Looks terribly plain to me, said Tim. Just a piece of fabric with a bit of rope tied around the middle. Yes, dear, said his mother, with a faint smile. A very practical masculine description of an outfit that likely cost a small fortune. I can't understand why women spend such ridiculous amounts on clothes, Tim muttered. It seems utterly pointless. Mrs. Allerton returned to her study of their fellow travellers. Mr. Fanthorpe must be that very quiet young man sitting with the German doctor. He has quite a nice face, careful but intelligent. Poirot nodded in agreement. He is intelligent, yes. He does not speak, but he listens with great attention and he observes. He makes excellent use of his eyes, not quite the sort one expects to find touring for pleasure here. I wonder what brings him. Mr. Fergusson read Mrs. Allerton. I feel certain Fergusson is our fiery young socialist. Mrs. Otterbourne, Miss Otterbourne, we are already acquainted with them, Mr. Pennington, otherwise known as Uncle Andrew. He's a handsome man, I think. Now, Mother, Tim interjected, his tone a mix of amusement and warning. I find him quite handsome in a rather severe way, remarked Mrs. Allerton. He has a determined, almost ruthless jawline. He strikes me as the sort of man you read about in the financial pages, the kind who operates on Wall Street, or is it in Wall Street? I'm certain he's enormously wealthy. Then there's Hercule Poirot, whose talents seem sadly underused here. Tim, can't you arrange a little crime for him to solve? Her playful teasing only served to irritate her son further. He frowned, and Mrs. Allerton quickly changed the subject. Then we have Mr. Ricchetti, our Italian archaeologist. After him, Miss Robson, and finally Miss Van Schuyler. That last one is easy, the rather formidable elderly American lady who clearly considers herself the queen of this vessel and intends to be exceedingly exclusive, speaking only to those who meet her exacting standards. She's rather a marvel, isn't she? A genuine period piece. The two women with her must be Miss Bowers and Miss Robson, perhaps a secretary, the thin one with the pince-nez and a poor relation, the rather subdued young woman who seems to be enjoying the trip despite being ordered about like a servant. I'd guess Robson is the secretary and Bowers is the relation. You've got it backwards, Mother, said Tim, his grin returning as his mood lifted. How can you be so sure? Because I was in the lounge before dinner, and the old dragon said to her companion, Where is Miss Bowers? Fetch her immediately, Cornelia. And off Cornelia went, obedient as a spaniel. I really must find a way to speak with Miss Van Schuyler, Mrs. Allerton mused. Tim chuckled. She'll give you the cold shoulder. Not at all. I shall pave the way by sitting nearby and conversing in a low, cultured tone about any aristocratic connections I can recall. A casual mention of your second cousin once removed, the Duke of Glasgow, ought to do the trick. How utterly devious you are, Mother. The after-dinner scene provided ample amusement for any observer of human behaviour. The socialist young man, who was indeed Mr. Fergusson, as deduced, retreated to the smoking-room, openly scorning the gathering in the observation lounge on the upper deck. Miss Van Schuyler promptly secured the most desirable draft-free spot by marching decisively to a table where Mrs. Otterbourne was seated and declaring, You'll excuse me, I'm sure, but I believe I left my knitting here. Under the force of that hypnotic stare, the turbaned lady reluctantly surrendered her place. Miss Van Schuyler installed herself and her entourage. Mrs. Otterbourne sat nearby and ventured a few remarks which were met with such frosty politeness that she soon fell silent, leaving Miss Van Schuyler in splendid isolation. The Doyles joined the Allertons. Dr. Bessner kept the quiet Mr. Fanthorpe as his companion. Jacqueline de Belfort sat alone, absorbed in a book. Rosalie Otterbourne seemed restless. Mrs. Allerton tried once or twice to draw her into their circle, but the girl responded with little grace. Hercule Poirot spent his evening listening to Mrs. Otterbourne expound upon her literary mission. Later, on his way to his cabin, he came upon Jacqueline de Belfort leaning over the railing. When she turned, he was struck by the profound misery etched on her face. All trace of her earlier insouciance, defiance, or dark triumph was gone.
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, Mère Poirot. She paused, then asked, Were you surprised to see me here? I was less surprised than sorry, deeply sorry. He spoke with gravity. You mean sorry for me? That is what I meant. You have chosen, mademoiselle, a perilous path. Just as we have all embarked on a physical journey aboard this boat, so too have you begun a private voyage, a journey down a swift river between dangerous rocks, heading toward unknown and treacherous currents. Why do you say such things? Because they are true. You have severed the ties that once kept you safe. I doubt now that you could turn back even if you wished to. That is true, she said slowly. Then she lifted her chin defiantly. Well, one must follow their guiding star wherever it may lead, came the remark. Take care, mademoiselle, that it is not a false light. She laughed, playfully imitating the sing-song calls of the donkey handlers. That is a very bad star, sir. That star will fall from the sky. He was nearly asleep when the low murmur of conversation roused him. It was Simon Doyle's voice he recognized, repeating the same phrase he had uttered as the steamer departed from Shellal. We have to see this through now. Indeed, Hercule Poirot thought to himself, we must see it through now. A sense of unease settled over him. Chapter 8. The steamer arrived at Es Sabua early the following morning. Among the first to hurry ashore was Cornelia Robson, her face bright and cheerful beneath a wide, floppy hat. Cornelia was not one to give anyone the cold shoulder. She possessed a friendly nature and was inclined to think well of everyone. The sight of Hercule Poirot in his white suit, pink shirt, sizable black bow tie, and a white sun helmet did not make her cringe, as the refined Miss Van Schuyler most certainly would have. Walking together along an avenue lined with stone sphinxes, she responded warmly to his polite opening question. Are your friends not coming ashore to see the temple? Well, you see, Cousin Marie, that's Miss Van Schuyler. She never rises very early. She has to be extremely careful about her health. And, of course, she wanted Miss Bowers, her private nurse, to attend to her. She also mentioned this isn't one of the more impressive temples, but she was terribly kind and said it would be perfectly all right for me to go. How very generous of her, Poirot remarked with a touch of dryness. The innocent Cornelia agreed without suspicion. Oh, she is very kind. It's absolutely marvelous of her to bring me on this journey. I truly feel like the luckiest girl. I could hardly believe it when she suggested to Mother that I should come along. And you have been enjoying it, yes. Oh, it's been wonderful. I've seen Italy, Venice and Padua and Pisa, and then Cairo, though Cousin Marie wasn't feeling well there, so I couldn't explore much, and now this amazing trip up to Wadi Halfa and back. Poirot smiled and said, You possess a cheerful spirit, mademoiselle. His gaze shifted thoughtfully from her to the silent, frowning Rosalie, who was walking ahead by herself. She's quite pretty, isn't she? Observed Cornelia, following his glance. Though she has a sort of scornful air, she's very English, naturally. She isn't as beautiful as Mrs. Doyle. I think Mrs. Doyle is the most lovely, the most elegant woman I've ever seen, and her husband absolutely adores her, doesn't he? I find that grey-haired lady rather distinguished-looking, don't you? She's a cousin to a duke, I believe. She was speaking about him right near us last evening. But she doesn't actually hold a title herself, does she? She chattered on until their guide called for a stop and began his recitation. This temple was consecrated to the Egyptian god Amun and a sun god Ra-Horikti, whose symbol was the head of a hawk. The monologue droned onward. Dr. Bessner, guidebook in hand, muttered quietly to himself in German. He preferred the printed text. Tim Allerton had not joined the group. His mother was making conversation with the reserved Mr. Fanthorpe. Andrew Pennington, with Linnet Doyle's arm linked through his, listened attentively, appearing most interested in the dimensions the guide was reciting. 65 feet high, really. Looks a bit less to me. Quite a character, this Ramesses. A real go-getter of his day. A true business magnate, Uncle Andrew. Andrew Pennington looked at her with appreciation. You're looking well this morning, Linnet. I've been a little concerned about you lately. You seemed somewhat pale, conversing together. The party made its way back to the boat. Once more the Karnak glided up the river. The landscape grew less harsh now, dotted with palm trees and cultivated fields. It was as if the shift in scenery had lifted a hidden weight that had been hanging over the passengers. Tim Allerton's earlier moodiness had passed. Rosalie appeared less sullen, and Linnet seemed almost carefree. Andrew Pennington leaned toward Linnet, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. "I know it's poor timing to discuss business with a bride on her honeymoon, but there are a few matters that need attention." "Of course, Uncle Andrew," Linnet replied, her demeanour shifting instantly to one of focused efficiency. "Naturally, my marriage changes things." "Precisely the point. I'll need your signature on several papers at some point. Why not now?" Pennington glanced around the observation saloon. Their secluded corner was empty. Most passengers were outside on the deck between the saloon and the cabins. The only others inside were Mr. Ferguson, seated at a central table with his dirty flannel trousers stretched out before him, whistling between sips of beer. Hercule Poirot positioned close to the front window and utterly absorbed in the passing scenery, and Miss Van Schuyler reading an Egyptian guidebook in a far corner. "Perfect," said Andrew Pennington. He excused himself briefly. Linnet and Simon exchanged a slow, warm smile that seemed to bloom between them. "Everything all right, darling?" he asked. "Yes, perfectly fine. It's strange how all the nerves have just vanished." Simon's voice was thick with admiration. "You're absolutely incredible," Pennington returned, carrying a stack of densely worded documents. "Good heavens!" Linnet exclaimed. "Do I have to sign all of these?" Andrew Pennington offered an apologetic smile. "I know it's a lot. I just want to get everything in order first. There's the lease for the Fifth Avenue property. Then the agreements for the Western Lands concessions." He continued talking, shuffling and organizing the papers. Simon stifled a yawn. The door from the deck swung open, and Mr. Fanthorpe entered. He looked around idly before ambling over to stand beside Poirot, gazing out at the pale blue river and the vast golden sands beyond. "Just sign here," Pennington concluded, sliding a document in front of Linnet and pointing to a blank line. Linnet picked it up and skimmed through it, even flipping back to the first page. Then, taking the fountain Pennington had provided, she signed her name, Linnet Doyle. Pennington removed the paper and presented another. Fanthorpe drifted closer to their group, peering out a side window at something on the riverbank that caught his interest. "This one is just a standard transfer," Pennington said. "You don't need to read it." But Linnet gave it a quick review regardless. Pennington placed a third document before her, which she also examined carefully. "They're all perfectly straightforward," Andrew assured her. "Nothing interesting, just legal jargon." Simon yawned again, more openly this time. "My dear, you're not planning to read every single one, are you? You'll be here until lunch and beyond." "I always read everything," Linnet stated firmly. "My father taught me that. He said there could always be a clerical error." Pennington let out a short, somewhat harsh laugh. "You're a formidable businesswoman, Linnet." "She's far more thorough than I'd ever be," Simon said with a cheerful laugh. "I've never read a legal document in my life. I just sign where they tell me to on the dotted line, and that's the end of it." "That's terribly careless," Linnet chided, though her tone was affectionate. "I've no head for business," Simon replied breezily. "Never have. Someone tells me to sign, I sign. It's the simplest way." Andrew Pennington studied him thoughtfully, stroking his upper lip. "Isn't that a bit risky sometimes, Doyle?" he asked dryly. "Nonsense," Simon declared. "I don't go through life thinking everyone's out to cheat me. I'm a trusting sort, and you know it usually works out. People rarely let me down." Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the quiet Mr. Fanthorpe turned and spoke directly to Linnet. "Forgive the intrusion, but I must say I greatly admire your professional thoroughness. In my line of work, I'm a lawyer. I often find ladies can be rather haphazard in business matters. It is, of course, entirely admirable to never sign a document before reading it thoroughly." He offered a slight, formal bow, his face flushed. He turned back to gaze at the Nile's banks. Linnet responded with a touch of hesitation, "Oh, thank you." She pressed her lips together to stifle a laugh. The young man's demeanour had been so extraordinarily grave. Andrew Pennington appeared genuinely irritated, while Simon Doyle seemed caught between annoyance and amusement. Mr. Fanthorpe's ears burned a vivid red. "Who's next?" Linnet asked, smiling up at Pennington. But Pennington was visibly unsettled. Perhaps another time would be more suitable, he stated stiffly. As Simon says, if we must read every line, we'll be stuck here until lunch. We shouldn't miss the scenery. In any case, only those first 2 documents were pressing. We can attend to the rest later. The heat in the cabin was becoming oppressive. "Let's get some air," Linnet suggested, and the 3 of them moved through the swing door. Hercule Poirot turned his head, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Mr. Fanthorpe's retreating back. It then shifted to the sprawled figure of Mr. Fergusson, who was leaning back softly, whistling a tune to himself. Finally, Poirot's eyes settled on the rigid form of Miss Van Skyler in her corner. The elderly woman was glaring daggers at Mr. Fergusson. The portside door swung open and Cornelia Robson hurried in, a flustered look on her face. "You took an age," the old lady snapped. "Where were you? I'm terribly sorry, Cousin Marie. The yarn wasn't where you said. I found it in a completely different bag." "My dear child, you are utterly hopeless at locating anything. You are willing, I acknowledge, but you must endeavour to be quicker and use your head. It simply requires focus." "I'm so sorry, Cousin Marie. I'm afraid I'm not very clever." "Anyone can be clever if they apply themselves, my dear. I brought you on this voyage, and I expect a modicum of attention in return." Cornelia's cheeks coloured. "I'm very sorry, Cousin Marie. And where is Miss Bowers? My drops were due 10 minutes ago. Go and find her immediately." The doctor was most insistent about the timing. At that moment, Miss Bowers entered, carrying a small medicine glass. "Your drops, Miss Van Skyler." "I should have had them at 11 precisely," the old lady snapped. "If there is one thing I despise, it is a lack of punctuality." "Indeed," replied Miss Bowers, glancing at her wristwatch. "It is now exactly half a minute to 11. By my watch, it is 10 minutes past. I believe you will find my watch is correct. It is an excellent timepiece. It neither gains nor loses." Miss Bowers remained utterly unflappable. Miss Van Skyler swallowed the medicine. "I feel decidedly worse," she declared. "I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Van Skyler." Miss Bowers' tone held no trace of sympathy. It was mechanically polite, utterly disinterested. "It's stifling in here. Find me a chair on deck, Miss Bowers. Cornelia, fetch my knitting. Do try not to be clumsy and drop it afterwards. You will wind more wool for me." The procession filed out. Mr. Fergusson sighed, stretched his legs, and announced to the room at large, "Good grief, I'd like to wring that woman's neck." Poirot inquired with interest, "She is a type you find disagreeable, eh?" "Disagreeable? That's putting it mildly. What possible good has that woman ever done for anyone? She's never worked a day or lifted a finger. She's a parasite, living off others, and a particularly nasty one at that. Frankly, there are several people on this boat the world would be better off without. Is that so? Absolutely. That young woman who was just in here, signing away fortunes and throwing her weight around. Thousands of wretched workers slave for a pittance just to keep her in silk stockings and pointless luxuries. Someone told me she's one of the wealthiest women in England. And what has she ever actually done?" A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in Fergusson's mind, a newspaper article he'd skimmed in a Cairo cafe about her charitable foundation, which he had immediately dismissed as a publicity stunt. The irony of the moment was not lost on him, but it only hardened his resolve. "Who told you she was among the richest?" Poirot pressed. Mr. Fergusson fixed him with a defiant stare. "A man you wouldn't be caught dead speaking to?" The man looked him over with clear disapproval, his gaze lingering on the bow tie and the pink shirt. "A man who works with his hands and isn't ashamed of it," he declared, "not like some fancy, useless dandy." Poirot met his look evenly. "As for me, I work with my brains, and I'm not ashamed of that," he replied. Mr. Fergusson only snorted in response. "The whole lot of them ought to be lined up and shot," he exclaimed. "My dear young man," Poirot said, "what a violent passion you possess. Can you name one worthwhile thing ever accomplished without some force?" Fergusson shot back. "You have to tear down and destroy before you can ever build anything new. That approach is undoubtedly simpler, far noisier, and much more of a spectacle," Poirot observed dryly. What is it you do for a living? Nothing. I would wager you likely call yourself a middleman. I am not a middleman, Poirot stated with a touch of pride. I'm at the top. And what are you? I am a detective, Hercule Poirot announced, with the quiet dignity of one who might say, I am royalty. Good Lord, the young man said, genuinely startled. You mean to tell me that girl actually drags a private detective around with her? Is she really that paranoid about her own precious skin? I have no connection whatsoever to Mr. and Mrs. Doyle, Poirot said stiffly. I am merely on vacation, enjoying a little trip, are you? And you? Poirot inquired.
Are you not also on a holiday?
Holiday, Ferguson snorted again. Then he added with a cryptic tone, I'm here to study conditions. How very interesting, Poirot murmured, and he moved away gently onto the deck. Miss Van Schuyler was settled in the prime spot. Cornelia was kneeling before her, arms outstretched and holding a skein of grey wool. Miss Bowers sat rigidly upright, engrossed in a copy of the Saturday Evening Post. Poirot ambled slowly along the starboard side. As he rounded the stern, he nearly collided with a woman who turned a startled face toward him, a face with dark, lively features. She was dressed neatly in black and had been speaking with a large, burly man in a uniform that marked him as one of the engineers. A strange look of guilt and alarm passed between them, leaving Poirot to wonder what their conversation had been about. He continued his stroll along the port side. A cabin door swung open, and Mrs. Otterbourne stumbled out, almost falling into him. She was wrapped in a scarlet satin robe. So terribly sorry, she slurred. Dear Mr. Poirot, forgive me. It's the motion, you see. I never did have my sea legs. If this boat would just hold still. She clutched at his arm. It's the pitching I simply cannot bear. I'm never truly content at sea, and here I am left utterly alone for hours on end. That daughter of mine has no sympathy, no understanding for her poor mother who has sacrificed everything for her. Mrs. Otterbourne began to cry. I've worked myself to the bone for her. I could have been a great romantic figure, a true artist of love, but I gave it all up, and no one cares. But I'll tell everyone. I'll tell them right now how she neglects me, how she's forcing me on this dreadful trip where I'm bored to death. She tried to push past him. Poirot gently restrained her. I will send her to you, madame. Please go back inside your cabin. It is the wisest course. No, I want to tell every single person on this boat. It is too dangerous. The sea is quite rough. You could easily be swept overboard. Mrs. Otterbourne looked at him uncertainly. Do you really think so? You believe that? I'm certain of it. He was successful. Mrs. Otterbourne hesitated, then faltered and retreated into her cabin. Poirot's nostrils twitched slightly. He gave a brief nod and walked on to where Rosalie Otterbourne was sitting between Mrs. Allerton and Tim. Your mother is asking for you, mademoiselle. Rosalie's face, which had been bright with laughter, clouded over instantly. She shot Poirot a sharp, suspicious glance before hurrying down the deck. I simply cannot understand that girl, Mrs. Allerton remarked. Her moods change so quickly. One day she's perfectly friendly, and the next she's downright hostile. Just thoroughly spoiled and ill-tempered, Tim said, with a shrug. Mrs. Allerton shook her head. No, I don't believe it's that. I think she is deeply unhappy. Tim merely shrugged his shoulders again, offering no further opinion. Well, I guess everyone carries their own burdens, he said, his tone sharp and clipped. A gong echoed through the air. Lunch, announced Mrs. Allerton with cheerful relief. I'm absolutely famished later that evening, Poirot observed. Mrs. Allerton engaged in conversation with Miss Van Schuyler. As he walked by, Mrs. Allerton gave a subtle, quick wink. She was in the midst of saying naturally while visiting the Duke at Calfrey's Castle. Freed from her duties, Cornelia stood on the deck, utterly absorbed as Dr. Bessner delivered a rather heavy-handed lecture on Egyptian history, his knowledge seemingly pulled straight from a well-thumbed guidebook. Leaning against the railing nearby, Tim Allerton remarked, Sometimes the whole world just feels rotten, doesn't it? Rosalie Otterbourne replied with a bitter edge, Life isn't fair. Some people are handed everything. Poirot felt a quiet sigh escape him. There were distinct advantages, he reflected, to being past the turbulence of youth. Chapter 9. Monday morning brought a chorus of awe and admiration from the passengers gathered on the deck of the Karnak. The steamer was tied to the riverbank, and a few hundred yards away, bathed in the early light, stood a magnificent temple carved directly into the stone cliff. 4 gigantic statues, sculpted from the rock face, gazed eternally across the Nile toward the sunrise. Cornelia Robson, breathless with wonder, turned to Poirot. "Oh, M. Poirot, it's breathtaking. They're so immense and serene standing here. I feel incredibly small, almost like an insect. It makes all our little problems seem so trivial, don't you think?" Nearby, Mr. Fanthorpe offered a quiet, "Very impressive indeed."
Absolutely grand.
Agreed Simon Doyle, walking over. He leaned toward Poirot confidentially. "To be honest, I'm not usually one for temples and guided tours, but a place like this. It really gets to you. Those ancient pharaohs must have been remarkable men." As the others wandered off, Simon lowered his voice.
I'm tremendously glad we took this trip.
"Well, it settled things for us. It's funny how it worked, but it did. Linnet has found her courage again. She says it's because she finally stopped running and faced the situation head-on." "That is a very logical conclusion," Poirot acknowledged. "She told me that when she first saw Jackie on board she felt terrified, but then suddenly it just didn't matter anymore. We've decided we're not going to avoid her. We'll meet her directly and show her that this childish campaign of hers doesn't affect us in the least. It's simply in very poor taste. She wanted to shake us up, but we're not rattled. That should prove the point to her." "Indeed," said Poirot, his tone thoughtful. "So it's all settled splendidly," Simon concluded. Just then Linnet approached. She wore a soft apricot linen dress and was smiling warmly. She offered Poirot a polite but cool nod before drawing her husband aside. Poirot felt a flicker of private amusement. His earlier critical observations had clearly not endeared him to her. Linnet Doyle was accustomed to universal admiration, and Hercule Poirot had notably failed to provide it. Joining him, Mrs. Allerton murmured, "What a transformation in that young woman. At Aswan she seemed so anxious and unhappy. Today she looks positively radiant, almost too brightly, as if she's tempting fate." Before Poirot could reply, the group was summoned. The official guide took charge, leading the party ashore to explore Abu Simbel. Poirot found himself walking beside Andrew Pennington. "Is this your first visit to Egypt?" he inquired. "Not exactly. I was in Cairo back in 1923, but I've never taken the Nile journey before now. You travelled over on the Carmanic, I understand. At least, that is what Mrs. Doyle mentioned." Pennington shot him a keen, appraising look. "Yes, that's correct," he admitted. "I wondered if you might have encountered some acquaintances of mine on that voyage, the Rushington Smiths." "The name doesn't ring a bell. The ship was quite crowded, and we had rather rough weather the entire crossing. Few passengers were ever in sight, and with such a brief crossing one hardly had the chance to notice who was aboard." "Quite true," Poirot agreed. "It must have been a delightful surprise to encounter Mrs. Doyle and her husband so unexpectedly." "You were unaware of their marriage?" "Completely," Pennington replied. "Linnet had written to me, but the letter was forwarded, and I only received it days after we met in Cairo." "You have been acquainted with her for a great many years, I believe." "Indeed I have, Ma'am Poirot. I've known Linnet Ridgeway since she was just a little girl about this high." He held a hand level with his hip. "Her father and I were the closest of friends. Melhuish Ridgeway was an extraordinary man, and a tremendously successful one. It is widely understood that his daughter inherited a substantial fortune. Forgive me if the observation is indelicate." Pennington gave a faint, amused smile. "Oh, that's no secret. Yes, Linnet is an extremely wealthy woman. Still," Poirot mused, "even the soundest investments must feel the effects of a market downturn, must they not?" Pennington paused before answering. "That is naturally a factor in the current climate. The situation is rather delicate these days." Poirot nodded gently. I should think, however, that Mrs. Doyle possesses a sharp business mind. That she does, Pennington affirmed. Linnet is a very clever and practical young woman. Their conversation halted as the guide launched into his description of the great temple built by Ramesses. The 4 colossal statues of the pharaoh himself, carved from the solid rock on either side of the entrance, gazed down upon the scattered group of tourists. Signor Ricchetti, ignoring the dragoman's commentary, was intently studying the reliefs of captive Syrians and Nubians at the bases of the statues. Upon entering the temple, a dim, peaceful quiet enveloped them. The guide pointed out the still vibrant colored reliefs on the inner walls, but the party soon drifted apart. Dr. Bessner read aloud in German from his Baedeker, pausing frequently to translate for Cornelia, who walked obediently beside him. This arrangement, however, was short-lived. Miss Van Schuyler, leaning on the unflappable Miss Bowers, issued a sharp, "Cornelia, come here at once," and the impromptu lesson ceased. Dr. Bessner blinked after her through his thick glasses. "A very pleasant young lady," he announced to Poirot. "She does not have that starved look so many modern girls affect. No, she has a healthy figure, and she listens most intelligently. It is a genuine pleasure to educate her." It occurred to Poirot that Cornelia seemed destined either for bullying or instruction, perpetually the listener, never the speaker. Miss Bowers, momentarily freed by Cornelia's summons, stood in the center of the chamber, surveying her surroundings with cool detachment. Her verdict on the ancient wonders was brief. "The guide says one of these gods or goddesses is named Mute. Honestly, can you believe it? In the inner sanctuary, 4 seated figures presided with an eternal, dimly aloof dignity. Before them stood Linnet and Simon, her arm tucked in his. Her upturned face was a portrait of modern intelligence, curious, bright, and utterly detached from the past. Simon shifted uncomfortably. "Let's go. I don't like these 4, especially the one in the tall crown. That's Aemon, I think. And that's Ramesses. Why? I find them rather grand. They're too grand by half. There's something unnerving about them. Come on, let's get back into the sun." Linnet laughed, but allowed herself to be led out into the blinding light, where the warm sand shifted under their feet. Her laughter bubbled up again as she looked down. Lined neatly before them, looking momentarily macabre as if severed from their bodies, were the grinning heads of 6 Nubian boys, their dark skin gleaming in the sun. The heads swayed in unison, eyes glazed as the chant rose again. "Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Wonderful! Fantastic! Thank you so much!" "How ridiculous! What's the trick? Could they actually be that far down?" Simon fished out a few coins. "Wonderful! Fantastic! Very pricey," he echoed. 2 young boys overseeing the spectacle deftly collected the money. Linnet and Simon moved away, having no desire to return to the steamer and tired of the guided tour. They found a spot with their backs against the warm rock face, letting the sun soak into them. "How glorious the sunshine feels," Linnet mused. "How secure, how peaceful, how wonderful to be content. How wonderful to be me, just Linnet." Her eyelids grew heavy, hovering in a dreamy state where her thoughts drifted like the shifting sands. Simon's eyes were open, reflecting a deep satisfaction. What an idiot he'd been to get so worked up that first evening. There was truly nothing to worry about. Everything was perfectly fine. One could, in the end, always rely on Jackie. A sudden shout pierced the air. Someone was sprinting toward them, arms waving wildly. For a second, Simon just stared, uncomprehending. Then he leapt to his feet, pulling Linnet up with him. It was not a moment too soon. A massive rock, dislodged from the cliff above, thundered down right where they had been sitting. Had Linnet remained there, she would have been utterly destroyed. Pale and shaken, they held on to each other. Hercule Poirot and Tim Allerton rushed over. "Good heavens, madame, that was far too close for comfort." All 4 instinctively looked up toward the cliff path. There was nothing to see now, but Poirot recalled noticing local villagers walking along that ridge when they had first disembarked. He studied the couple. Linnet appeared stunned and confused, while Simon was speechless with a boiling anger. "Damn her to hell," he burst out, then caught himself throwing a quick glance at Tim. The young man said, "Good grief, that was close. Did some idiot push that over, or did it just come loose on its own?" Linnet was ashen. She managed to say with effort, "I believe someone must have done it. Could have smashed you completely. Sure you haven't made any enemies, Linnet?" Tim asked, his tone lightly teasing. Linnet struggled to reply, her throat tight. Poirot interjected swiftly. "We must return to the boat, madame. You require something to steady your nerves." They walked back in silence, Simon seething, Tim attempting cheerful chatter to distract Linnet, and Poirot wearing a solemn expression. Then, just as they reached the gangway, Simon froze. Astonishment washed over his face. Jacqueline de Belfort was just stepping ashore, dressed in a simple blue cotton dress. She looked almost girlish this morning. "Good Lord," Simon muttered under his breath. So it was an accident then, the rage drained from him, replaced by such palpable relief that Jacqueline immediately sensed something was wrong. "Good morning," she said. "I'm afraid I'm running a bit behind." With a nod to them all, she moved past and headed in the direction of the temple ruins. Simon grabbed Poirot's arm as the others went ahead. "My God, what a weight off my mind, I thought. I was sure." Poirot nodded. Yes, I understand what you thought." Yet he himself remained grave and thoughtful. He turned, carefully noting where the rest of their party from the steamer had wandered. Miss Van Schuyler was slowly returning, leaning on Miss Bowers. A little farther off, Mrs. Allerton stood laughing at the row of small carved heads, with Mrs. Otterbourne beside her. The others were not in view. Poirot gave a slight shake of his head as he followed Simon slowly aboard. "Madame, would you be so kind as to explain to me the meaning of the word fée?" Mrs. Allerton looked somewhat surprised. She and Poirot were making their slow, careful ascent on foot toward the rock overlooking the second cataract. Most of the others had opted for camels, but Poirot had declined, finding the camel's gait uncomfortably reminiscent of the motion of a ship. Mrs. Allerton considered the question as they walked, the vast, ancient landscape stretching out around them, holding its breath under the immense sky. Aileron had framed his refusal as a matter of personal principle. The group had reached Wadi Halfa the previous evening, and this morning 2 launches had ferried nearly everyone to the second cataract. The sole exception was Signor Richetti, who had stubbornly insisted on a private excursion to a distant site called Semna. He declared it an essential visit, explaining it was the ancient gateway to Nubia during the reign of Amenemhet III, home to a stele that recorded customs duties imposed on entering Negroes. Every possible argument was made to dissuade him from this act of individualism, all to no avail. Richetti was immovable. He dismissed concerns that the trip was worthless, challenges about the impossibility of securing transportation to such a remote spot, and warnings about exorbitant costs. Scoffing at the first, expressing disbelief at the second, and then plunging into fluent Arabic to personally haggle for a vehicle, he finally secured his departure. His exit was arranged with a peculiar, almost furtive secrecy, as if to prevent other tourists from getting any ideas about straying from the sanctioned itinerary. "Fée?" Mrs. Allerton tilted her head, considering it's a Scottish term, really. It describes a kind of giddy, elevated joy that comes just before a calamity, a feeling that things are too perfect to last. She elaborated further, and Poirot listened with keen attention. "I thank you, madame. It is clear now, and it is strange you used that word yesterday, shortly before Madame Doyle was to have such a narrow escape from death." Mrs. Allerton gave a slight shudder. "It must have been terribly close. Do you suppose some of those local boys pushed that stone for a lark? It's the sort of reckless thing youngsters do everywhere, not truly meaning any harm, just a stupid prank." Poirot offered a non-committal shrug. "It is possible, madame." He deftly shifted the subject to Magorka, asking practical questions about a potential holiday. Mrs. Allerton had grown genuinely fond of the little detective, partly, perhaps, out of sheer contrariness. Her son Tim had firmly labelled Hercule Poirot the worst kind of bounder, but she didn't see a bounder at all. She supposed Tim's prejudice was triggered by Poirot's somewhat foreign, meticulous style of dress. To her, he was an intelligent, stimulating, and remarkably sympathetic listener. She found herself quite unexpectedly confiding in him her deep-seated dislike for Joanna Southwood. It was a relief to voice it. After all, he didn't know Joanna and likely never would. Why not unburden herself of that persistent, jealous weight? At that very moment, Tim and Rosalie Otterbourne were discussing his mother. Tim had been half-jokingly lamenting his lot in life, his persistently poor health, which was never dramatic enough to be interesting yet prevented him from living as he wished, his limited means, his lack of a fulfilling occupation, a thoroughly lukewarm, tame existence, he concluded with discontent. Rosalie spoke up abruptly, her voice earnest. "You have something lots of people would envy you for." "What's that?" "Your mother." Tim was both surprised and deeply pleased. "Mother, yes, she is rather unique. It's nice of you to notice. I think she's wonderful. She looks so lovely and poised, as if nothing could ever rattle her, and yet she always has a ready wit about things too." Rosalie stammered slightly in her sincerity. Tim felt a warm rush of gratitude toward her. He wished he could return the compliment, but lamentably Mrs. Otterbourne represented his idea of a monumental social trial. His inability to respond in kind left him momentarily embarrassed. Miss Van Schuyler had remained behind in the launch. She could risk neither a camel's ascent nor the climb on foot. She had said sharply, "I'm sorry to have to ask you to stay with me, Miss Bowers, but I really cannot manage alone." The complaint hung in the air, another small note of friction in the day's heat. "I meant for you to go and Cornelia to remain with me, but young women can be so thoughtless." She hurried away without even a goodbye, and I distinctly observed her in conversation with that rather disagreeable and uncouth Ferguson boy. "Cornelia has let me down terribly. She possesses no understanding of proper conduct whatsoever." Miss Bowers answered in her typically blunt manner. "It's just as well, Miss Van Schuyler. That climb would have been terribly warm, and I didn't care for the look of those camel saddles, probably crawling with fleas." She adjusted her spectacles, squinting at the group coming down the slope. "Miss Robson isn't with that young man anymore. She's walking with Dr. Bessner now." Miss Van Schuyler gave a satisfied hum. Having learned that Dr. Bessner operated a significant clinic in Czechoslovakia and enjoyed a considerable reputation across Europe as a physician to the wealthy, she was now inclined to be cordial toward him. One never knew when a doctor's services might be required before the trip concluded. Back aboard the Karnak, Linnet exclaimed with surprise, "A telegram for me." She took it from the board and opened it quickly. "Simon, I don't understand this at all. Potatoes, beetroots. What in the world does it mean?" Simon was moving to look when an angry voice cut in. "Pardon me, that is mine." Signor Ricchetti snatched the paper from her hand, his expression one of intense irritation. Linnet was momentarily taken aback, then she glanced at the envelope. "Oh, Simon, how silly of me. It's addressed to Ricchetti, not Ridgeway, and besides, Ridgeway isn't even my name anymore. I must apologize." She caught up with the archaeologist near the stern. "I'm terribly sorry, Signor Ricchetti. You see, my maiden name was Ridgeway, and I haven't been married very long, so sometimes I—" She offered a charming, apologetic smile, expecting a gracious acceptance of a new bride's simple mistake. Ricchetti, however, was having none of it. He looked about as pleased as a schoolmaster confronted with a blatant error. One should read names with attention. Such carelessness is entirely unacceptable. Linnet felt her cheeks grow warm. She was not used to having her apologies thrown back in her face. Turning on her heel, she rejoined Simon and said with annoyance, "Really, some people are utterly impossible. Forget about him, sweetheart. Let's go back ashore and see that large ivory crocodile you admired." They disembarked together. Hercule Poirot, observing them stroll up the landing stage, heard a sudden sharp intake of breath beside him. He turned to find Jacqueline de Belfort, her hands gripping the rail tightly. The look she gave him was startling. All former gaiety or sly humour was gone, replaced by something fierce and burning from within. "They don't even notice," she said, her words quick and low. "They've moved past me. I can't touch them. It doesn't matter to them whether I'm here or not. I can't make them feel anything anymore." Her hands trembled against the wood. "Mademoiselle," she interrupted him, "it's too late for warnings now, far too late. You were correct. I never should have come on this trip. What did you call it? A voyage for the soul. There's no turning back. I have to see it through. And I will. They won't be happy together. I won't allow it. I'd rather see him dead first." She turned away abruptly. Poirot watched her go, deep in thought, when a hand rested on his shoulder. "Your young friend seems somewhat distressed, Meme Poirot." Poirot turned, surprised to see a familiar face. Colonel Race. The tall, sun-tanned man smiled. "A bit of a surprise, eh?" Hercule Poirot had last encountered Colonel Race a year prior in London, both guests at a most peculiar dinner, a dinner that had ended in the death of their unusual host. Poirot was aware that Race's movements were often discreet, usually placing him in some distant corner of the world where trouble was simmering. "So you're here in Wadi Halfa," Poirot remarked thoughtfully. "I'm here on this boat," Race replied. "You mean to say?" "That I am making the return journey with you all to Shellal." Hercule Poirot's eyebrows lifted slightly. "That's quite fascinating. Perhaps we should have a drink." They entered the observation lounge, which was now completely deserted. Poirot ordered a whisky for the Colonel and for himself, a double orangeade, heavily sweetened. Taking a sip, Poirot remarked, "So you're making the return trip with us? You would travel faster, would you not, on the government steamer that runs day and night?" A smile of appreciation touched Colonel Race's features. "You are, as always, precisely correct, Monsieur Poirot," he said amiably. "It is the passengers, then?" "One passenger in particular." "Now, I wonder which one?" Hercule Poirot mused, addressing the decorated ceiling. "Regrettably, I do not know myself," Race admitted with a touch of frustration. Poirot's expression showed keen interest. Race continued, "There's no point in being cryptic with you. We've encountered significant difficulties in this region, various incidents of unrest. Our target isn't the obvious figures leading the protests, it's the individuals who expertly light the fuse. There were 3 such men. One is deceased, another is imprisoned. I am seeking the third, a man responsible for 5 or 6 calculated murders. He is among the most skilled mercenary agitators in existence, and he is on this vessel. I learned this from a decoded intercept of a letter which stated, 'X will be on the Karnak voyage February 7th to 13th. It did not specify under what alias X would be travelling. Do you have a physical description? None. Of American, Irish, and French ancestry. A bit of a mix. That isn't terribly helpful. Do you have any thoughts? An idea is one thing, Poirot said thoughtfully. Such was their mutual understanding that Race asked no further. He knew Hercule Poirot never spoke without certainty. Poirot rubbed his nose and said unhappily, "Something is transpiring on this boat that causes me considerable unease." Race looked at him questioningly. "Imagine," said Poirot, "a person A who has profoundly wronged a person B. Person B desires vengeance. Person B has made threats. Are both A and B on this boat?" Poirot nodded. "Precisely. And B, I assume, is a woman." "Exactly." Race lit a cigarette. "I wouldn't worry. People who go round announcing their intentions rarely follow through. And that is particularly true of women, you would say. Yes, that is often accurate. Yet he still did not appear reassured. "Is there more?" asked Race. "Yes, just yesterday, Person A had a very narrow escape from a fatal incident. The sort of death that could very conveniently be labelled an accident, orchestrated by B. No, that is precisely the issue. B could have had no part in it. Then it was merely an accident. I suppose so, but I do not care for such accidents. You're certain B was not involved?"
Absolutely. Well,
Coincidences do occur. Who is A, by the way? A particularly unpleasant individual.
On the contrary, A is a charming, wealthy, and beautiful young woman. Race grinned. It sounds rather like a pulp novel. Perhaps. But I tell you, I am not content, my friend. If I am correct, and I am, after all, habitually correct. Race smiled discreetly into his moustache at this characteristic statement. Then there is cause for serious concern, and now you arrive to add yet another complication. You inform me there is a man on the Karnak who kills. He doesn't typically target charming young ladies. Poirot shook his head in dissatisfaction. "I'm afraid, my friend," he said. "I'm afraid earlier today I advised this lady, Mrs. Doyle, to travel with her husband to Khartoum and not to return on this boat. They would not agree. I pray to heaven we reach Shellal without catastrophe. Isn't that a rather pessimistic view?" Poirot shook his head. "I'm afraid," he stated simply. "Yes, I, Hercule Poirot, am afraid." Chapter 11. Cornelia Robson stood inside the temple of Abu Simbel. It was the evening of the following day, hot and utterly still. The Karnak had returned to Abu Simbel, allowing its passengers a second visit to the magnificent temple, this time illuminated by artificial light. The effect was striking, transforming the ancient carvings into a dramatic display. Cornelia, standing beside Mr. Ferguson, gazed in awe. "It's so much clearer now," she observed. "You can really see the king defeating his enemies, and that detailed fortress over there, I never noticed it earlier. I wish Dr. Bessner were here. He could tell me all about it." Ferguson responded with a scowl. "I can't fathom why you tolerate that pompous old windbag." "He's one of the kindest men I know," Cornelia protested. "Just a tedious bore," he muttered. "You shouldn't say such things." As they stepped from the temple into the silvery moonlight, the young man suddenly seized her arm. "Why do you put up with it, being bored by stuffy old men and bossed around by that miserable old tyrant? Why, Mr. Ferguson? Where's your backbone? Can't you see you're every bit as good as she is?" "But I'm not," Cornelia replied with sincere belief. "You only mean she's richer." "No, it's more than that. Cousin Marie is terribly refined and—" "Refined?" Ferguson released her arm abruptly. "That word makes me ill." Cornelia looked at him, alarmed. "She disapproves of you talking to me, doesn't she?" he pressed. Cornelia flushed, her discomfort plain. "Why, because she thinks I'm beneath you. Doesn't that make your blood boil?" Cornelia stammered. "I wish you wouldn't get so angry about everything. Don't you realize you're an American, for heaven's sake? That everyone is born free and equal." "They aren't," Cornelia stated with calm assurance. "My dear girl, it's in your constitution." "Cousin Marie says politicians aren't gentlemen," Cornelia countered, "and people simply aren't equal. It doesn't make any sense. I know I'm rather plain, and I used to mind it terribly, but I've come to terms with that. I would have loved to be graceful and lovely like Mrs. Doyle, but I wasn't, so I suppose there's no point fretting over it." Mrs. Doyle, Ferguson said with utter disdain. "She's the type of woman who ought to be made an example of." Cornelia studied him with concern. "I think it might be your indigestion," she offered kindly. "I have a special pepsin formula that Cousin Marie tried once. Would you like some?" Mr. Ferguson exclaimed. "You're impossible." He turned and stalked off. Cornelia continued toward the steamer, the night air heavy and still. Just as she was about to cross the gangway, he caught up to her again. "You're the finest person on this boat," he said firmly. "Don't you forget it." Blushing with pleasure, Cornelia made her way to the observation saloon. Miss Van Schuyler was engaged in a pleasant conversation with Dr. Bessner discussing some of his distinguished royal patients. Cornelia said apologetically, "I hope I haven't been too long, Cousin Marie." The elderly lady glanced at her watch sharply. "You haven't hurried, my dear. And where is my velvet stole?" Cornelia looked around. "Shall I check if it's in the cabin, Cousin Marie?" "Of course it isn't. I had it right here after dinner, and I haven't left this spot. It was on that chair." Cornelia made a half-hearted search. "I don't see it anywhere, Cousin Marie." Nonsense, snapped Miss Van Schuyler. Look properly. It was a command delivered as if to a servant, and Cornelia obeyed in her dutiful manner. The quiet Mr. Fanthorpe, seated at a nearby table, rose to assist her. But the stole was nowhere to be found. The day had been unusually hot and oppressive, leading most passengers to retire early after the temple visit. The Doyles were playing bridge with Pennington and Race at a corner table. The only other person in the saloon was Hercule Poirot, seated near the door and stifling a tremendous yawn. Miss Van Schuyler, with Cornelia and Miss Bowers in tow, was making her stately way toward her cabin when she stopped beside Poirot's chair. He rose quickly, stifling an enormous yawn. "I have only just placed you, Monsieur Poirot," she announced. "My dear friend Rufus Van Alden has spoken of you. You must recount some of your investigations for me one day." She offered a gracious, slightly patronizing nod before proceeding. Poirot, his eyes twinkling with tired amusement, gave an elaborate bow. Sleep weighed heavily on him. His eyelids felt like lead. He glanced around the saloon. The bridge players were absorbed. Young Fanthorpe was lost in a book, and finding it otherwise empty, he pushed through the door onto the deck. Jacqueline de Belfort came hurrying along and nearly ran into him. "Pardon, mademoiselle," she studied his face. "You look exhausted, Monsieur Poirot." He admitted it freely. "It is true. I am devoured by sleep. The day has been unbearably close, very oppressive." "Yes," she murmured, as if turning something over in her mind. "Exactly the kind of day when something inside you snaps, when you simply can't continue." Her voice was low, thick with emotion. She stared past him toward the shadowy shore, her hands clenched tightly. Then, abruptly, the tension left her. "Good night, Monsieur Poirot." "Good night, mademoiselle." Their eyes met just for a fleeting instant. Reflecting on it later, Poirot would decide there had been a silent plea in that look, a detail he would recall when it mattered most. He continued to his cabin as she moved toward the saloon. Having attended to Miss Van Schuyler's numerous requests and whims, Cornelia returned to the saloon with her needlework. She didn't feel sleepy in the least. Instead, she was alert and oddly exhilarated. The bridge game continued in one corner, while Fanthorpe sat quietly reading. Cornelia settled into a chair with her embroidery. Suddenly the door swung open and Jacqueline de Belfort entered. She paused in the doorway, head held high, then rang the bell before strolling over to sit near Cornelia. "Did you go ashore?" she asked. "Oh, yes," Cornelia replied. "It was absolutely enchanting in the moonlight." Jacqueline gave a slow nod. A perfect night, the sort meant for a honeymoon. Her gaze drifted to the bridge table and lingered on Linnet Doyle. A steward arrived. Jacqueline ordered a double gin from the card table. Simon Doyle shot her a quick, uneasy glance, a faint line of worry appearing on his brow. His wife's voice broke in, "Simon, it's your call." Jacqueline began to hum softly. When her drink came, she lifted it, said, "Well, here's to mischief, downed it," and immediately ordered another. Simon's attention wavered again. His play grew distracted, drawing a mild rebuke from his partner Pennington. Jacqueline hummed louder now, the tune becoming recognizable. He was her man, and he did her wrong. "Sorry," Simon said to Pennington, "a foolish error that hands them the rubber." Linnet stood up. "I'm tired, I believe I'll retire," Colonel Race agreed. "Time to turn in," and Pennington chimed in, "I'll join you coming, Simon." Doyle answered slowly, "Not just yet. I think I'll have a nightcap first." Linnet left, followed by Race, and then Pennington. Cornelia began to collect her sewing. "Don't go to bed yet, Miss Robson," Jacqueline implored, her tone suddenly bright and brittle. "Please stay. I'm in the mood to stay up all night. Don't abandon me." Cornelia sat back down. "We ladies ought to stick together," Jacqueline declared with a sharp, humorless laugh. Her second drink arrived. "Have one with me," she offered. "No, thank you," Cornelia said politely. Jacqueline tilted her chair back and resumed humming, louder and more insistently. He was her man, and he did her wrong. The late hour settled heavily in the room. Mr. Fanthorpe turned a page in his book, the sound crisp in the quiet. Simon Doyle flipped through a magazine without really seeing it. Cornelia Robson shifted in her seat, gathering her sewing. "I really should be getting to bed," she murmured. "It's terribly late."
"You can't possibly go to bed now," Jacqueline de Belfort declared, her voice holding a strange, insistent edge. "I absolutely forbid it. Come on, tell me everything about yourself." "Oh, well, there isn't much to tell, really," Cornelia faltered, her fingers nervously smoothing her skirt. "I've mostly just lived at home. This is my very first trip to Europe, and I'm enjoying every single minute of it." Jacqueline let out a short laugh. "You seem like such a cheerful person."
"Honestly, I wish I could be you. Would you? But I mean, I'm sure you—" Cornelia stopped, feeling flustered. Miss de Belfort was certainly drinking too much, a sight Cornelia wasn't unfamiliar with, having witnessed plenty during the Prohibition years back home. Yet there was something more unsettling here. Jacqueline was speaking directly to her, looking right at her, and yet Cornelia had the distinct prickling sensation that the other woman's attention was aimed elsewhere. But the room only held two others, Mr. Fanthorpe, who appeared utterly absorbed in Europe from within, and Mr. Doyle, who wore a peculiar, watchful expression. Jacqueline's voice cut through her thoughts again, sharper now. "Tell me all about your life." Always inclined to obey, Cornelia clumsily tried to comply. She spoke haltingly, diving into trivial details about her quiet domestic routine. She was so unaccustomed to being the speaker, her usual role was that of the listener. Strangely, Miss de Belfort seemed to demand it. Whenever Cornelia's words trailed off, the other girl was quick to prompt her. "Go on, don't stop." And so Cornelia continued, "Mother has very delicate health. You see, some days she'll only take a little broth and toast, miserably aware that every word was profoundly dull, yet oddly flattered by the intense, fixed attention." But was it attention? Was Jacqueline actually listening, or was she somehow waiting for something else? She was looking at Cornelia, yes, but her focus felt like it was burning a hole in the space just beyond, as if someone else entirely occupied the room. And of course our local art society offers excellent classes. Last winter I took a course in. How late had it become? It must be the middle of the night. She had been talking forever. If only something would happen to break this awful tension. As if in direct answer to her silent plea, something did. At first, it seemed almost mundane. Jacqueline turned her head sharply towards Simon Doyle, her movement a little unsteady. "Ring for the steward. Simon, I want another drink." Simon looked up from his magazine, his expression carefully neutral. "The stewards have gone to bed. It's long past midnight." "I said I want another drink." "You've had more than enough, Jackie," he stated flatly. She swung around to face him fully, her eyes glittering. "What the hell business is it of yours?" He gave a slight shrug, his gaze dropping back to the page. "None at all." She watched him for a long silent moment, the air growing thick. Then she said, her voice dropping to a venomous purr, "What's wrong, Simon? Are you scared?" Simon offered no reply, instead making a show of refocusing on his reading. Cornelia, desperate for an exit, mumbled, "Oh my, it's so late I really must." She fumbled with her sewing bag, sending a small silver thimble clattering to the floor. Jacqueline's laugh was brittle. "Don't you dare go to bed. I want another woman here for moral support." She leaned forward, her smile sharp and humorless. "Do you want to know what Simon over there is so afraid of? He's terrified I'm going to tell you our little story. You see, he and I were engaged once." "Oh," Cornelia gasped, a tumult of embarrassment and illicit thrill coursing through her. She couldn't help but glance at Simon Doyle. His face had gone dark and stormy. "Yes, it's a terribly tragic tale," Jacqueline continued, her soft voice dripping with mock sympathy. "He was rather awful to me, wasn't he, Simon?" Simon Doyle's reply was brutal in its simplicity.
Go to bed, Jackie. You're drunk.
"If my conversation embarrasses you, Simon, darling, you know where the door is." She shot back, her gaze locked on his. Simon looked at her, and the hand holding his magazine trembled slightly, but his voice was blunt and firm. "I'm staying right here." Cornelia tried once more, her voice a faint whisper. "I really should go." "You are not leaving," Jacqueline stated. Her hand darted out with surprising speed, her fingers closing tightly around Cornelia's wrist, holding her firmly in the chair. "You're staying right here to listen to me," Simon's voice cut through the air, sharp and impatient. "Jackie, you're embarrassing yourself. Just go to bed, for heaven's sake." Jacqueline pushed herself upright in her seat, a torrent of low, venomous words spilling out. "You're terrified of a scene, aren't you? That's your English reserve talking? You want everything to be proper. Well, I don't care about being proper anymore. You should leave now because I have plenty to say." Jim Fanthorpe, with deliberate calm, closed his book, stretched, checked his watch, and walked out. It was a transparently British and utterly unconvincing act. Jacqueline turned her fiery gaze back to Simon. "You absolute fool!" she slurred, her voice thick with drink and emotion. "Did you really believe you could treat me this way and walk away clean?" Simon Doyle remained silent, his lips pressed together, hoping his stillness might weather her storm. Jacqueline's voice, slurred and raw, held a horrible fascination for Cornelia, who was wholly unaccustomed to such unveiled passion. "I warned you!" Jacqueline hissed, leaning forward. "I said I'd kill you before I'd let you go to someone else. You thought I was joking? You were wrong, I've just been waiting. You're mine. Do you understand that? You belong to me." Simon still refused to speak. Jacqueline's hand fumbled nervously in her lap before she leaned closer, her eyes blazing. "I told you I'd kill you, and I meant it." Her hand came up suddenly, clutching a small object that glinted in the light. "I'll shoot you like the dog you are." Finally, Simon moved. He leapt to his feet, but in the same instant she squeezed the trigger. Simon twisted, crying out, and collapsed over a chair. Cornelia screamed and bolted for the door. Jim Fanthorpe was outside, leaning on the rail. "Mr. Fanthorpe! Mr. Fanthorpe!" she cried, grabbing his arm incoherently. "She shot him! She shot him!" Inside, Simon lay where he had fallen, half sprawled across the furniture. Jacqueline stood frozen, trembling violently. Her eyes were wide with horror, fixed on the dark red stain blossoming through Simon's trouser leg just below the knee, where he pressed a handkerchief to the wound. "I didn't mean to," she stammered, her voice breaking. "Oh, God, I never meant it." The pistol clattered from her shaking fingers to the floor. She kicked it away in a panic, and it skittered under a sofa. Simon, his voice weak, managed to whisper, "Fanthorpe, someone's coming, for pity's sake. Say it was an accident, a mishap. There can't be a scandal about this." Fanthorpe gave a quick nod of understanding. He turned to the doorway where a startled Nubian attendant had appeared. "Everything's fine," Fanthorpe said with forced casualness. "Just a bit of fun." The attendant's face shifted from confusion to a relieved wide grin before he nodded and retreated. Fanthorpe turned back to the scene. "That's settled. Sounded like a cork popping." Now the next thing he was interrupted as Jacqueline suddenly broke into hysterical sobs. "I should be dead. I'll kill myself. It would be better if I were dead. What have I done?" Cornelia rushed to her side. "Hush now, dear, hush." Simon, his face pale and slick with sweat, spoke urgently through gritted teeth. "Get her out of here. Please get her to her cabin. Fanthorpe, Miss Robson, fetch your nurse." He looked desperately from one to the other. "Don't leave her alone. Make sure the nurse stays with her. Then find Dr. Bessner and bring him here, for God's sake. Don't let a word of this reach my wife." Jim Fanthorpe, the epitome of cool competence in a crisis, nodded again. Together he and Cornelia guided the weeping, struggling Jacqueline from the saloon and along the deck toward her cabin. Once there, her resistance intensified. She fought against them, her sobs growing more desperate. "I'll throw myself overboard," she wailed, her grief now mingling with a terrifying resolve. "I'll drown myself. I'm not fit to live." "Oh, Simon!" Simon Fanthorpe turned to Cornelia. "Go and find Miss Bowers. I'll stay here until you get back." Cornelia gave a quick nod and rushed from the cabin. The moment she was gone, Jacqueline grabbed Fanthorpe's arm, her grip desperate. His leg is bleeding terribly. It's broken. He could bleed to death. I have to go to him. Oh, Simon, what have I done?" Her voice climbed toward hysteria. Fanthorpe spoke with urgent firmness. "Be quiet. Stay calm. He will be all right." She began to fight against him again. "Let me go. I should throw myself over the rail." "I should end this," Fanthorpe, gripping her shoulders, pushed her back onto the bed. "You must remain here. Do not cause a scene. Get a hold of yourself. Everything is under control, I assure you." To his immense relief, the frantic young woman seemed to wrestle her emotions into some semblance of order. But he was profoundly grateful when the cabin curtains parted and the ever-efficient Miss Bowers entered. She was neatly attired in a truly dreadful floral robe, with Cornelia close behind. "All right," Miss Bowers said briskly. "What's going on here?" She assumed command without a flicker of surprise or panic. Fanthorpe, thankful, relinquished the distraught girl into her capable hands and hurried down the deck to Dr. Bessner's cabin. He knocked and entered almost simultaneously. "Dr. Bessner?" A monumental snore broke off and a groggy voice responded. What is it?" By then, Fanthorpe had found the light switch. The doctor blinked up at him, looking rather like a startled large bird. "It's Doyle. He's been shot. Mr. Belfort shot him. He's in the main lounge. Can you come immediately?" The stout doctor reacted with swift professionalism. After a few terse questions, he pulled on his slippers and a dressing gown, snatched up a small medical kit, and followed Fanthorpe. In the lounge, Simon had managed to crank open the window beside him. He was leaning his head against the frame, drawing in deep breaths of the night air. His face was a terrible ashen colour. Dr. Bessner approached. "So, what do we have here?" A blood-soaked handkerchief lay discarded on the carpet, which itself bore a dark, spreading stain. The doctor's examination was accompanied by Germanic grunts and muttered exclamations. "Yes, this is very bad. The bone is fractured. There has been significant blood loss, Herr Fanthorpe. You and I must move him to my cabin, so like this he cannot walk. We must carry him together." As they prepared to lift him, Cornelia reappeared in the doorway. Spotting her, the doctor gave a grunt of approval. "Ah, it is you. Good. You will come with us. I require assistance. You will be more useful than my friend here, who is looking somewhat green already." Fanthorpe managed a weak, queasy smile. "Should I fetch Miss Bowers?" he asked. Dr. Bessner cast an appraising look at Cornelia. "You will do perfectly well, young lady," he declared. "You will not faint or become silly, yes? I can follow your instructions," Cornelia said eagerly. Bessner nodded, satisfied. The small procession made its way along the deck. The following 10 minutes were strictly surgical, and Mr. Jim Fanthorpe did not enjoy them in the slightest. He felt a private shame at the superior steadiness displayed by Cornelia, who followed the doctor's orders without flinching. "So that is the best I can do for now," Dr. Bessner announced finally. "You have been very brave, my friend." He gave Simon an approving pat on the shoulder. Then he rolled up his sleeve and prepared a hypodermic needle. "And now I will give you something for sleep." "Your wife? What shall we tell her?" Simon murmured weakly. "She doesn't need to know until morning," he continued, his voice fading. "You? You mustn't blame Jackie. This is all my fault. I treated her abominably, the poor girl. She didn't know what she was doing." Dr. Bessner nodded with understanding. Yes, I see, my fault," Simon insisted. His eyes found Cornelia. "Someone should stay with her. She might try to harm herself." Dr. Bessner administered the injection. Cornelia spoke with quiet assurance. "It's all right, Mr. Doyle. Miss Bowers is going to stay with her through the night." A look of profound gratitude washed over Simon's face. His body went slack, his eyes closing, then they jerked open once more. "Fanthorpe?" "Yes, Doyle." "The pistol shouldn't be left lying around. The crew will find it in the morning." Fanthorpe gave a solemn nod. "Absolutely, I'll go and retrieve it right away." He left the cabin and moved along the deck. Miss Bowers emerged from Jacqueline's doorway. "She'll be stable now," she stated. "I administered a morphine injection." "But you'll remain with her?" "Naturally, morphine can cause agitation in some patients. I'll stay through the night." Fanthorpe continued to the lounge. Roughly 3 minutes later, a knock sounded at Dr. Bessner's door. "Dr. Bessner, yes?" The portly man appeared. Fanthorpe gestured for him to step out onto the deck. "Listen, I can't locate that pistol. What do you mean, the pistol? It fell from the girl's grip. She kicked it aside and it slid beneath a sofa. It is no longer there." They exchanged a long, uneasy look. Then who could have taken it? Fanthorpe gave a helpless shrug. Bessner murmured, "It is very strange, yet I do not see what immediate action we can take." Troubled and with a growing sense of dread, the two men parted ways. Chapter 12. Hercule Poirot was just rinsing the shaving cream from his face when a rapid knock came at the door, followed immediately by Colonel Race entering without ceremony. He shut the door firmly behind him. He announced, "Your intuition was perfectly accurate. It has occurred?" Poirot turned swiftly, his expression sharp. "What has occurred?" "Linnet Doyle is dead, shot through the head last night." Poirot fell silent for a long moment, two recollections flooding his mind with painful clarity. A young woman in an Aswan garden, her voice tight and fierce, saying, "I'd love to press my little pistol right to her temple and pull the trigger," and a more recent memory, that same voice, weary and strained, murmuring, "There are days when you feel you just can't continue," when something inside you snaps, accompanied by that brief, desperate flash of appeal in her eyes. How could he have been so obtuse, so sluggish with fatigue, as to ignore that silent plea? He had been utterly blind and foolish. Race continued, "I have a degree of official authority here. They summoned me. They've placed the matter in my hands. The steamer is scheduled to depart in 30 minutes, but I've ordered a delay until I say otherwise. There is a remote chance, of course, that the killer came from the shore." Poirot gave a firm shake of his head. Race nodded in agreement. "I concur. We can essentially dismiss that theory. Well, my friend, this is your arena. The investigation is yours to lead." Poirot had been dressing with swift, precise movements. He now said, "I'm at your service." The two men stepped out onto the deck. Race indicated, "Bessner should be there by now. I sent a steward for him." There were 4 deluxe cabins with private baths on the vessel, on the port side. One was occupied by Dr. Bessner, the adjacent one by Andrew Pennington. On the starboard side, the first belonged to Miss Van Schuyler, with Linnet Doyle's cabin next to it. Her husband's dressing room was adjoining. A pale, anxious steward stood guard outside Linnet Doyle's door. He opened it for them, and they entered. Dr. Bessner was hunched over the bed. He glanced up and gave a somber grunt as they approached.
"What can you tell us, Doctor, about this tragedy?"
Race inquired. Bessner rubbed his stubbled chin thoughtfully. She was shot at very close range, you see, just here above the ear where the bullet entered. A very small caliber, I would estimate, of .22. The weapon was pressed directly against her head. Observe the powder burns here. The skin is blackened. Once again a sickening wave of memory hit Poirot, hearing those words from Aswan Echo. Bessner proceeded. She was asleep. There was no sign of a struggle. The murderer approached in the darkness and shot her as she lay. But no. Poirot exclaimed, his sense of human psychology revolting against the image. Jacqueline de Belfort sneaking into a shadowy cabin, pistol in hand. No, that scenario felt all wrong. It simply did not align. Bessner stared at him through his thick spectacles. "But that is precisely what occurred, I assure you." Yes, I did not intend to contradict the facts. My objection was of a different nature." Bessner emitted a conceding grunt. Poirot moved closer and stood beside him. Linnet Doyle lay on her side, her posture serene and undisturbed, as if merely sleeping. Above the ear, a small puncture was visible, ringed by a crust of dried blood. Poirot sighed, shaking his head with sorrow. His attention shifted to the pristine white wall directly ahead, and he inhaled sharply, Its orderly surface was defaced by a large, shaky letter J smeared in a rusty reddish-brown substance. Poirot studied it intently before bending over the deceased woman and carefully lifting her right hand. One fingertip was stained the same murky hue. "Incredible!" muttered Hercule Poirot. "What is it?" Dr. Bessner glanced up. "Ah, that!" Colonel Race exclaimed. "Well, I'll be." "What's your take, Poirot?" Poirot rocked slightly on his heels. "You ask my interpretation?" "It is, one might say, transparently obvious as Mrs. Doyle lay dying. She sought to name her killer. Using her own blood, she scrawled the initial of the murderer upon the wall. It is, admittedly, a remarkably straightforward gesture." "But that is—" Dr. Bessner began to protest, but a sharp look from Race cut him short. "So that's how it appears to you?" Race asked slowly. Poirot turned to him, nodding. "Precisely. It is, as noted, astonishingly simple. It is a trope we know well from countless crime novels. Frankly, it feels a bit dated now. It suggests our culprit might be rather traditional in their methods." Race took a long breath. "I understand," he said. "Initially I thought—" He stopped himself. Poirot offered a faint smile. "That I subscribed to such a melodramatic cliché? But forgive me, Dr. Bessner, you wish to say—" Bessner erupted, his voice rough. "What do I say, poppycock? It is absurd nonsense. The poor woman died instantly, to dip her finger in blood, and as you see, there is very little blood here, and then write a letter on the wall. It is theatrical foolishness." "It is childish, I agree," Poirot conceded, "but it was done with intention," Race suggested. "Naturally," said Poirot, his expression turning solemn. Race pressed. "What does the J represent?" Poirot answered without hesitation. "J stands for Jacqueline de Belfort, a young woman who informed me not a week ago that she would relish nothing more than two." He paused, then quoted deliberately, "Press my dear little pistol right against her head and simply squeeze the trigger." "Good heavens!" Dr. Bessner gasped. A heavy silence fell, then Race drew a deep breath. "Which is essentially what happened here." Bessner nodded. "That is correct, yes. The weapon was of very small caliber, likely a .22. We will need to extract the bullet to be certain." Race nodded in quick understanding. "Time of death?" Bessner rubbed his chin, the sound raspy. "I would hesitate to be exact. It is now 8 o'clock. Considering last night's temperature, I estimate she has been dead at least 6 hours, but probably no more than 8, placing it between midnight and 2 in the morning." "Correct." There was a pause. Race looked around. "What about her husband? I assume he occupies the adjoining cabin." "Currently," Dr. Bessner stated, "he is asleep in my cabin." Both men showed surprise. Bessner nodded several times. "Ah, I see you were not informed. Mr. Doyle was shot last night in the lounge." "Shot? By whom?" "By the young lady Jacqueline de Belfort." Race asked sharply, "Is his injury severe?" "Yes, the bone was shattered. I have provided all possible care for now, but the fracture requires an X-ray and proper treatment, which is impossible on this vessel." Poirot murmured again, "Jacqueline de Belfort." His eyes returned to the J on the wall. Race said abruptly, "If there's nothing more for us here presently, let's go below. The management has offered us the use of the smoking room. We need to understand exactly what took place last night." They exited the cabin, and Race secured the door, pocketing the key. "We can return later," he stated. "Our immediate priority is to establish a clear sequence of events." Descending to the deck below, they located the manager of the Karnak, who was pacing anxiously by the entrance to the smoking room. The man was visibly distressed and overwhelmed by the situation, and he was profoundly relieved to defer all authority to Colonel Race. "Given your official capacities, sir, I believe it's best to place everything in your hands," the manager said, his voice strained. "I was already instructed to assist you in the prior matter. If you will assume command, I will ensure your instructions are followed precisely." "Very good to start. I require this room to be reserved for myself and M. Poirot during the investigation." Of course, sir. That will be all for now. Please attend to your duties. I know where to find you, somewhat comforted. The manager departed. Race gestured to a chair. Sit down, Dr. Bessner, and provide us with a complete account of last night's events. They listened in silence as the doctor relayed the story in his low, rumbling tone. Sounds straightforward enough, Race remarked when Bessner concluded. The young woman became agitated, perhaps aided by a drink, and eventually fired at the man with a .22 caliber pistol. Afterwards, she proceeded to Linnet Doyle's cabin and shot her as well. Dr. Bessner, however, was shaking his head emphatically. No, I do not believe that is possible. For one, she would not paint her own initial on the wall. That would be absurd, is it not? She might have, Race countered, if she were in a state of blind, jealous rage as described. She might have felt a compulsion to, in a sense, sign her name to the act. Poirot also shook his head. No, I do not think she would be quite so obvious. Then there is only one explanation for that, Jay, Race said. It was placed there by someone else with the deliberate intent to cast suspicion upon her. The doctor nodded in agreement. Precisely. And the criminal was unfortunate, because, you see, it is not merely unlikely that the young lady committed the murder. I believe it is actually impossible. He then detailed Jacqueline's hysterical collapse and the circumstances that led Miss Bowers to remain with her throughout the night. I am quite certain Miss Bowers did not leave her side. If that's verified, it significantly narrows our field, Race observed. Poirot inquired. Who found her? Mrs. Doyle's maid, Louise Bourget. She went in as usual to wake her mistress, discovered the body, and stumbled out into the corridor, fainting directly into the arms of a steward. He alerted the manager, who then came to me. I fetched Dr. Bessner and then came for you. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Race continued. Doyle must be informed, you said he is still asleep. Yes, he remains asleep in my cabin, the doctor confirmed. I administered a strong sedative to him last night. Race turned to Poirot. I don't think we need to keep the doctor any longer. Thank you, Doctor. Bessner stood. I will take my breakfast now, then I will return to my cabin to see if Mr. Doyle is beginning to stir. After the doctor left, the two men were alone. Well, Poirot, Race said, you are the expert here. I shall follow your lead. What needs to be done? Poirot gave a slight bow. Very well, he said. We must convene our inquiry. First, we must verify the narrative of last night's altercation. This means we must question Mr. Fanthorpe and Miss Robson, who were the direct witnesses. The missing pistol is a detail of great importance. Race rang for a steward to summon them. Poirot sighed, his expression troubled. This is a bad business, he murmured. A very bad business. Have you formed any theories? Race asked with curiosity. My ideas are in conflict, Poirot admitted. They are not well ordered, they lack arrangement. You see, we have the overwhelming fact that this girl despised Linnet Doyle and wished her dead. Do you believe she was capable of it? I think so, yes, Poirot said, though he sounded uncertain. But not in this manner. That is what troubles you, is it not? Not to steal into her cabin in the darkness and shoot her while she slept. The sheer lack of emotion feels off to you, doesn't it? Poirot asked. In a way, yes, Race admitted. You believe this young woman, Jacqueline de Belfort, is simply not capable of such a calculated, detached act of killing. Poirot considered his words carefully. I cannot be certain. She possesses the intelligence for it, certainly. But I question whether in a physical sense she could have forced herself to carry it through. Race gave a slow nod. I understand, well, if Dr. Bessner's account is accurate, it would have been physically impossible for her as well. He paused, his expression thoughtful. If that holds true, it significantly narrows our field. Let us hope it does, he added, with uncharacteristic softness. I would be relieved for that to be the case. I have developed a genuine fondness for her. The door swung open, admitting Fanthorpe and a flustered Cornelia Robson, with Dr. Bessner close behind them. Oh, it's just terrible, Cornelia burst out. Poor Mrs. Doyle, she was so beautiful. Whoever did this must be an absolute monster, and poor Mr. Doyle, he'll be shattered when he finds out. He was already so anxious last night, worried sick she might learn about his accident." "That is precisely what we need you to clarify, Miss Robson," Race interjected, steering the conversation. "We require a detailed account of last night's events." Cornelia's narrative started in a jumble, but a few gentle prompts from Poirot helped her organize her thoughts. "Ah, I see, following the bridge game, Mrs. Doyle retired. But did she indeed go directly to her cabin? I must wonder." "She did," Race confirmed. "I personally saw her to the door and bid her good night. And the time—" "Goodness, I couldn't say," Cornelia admitted. "It was 11:20, Race supplied. "Very well. So at 11:20 Mrs. Doyle was alive and well." "At that moment, who remained in the lounge?" Fanthorpe answered. "Doyle was there, Mr. Belfort, myself and Miss Robson." "That's right," Cornelia echoed. "Mr. Pennington finished his drink and went off to bed." "How soon after that?" "Oh, just a few minutes before 11:30. "Definitely. So the occupants were you, Miss Robson? Mr. Belfort, Mr. Doyle and myself," Fanthorpe summarized. "What was everyone doing?" "Mr. Fanthorpe was reading," Cornelia said. "I was working on my needlepoint. Mr. Belfort was, well, she was." Fanthorpe stepped in. She was drinking rather heavily. "Yes," Cornelia agreed, her voice dropping. "She kept talking to me, asking all sorts of questions about my life back home. But she was saying things, mostly to me, but I think they were really meant for Mr. Doyle. He was getting angrier by the minute, though he never said a word. I suppose he thought if he stayed quiet, she might eventually calm down. But she didn't." Cornelia shook her head. "I tried to excuse myself a couple of times, but she insisted I stay. It was becoming very awkward. Then Mr. Fanthorpe stood up and left. It was becoming a rather uncomfortable situation," Fanthorpe explained. "I thought a discreet departure was best. Mr. Belfort was clearly heading toward a dramatic confrontation." And then she took out the pistol. Cornelia continued, her words tumbling out faster. Mr. Doyle leapt up to try and grab it from her, and it went off. The bullet struck him in the leg. Then she just collapsed into sobs. I was absolutely terrified and ran out after Mr. Fanthorpe. He came back with me, and Mr. Doyle told us not to make a fuss. One of the stewards had heard the shot and came running, but Mr. Fanthorpe sent him away, saying everything was fine. Then we managed to get Jacqueline to her cabin. Mr. Fanthorpe stayed with her while I went to fetch Miss Bowers. She stopped out of breath. "What time was this?" Race pressed. Cornelia again said, "Mercy, I don't know." But Fanthorpe responded crisply, "It must have been approximately 12:20. I recall it was 12:30 by the time I finally reached my own room." "Allow me to clarify a few points," Poirot said, holding up a finger. "After Mrs. Doyle departed the lounge, did any of you four leave it?" "No." "You are absolutely certain Mr. Belfort did not leave the lounge at any point?" Fanthorpe was emphatic, positive. "Neither Doyle, Mr. Belfort, Miss Robson, nor I left that room." "Excellent. That establishes that Mr. Belfort could not possibly have been the one to shoot Mrs. Doyle. Doyle had left us, let's say, around 20 minutes past 12. Now, Miss Robson, you went to get Miss Bowers. Was Mr. Belfort alone in her cabin during that time?" "No, Mr." Fanthorpe remained with her. "Good, so far. Mr. Belfort has a solid alibi. Miss Bowers is the next person I wish to speak with. But before I call for her, I'd like your thoughts on a couple of matters. Mr. Doyle, you mentioned, was deeply concerned that Mr. Belfort not be left by herself. In your view, was he worried she might be considering another impulsive act?" "That is my belief," Fanthorpe stated. "He was clearly afraid she might harm Mrs. Doyle?" "No." Fanthorpe shook his head. "I don't believe that was his concern at all. I think he feared she might, well, do something drastic to herself. Take her own life. Yes, you see, she appeared utterly sobered and devastated by what she had done. She was consumed with guilt, repeatedly saying she'd be better off dead." Cornelia added softly, "I think he was genuinely troubled for her. He spoke kindly, admitting it was all his fault, that he'd treated her poorly." He was actually quite decent about it. Hercule Poirot nodded, considering this. Now regarding the pistol, he continued. What became of it? She dropped it, Cornelia replied. And after that, Fanthorpe described his return to search for the weapon, coming up empty-handed. Aha, said Poirot. Now we are getting somewhere. Let us, I implore you, be extremely precise. Describe to me exactly what occurred. Mr. Belfort let it fall, then she pushed it away with her foot, as if repelled by it. She seemed to despise the thing, Cornelia explained. I understand how she felt. And it slid beneath a sofa, you say? Now be very careful. Mr. Belfort did not retrieve that pistol before she departed the lounge. Both Fanthorpe and Cornelia were certain she had not. Precisely. I seek only to be exact, you understand. So we arrive at this when Mr. Belfort leaves the lounge. The pistol is under the sofa, and since she is never alone afterward with Miss Fanthorpe, Miss Robson, or Miss Bowers accompanying her, she has no chance to recover it after her departure. What time was it, Mr. Fanthorpe, when you returned to look for it? It must have been just before 12:30. And how much time passed between when you and Dr. Bessner carried Mr. Doyle from the lounge and when you went back to search for the pistol? Perhaps 5 minutes, maybe a little longer. Then, in that brief window, someone removed that pistol from its hidden spot under the sofa. That someone was not Mr. Belfort. Who was it? It seems highly likely that the person who took it was Mrs. Doyle's murderer. We may also assume that this person had witnessed or overheard part of the earlier confrontation. I don't quite follow your reasoning, Fanthorpe objected, because, Poirot explained, you have just told us the pistol was out of sight under the sofa. Therefore, it is hardly plausible it was found by chance. It was taken by someone who knew it was there, that someone must have observed the scene. Fanthorpe shook his head. I saw no one when I stepped onto the deck just before the shot was fired. Ah, but you exited by the starboard door. Yes, the same side as my own cabin. Then, if anyone had been at the port side door peering through the glass, you would not have seen them. No, I suppose not, Fanthorpe admitted. Did anyone hear the shot besides the Nubian attendant? Not that I'm aware of, Fanthorpe continued. You see, the windows in the lounge were all closed. Miss Van Schuyler had complained of a draught earlier. The swinging doors were shut. I doubt the shot would have been clearly audible. It would have sounded like a cork popping, Race added. As far as I know, no one appears to have heard the other shot, the one that killed Mrs. Doyle. We will look into that shortly, said Poirot. For now, our focus remains on Mademoiselle de Belfort. We need to speak with Miss Bowers. However, before you leave, he said, stopping Fanthorpe and Cornelia with a gesture, I require some basic information from each of you. That way we won't need to trouble you again later. You first, sir, your full name, please. James Lechdale Fanthorpe. Your address. Glasmore House, Market, Donington, Northamptonshire. And your profession. I am an attorney. Your reason for travelling to Egypt? There was a noticeable hesitation. For the first time, the usually unflappable Mr. Fanthorpe appeared unsettled. He finally answered, nearly mumbling the words for pleasure. Ah, Poirot replied, a holiday then? Is that correct? Yes. Very well, Mr. Fanthorpe. Now please provide a brief account of your own movements last night, after the events we have just discussed. I went directly to bed. At what time was that? Shortly after 12:30. Your cabin is number 22 on the starboard side, the one closest to the saloon.
That is correct. I have one further question. Did you hear anything? Anything at all after you retired to your cabin?
Fanthorpe thought for a moment. I fell asleep quite quickly. I believe I heard a sort of splash just as I was drifting off. Nothing more.
You heard a splash? Was it nearby?
Fanthorpe shook his head. Honestly, I couldn't say I was nearly asleep. And approximately what time would that have been? It might have been around 1 o'clock. I really can't be certain. Thank you, Mr. Fanthorpe. That will be all. Poirot then turned to Cornelia. And now, Miss Robson, your full name? Cornelia Ruth Robson. I live at the Red House in Belfield, Connecticut. What brought you to Egypt? My cousin, Miss Marie Van Schuyler, invited me to accompany her on this trip. Had you ever met Mrs. Doyle before this voyage? No, never. What did you do last night? I went straight to bed after assisting Dr. Bessner with Mr. Doyle's injured leg. Your cabin number, 41 on the port side, right next door to Mr. Belfort. Did you hear anything during the night? Cornelia shook her head. I didn't hear a thing. No splash. No, but I wouldn't have. My side of the boat was right up against the riverbank. Poirot nodded. Thank you, Miss Robson. Now, would you be so kind as to send Miss Bowers in? Once Fanthorpe and Cornelia had left, Race remarked, that seems straightforward enough. Unless 3 separate witnesses are lying, Jacqueline de Belfort couldn't possibly have retrieved the pistol, yet someone did. Someone overheard that entire scene, and someone was foolish enough to paint a large letter J on the wall. Honestly, the sheer melodrama of it all was almost laughable. In the middle of a potential murder investigation, we're chasing phantom letters and splashy sound. It felt more like a bad stage play than a serious inquiry. A light knock announced Miss Bowers' entrance. The nurse took a seat with her customary composure and efficiency. In response to Poirot's questions, she provided her name, address, and professional qualifications, adding, I have been attending to Miss Van Schuyler for a little over 2 years now. Is Miss Van Schuyler's health particularly poor? Oh, no, I wouldn't say that, Miss Bowers answered. She is not a young woman, and she is rather anxious about her well-being. She prefers to have a nurse readily available. There is no serious ailment. She simply appreciates considerable attention and is prepared to compensate for it. Poirot nodded in understanding. I believe Miss Robson fetched you last night? Yes, that's correct. Please describe exactly what transpired. Miss Robson gave me a concise summary of the situation, and I accompanied her. I found Mr. Belfort in a highly agitated, hysterical state. Did she make any threats against Mrs. Doyle? No, nothing of that sort. She was in a condition of profound self-reproach. She had consumed a significant amount of alcohol, in my opinion, and was suffering from the after-effects. I judged she should not be left alone. I administered a mild sedative and remained with her. Now, Miss Bowers, this is important. Did Mr. Belfort leave her cabin at any point? No, she did not. And you yourself? I stayed with her until the early hours of the morning. You're entirely certain of this? Absolutely certain. Thank you, Miss Bowers. After the nurse departed, the 2 men exchanged a long, silent look. The facts were lining up, yet the puzzle only seemed to deepen. Jacqueline de Belfort was conclusively cleared of the crime. So who had shot Linnet Doyle? The question hung in the air like a shroud. Race broke the silence. Someone stole that pistol. It wasn't Jacqueline. Someone was clever enough to be sure their crime would be pinned on her. But that same someone had no idea a nurse would be giving her morphine and watching her all night. Consider one more point. Someone had already tried to kill Linnet Doyle by pushing a boulder over the cliff. That someone was not Jacqueline de Belfort. So who was it? Poirot offered a different approach. It may be simpler to state who it could not have been. Mr. Doyle, Mrs. Allerton, Mr. Tim Allerton, Miss Van Schuyler, and Miss Bowers are all eliminated. They were within my direct line of sight the entire time. That, Race muttered, leaves us with a rather wide field of suspects. What about a motive? That, Poirot replied, is where I hope Mr. Doyle might assist us. There have been a number of troubling incidents. The door swung open and Jacqueline de Belfort walked in. She was ghostly pale and her steps were unsteady. I didn't do it, she whispered, her voice small and terrified, like a lost child's. Please, you must believe me. Everyone will think it was me, but it wasn't. It's a nightmare. I almost wish it had never happened. Last night I was insane. I might have killed Simon. But I didn't do this other thing. I couldn't have. She collapsed into a chair, tears streaming down her face. Poirot gently patted her shoulder. There, child, we know you did not kill Mrs. Doyle. It is established, proven, mon enfant. It was not you. Jackie sat up abruptly, clutching a damp handkerchief. Then who did? That, said Poirot, is precisely the question occupying us. You cannot aid us with an answer. Jacqueline shook her head, a deep frown creasing her forehead. I don't know, I can't imagine it. No, I haven't the slightest idea. She hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. I can't think of anyone who would want her dead except for me. Race stood abruptly. Excuse me for a moment. Something just occurred to me. He hurried from the room, left alone with Poirot. Jacqueline sat with her head bowed, nervously knotting her fingers. Suddenly she burst out. Death is so horrible, I can't stand the thought of it. Poirot observed her calmly. It is an unpleasant thought, is it not? That right now, at this very moment, someone is quietly celebrating the perfect execution of their plan. Stop it, Jackie cried, covering her ears. The way you say it is monstrous. Poirot gave a slight shrug. It is merely the truth, in a voice barely audible. Jackie confessed, I wanted her dead, and now she is, and the worst part is, she died exactly the way I said she would. Indeed, mademoiselle, shot directly through the head. She gasped, her eyes widening with a sudden dreadful realization. Then I was right that night at the Cataract Hotel. Someone was listening to us. Ah? Poirot nodded, a glint in his eye. I wondered if you would recall that. Yes, it is far too convenient a coincidence that Madame Doyle was killed precisely in the manner you so vividly described. Jackie shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. That person that night. Who could it possibly have been? Poirot was quiet for a long moment, then asked in a curiously altered tone, You are certain it was a man, mademoiselle? Jackie looked at him, startled. Yes, of course, at least. She faltered, her brow furrowed in concentration as she squeezed her eyes shut, trying to resurrect the memory. I thought it was a man, but now you are less sure. She spoke slowly, piecing it together. No, I can't be certain. I just assumed it was a man. It was really just a shape, a shadow in the garden. She paused, then asked anxiously, You think it must have been a woman? But which of the women on this boat could possibly have wanted Linnet dead? Poirot offered only a non-committal tilt of his head. The door opened then, and Dr. Bessner appeared. M. Poirot? Would you come speak with Mr. Doyle, please? He is asking for you. Jackie sprang to her feet, grabbing the doctor's arm. How is he? Is he all right? Naturally, he is not all right, Doctor. Bessner replied with professional reproach. The man has a fractured skull, you understand? But he isn't going to die, Jackie cried, her voice edged with fresh panic. Ark! The doctor sighed, exasperated. Who said anything about dying? We'll get him to a proper hospital where he can have an X-ray and receive the right care. The girl's hands clenched tightly together. She sank back into her chair, her face pale. Poirot followed the doctor out onto the deck, where they were met by Colonel Race. The three men made their way to Dr. Bessner's cabin. Simon Doyle lay propped against a heap of cushions, a makeshift frame protecting his injured leg. His complexion was ashen, marked by pain and the deep shock of recent events, yet the most striking expression on his face was one of utter confusion, the bewildered, lost look of a child. He spoke in a halting voice. Please come in, the doctor told me. About Linnet. I can't accept it. I just can't believe it's real. I understand, it's a terrible blow, Race said gently. Simon's words tumbled out. You have to know Jackie didn't do this. I'm absolutely certain she didn't. I know how it looks, but she couldn't have. She was upset last night and she'd been drinking. That's why she came at me, but she could never commit murder. Not like this. Poirot's voice was soft but firm. Do not torment yourself, Mr. Doyle. The person who shot your wife was not Mr. Belfort. Simon stared at him, uncertainty in his eyes. Are you sure about that? Since it was not Mr. Belfort, Poirot continued, leaning forward slightly, can you think of anyone else who might have wished your wife harm? Simon shook his head slowly, his bewilderment only growing. It's insane, impossible other than Jackie who would want to hurt her. It doesn't make any sense. Think carefully, Mr. Doyle. Did she have enemies? Was there anyone who held a grudge against her? Again, Simon gave a hopeless shake of his head. It sounds completely unreal. There's Lord Windlesham, of course. She essentially left him to marry me. But I can't picture a refined man like him committing murder. And besides, he's far away. It's the same with Sir George Wode. He was annoyed with Linnet over the renovations to the estate house. But he's back in London, and to imagine murder over a property dispute is just absurd. Listen to me, Mr. Doyle. Poirot's tone grew more intense. On our first day aboard this steamer, I had a conversation with your wife. She was deeply troubled, truly distraught, she told me, and mark this well, that she felt everyone hated her. She said she was afraid, as if she were surrounded by enemies. She was very upset about Jacqueline being on board. So was I, Simon replied. That is true, but it does not fully account for her words. When she spoke of being surrounded by enemies, she may have been exaggerating. Yet she clearly meant more than one person. You might be right about that, Simon admitted, rubbing his temple. I think I can explain part of it. There was a name on the passenger list that disturbed her. A name on the passenger list? What name? Well, she didn't actually tell me the specific name. To be honest, I wasn't listening as closely as I should have been. My mind was still on the whole situation with Jacqueline. From what I recall, Linnet said something about how her family's business dealings had ruined some people, and it made her uneasy to encounter anyone who might resent her family. You see, I don't know all the details, but Linnet's mother was an heiress. Her father started with wealth, but after the marriage he began speculating heavily. Some people lost everything because of it. One day they were comfortable, the next they were in the gutter. Apparently there was someone on this boat whose father had been financially destroyed by Linnet's father. I remember her saying, "It's horrible when people hate you without even knowing you." Yes, Poirot said thoughtfully, that would indeed explain what she said to me, for perhaps the first time she was feeling the weight of her fortune as a burden, not a blessing. Are you quite certain, Mr. Doyle, that she did not mention this person's name? Simon shook his head with regret. I'm afraid I wasn't really paying attention. A flicker of dark, bitter humour crossed his face then, a sudden shift from his earlier vulnerability. Isn't that just perfect? My wife was practically telling me she felt a target on her back, and I was too wrapped up in my own drama to hear it. Some husband I turned out to be. Oh, nobody cares what happened to their fathers these days, someone remarked. Life moves too quickly for that sort of thing. Something along those lines, Bessner commented with a dry tone. Ah, but I can make a guess. There is undoubtedly a young man on board nursing a grievance. You're referring to Ferguson, Poirot asked. Yes, he has spoken against Mrs. Doyle on more than one occasion. I have heard him myself. What's our next step to uncover the truth? Simon inquired. Poirot responded, Colonel Race and I must speak with every passenger. Forming theories before we have their accounts would be premature. Then there is the maid. We should question her first, and it might be beneficial to do so here with Mr. Doyle present. That sounds like a solid plan, Simon agreed. How long had she been with my wife? Only about 2 months. Merely 2 months, Poirot exclaimed, his eyebrows rising. You don't suppose did Madame possess any valuable jewellery? There were her pearls, Simon said, a shiver running through him. She once mentioned they were worth $40,000 or $50,000. My God, you can't believe those damned pearls are the reason. Robbery remains a possible motive, Poirot conceded, though he sounded sceptical. Yet it feels almost too straightforward. Nevertheless, we shall see. Let us summon the maid. Louise Bourget entered, the same lively, dark-haired woman Poirot had noticed previously, though now any vivacity was gone. She had been crying and appeared thoroughly frightened, yet a sharp, calculating look in her eyes did little to endear her to the men in the room. You are Louise Bourget? Yes, sir. When did you last see Madame Doyle alive? Last night, sir. I attended her in her cabin to help her undress. What time was that? Sometime after 11, sir. I cannot be precise. I prepared her for bed and then left. How long did that take? About 10 minutes, sir. Madame was very tired. She instructed me to turn out the lights when I departed. And after you left, what did you do? I went directly to my own cabin, sir, on the deck below. Did you hear or see anything afterward that might assist us? How could I have, sir? That, mademoiselle, is for you to tell us, not for us to assume, Hercule Poirot retorted sharply. She cast a sidelong glance at him, her hands lifting in a pleading gesture. But, sir, I was nowhere near. My cabin is on the other side of the boat entirely. It is impossible that I should have heard anything. Of course, if I had been restless, if I had gone up the stairs, then perhaps I might have seen this monster, this killer, entering or leaving Madame's cabin. But as it is, she turned her appeal toward Simon. Sir, I beg you, you understand how it is? What more can I say? Listen, don't be foolish, Simon said, his voice rough. No one is suggesting you saw or heard anything. You'll be perfectly fine. I'll make sure of it. Nobody is accusing you. Louise murmured. Sir is very kind, and modestly lowered her gaze. Then we take it you saw and heard nothing. Race pressed impatient. That is correct, sir, and you know of no one who held a grudge against your mistress. To their surprise, Louise nodded vigorously. Oh, yes, to that I can answer most emphatically. I do know of someone. Poirot leaned forward. You refer to Mademoiselle de Belfort. Her, certainly. But it is not of her I speak. There was another person on this boat who disliked Madame intensely, who was furious over how Madame had wronged him. Good Lord, Simon muttered. What is this about? Louise continued, nodding with emphasis. Yes, it is true. It concerns the maid before me, my predecessor, Marie. There was a man, one of the boat's engineers, named Fleetwood, who wanted to marry her. And Marie, she was willing, but Madame Doyle made inquiries. She discovered that this Fleetwood already had a wife, a local woman from this country. She had returned to her family, but he remained married to her. You see, Madame Doyle shared this entire story with Marie, who was deeply distressed and refused to see Fleetwood ever again. Fleetwood was enraged, and upon learning that Madame Doyle was formerly Miss Linnet Ridgeway, he declared he wished to kill her. He claimed her meddling had destroyed his life. Louise paused, looking triumphant. That is interesting, said Race. Poirot turned to Simon. Were you aware of any of this? Not at all, Simon replied with clear sincerity. I doubt Linnet even knew the man was on board. She had likely forgotten the whole affair. He then addressed the maid sharply. Did you mention any of this to Mrs. Doyle? No, monsieur, certainly not. Poirot asked. What can you tell me about your mistress's pearls? Her pearls? Louise's eyes widened. She was wearing them last evening. You saw them when she retired. Yes, monsieur. Where did she place them? On the bedside table, as she always did. And that is where you last observed them? Yes, sir. Did you notice them there this morning? A look of shock crossed the girl's face. Good heavens, I did not even look. I entered. I saw Madame, and then I screamed, ran from the room and fainted. Hercule Poirot nodded. You did not look, but I have eyes that notice, and there were no pearls on that bedside table this morning. Chapter 14. Hercule Poirot's observation was correct. The pearls were not on the table beside Linnet Doyle's bed. Louise Bourget was instructed to search through Linnet's possessions. According to her report, everything was in order, only the pearls were missing. As they left the cabin, a steward informed them that breakfast was ready in the smoking room. Walking along the deck, Poirot stopped to gaze over the railing. Ah, I perceive you have had a thought, my friend. Yes. It struck me when Fantorp mentioned possibly hearing a splash. I, too, was awakened last night by what sounded like a splash. It is entirely possible that after the murder the killer disposed of the pistol by throwing it overboard. Poirot said slowly, You believe that is a possibility, my friend? Race shrugged. It is a theory. After all, the pistol was not found in the cabin. It was the first thing I searched for. Nevertheless, said Poirot, it seems extraordinary that it would have been tossed into the river. Race asked. Then where is it? Poirot replied thoughtfully. If it is not in Mrs. Doyle's cabin, then, logically, there is only one other place it could be. Where is that? In Mademoiselle de Belfort's cabin. Yes, I follow. He halted abruptly. She is not in her cabin now. Should we go and examine it immediately? Poirot shook his head. No, my friend, that would be hasty. The pistol may not yet have been placed there. What about conducting an immediate search of the entire boat? That would reveal our intentions. We must proceed with extreme caution. Our position is very delicate at this moment. Let us discuss the situation over our meal. Race agreed. They proceeded to the smoking room. Well? Said Race, pouring himself a cup of coffee. We have two definite lines of inquiry. There is the matter of the missing pearls, and there is the man Fleetwood. Regarding the pearls, theft seems the obvious motive, but I am uncertain if you will agree. Poirot interjected quickly. It was a very peculiar moment to choose, was it not? Precisely. To steal pearls on a voyage like this invites an exhaustive search of every person aboard. How could the thief possibly expect to escape with his prize? He might have gone ashore to hide them. The company always stations a watchman on the bank. Then that is not practical. Was the murder committed to distract from the robbery? No, that does not hold up. It is profoundly unsatisfying. But suppose Mrs. Doyle awoke and discovered the thief in the act. And so the thief shot her? It seems a reckless and violent escalation for a simple robbery, does it not? Almost as if the theft were merely a clumsy afterthought or perhaps a deliberate red herring. But she was killed in her sleep. So that detail also doesn't fit. You know, I have a small theory about those pearls, and yet no, it seems impossible. If my idea were correct, the pearls wouldn't have vanished. Tell me, what was your impression of the maid? I considered, Race replied thoughtfully, whether she might know more than she admitted. Ah, so you felt that as well? Not a pleasant young woman. Certainly, said Race. Hercule Poirot nodded in agreement. Indeed, I would not place my trust in her. Do you believe she was involved in the murder? No, I would not go that far. With the theft of the pearls, then, that is far more likely. She had been employed by Mrs. Doyle for only a brief period. She could easily be part of an organized ring that targets valuable jewelry in such operations. It's common to place a maid with impeccable references. Regrettably, we lack the means to investigate her background thoroughly, and yet that explanation doesn't fully satisfy me. Those pearls, sacre, my little notion should be right. But then, no one could be so foolish. He stopped abruptly. What of the man Fleetwood? We must interrogate him. He may provide the answer. If Louise Bourget's account is accurate, he possessed a clear motive for vengeance. He could have overheard the argument between Jacqueline and Mr. Doyle, and after they left the lounge he might have slipped in to retrieve the weapon. Yes, it is all quite plausible, and that letter J scrawled in blood. That, too, would suit a rather straightforward, unsubtle mind. So he's exactly the suspect we're searching for. Only Poirot rubbed his nose, offering a slight grimace. You see, I'm aware of my own flaws, people have said. I enjoy complicating a straightforward case. The solution you propose, it feels too neat, too convenient. I cannot convince myself it truly happened, and yet that may be nothing more than my own prejudice. Still, we should question the man. Race rang for a steward and gave the order. Then he turned back. Any other possibilities, Many, my friend? Consider, for example, the American trustee, Pennington. Yes, Pennington. There was a rather odd little scene here recently. He recounted the incident to Race. You see, it was telling Madame wished to review all the documents before signing, so he invented an excuse to delay, and then the husband made a remarkably revealing comment. What did he say, he declared? I never read anything. I just sign where I'm told to sign. Do you grasp the significance? Pennington certainly did. I saw it in his eyes. He looked at Doyle as if an entirely new possibility had dawned on him. Imagine, my friend, you're appointed trustee for the daughter of an exceedingly wealthy man. Perhaps you have used those funds for speculative ventures. I know it sounds like a detective novel, but one reads of such things in the newspapers. It happens, my friend. It truly happens. I don't argue the point, said Race. There might still be time to recover losses through reckless speculation. Your ward is not yet of age. But then she marries. Control shifts instantly from your hands into hers. A catastrophe, yet a chance remains. She is on her honeymoon. She may grow careless with business matters. A single document slipped among others, signed without scrutiny. But Linnet Doyle was not that sort. Honeymoon or not, she was a sharp businesswoman. Then her husband makes an offhand remark, and a desperate man seeking escape from ruin sees a new path. If Linnet Doyle were to die, her fortune would transfer to her husband, and he would be far easier to manipulate, like a child in the hands of a shrewd operator like Andrew Pennington. My dear Colonel, I tell you I watched that very thought cross Andrew Pennington's mind. If only I were dealing with Doyle instead. That is precisely what he was thinking. Quite possible, I suppose, Race said dryly, but you have no proof. Then there is young Ferguson, Poirot continued. He speaks with considerable bitterness. Not that I put much stock in mere talk. Still, he could be the one whose father was destroyed by old Ridgeway. It's a stretch, but not impossible. People do hold on to old grudges for years. He was quiet for a moment before adding, and then there's my man. Yes, there's your man, as you put it. He's a murderer, Race stated flatly. We know that much. The problem is, I can't trace any connection between him and Linnet Doyle. Their worlds simply don't intersect. Poirot considered this carefully. Unless purely by chance, she came across something that revealed who he truly was. It's a possibility, but I'd call it a remote one. A knock sounded at the door. That should be our aspiring bigamist now. Fleetwood entered, a large man with a defensive, aggressive stance. His eyes darted suspiciously between the two men. Poirot recognized him as the person he had observed speaking with Louise Bourget.
You wanted me?
Fleetwood asked, his tone guarded. We did, Race confirmed. You're aware a murder took place on this boat last night? Fleetwood gave a curt nod. We also understand you had a specific grievance against the victim. Alarm flashed in Fleetwood's eyes. Who told you that? You believed Mrs. Doyle had meddled in your relationship with a young woman. I know exactly who told you, that deceitful French maid. She's a born liar, that one. Yet in this instance, the story appears to be accurate. It's a filthy lie. You're denying it before you even know the details, Race observed coolly. The remark hit its mark. The man flushed and struggled for words. The truth is, you intended to marry the girl, Marie, and she ended the engagement upon learning you already had a wife. Is that correct? What concern was it of hers? You mean, what concern was it of Mrs. Doyle's? Bigamy is a crime, Mr. Fleetwood. It wasn't like that, not really, he protested, his defiance crumbling. I married a local woman out here. It didn't work. She went back to her family. I haven't laid eyes on her in 6 or 7 years. Nevertheless, you remained legally married to her. The man fell silent under the weight of the statement. Race continued. Mrs. Doyle, Miss Ridgeway at the time, uncovered all of this. Yes, she did. Damn her. Fleetwood burst out, a vein throbbing in his temple, sticking her nose where it didn't belong. I would have treated Marie right. I'd have given her everything. She never would have known about the other woman if it hadn't been for that busybody. Seeing her on this boat, dripping in jewels and acting like she owned the world, without a single thought for the life she'd ruined. Yeah, I was bitter. But if you think I'm a killer, if you think I crept in and shot Harry or dead wrong, I never laid a hand on her. That's the honest truth. He stopped, sweat beading on his forehead. Where were you last night between midnight and 2 in the morning, asleep in my bunk? My cabin maid can vouch for me. We'll look into that, Race said dismissively, giving a brief nod. That will be all for now. Once the door closed, Poirot turned to his colleague. Eh bien? Race shrugged. It's a straightforward account. He's anxious, certainly, but not unreasonably so. We'll need to verify his alibi, though I doubt it will be conclusive. His mate was likely asleep. This man could have slipped out if he'd wanted to. It hinges on whether anyone else noticed him. Indeed, that is a line of inquiry we must pursue. The next step, I think, said Race, is to determine if anyone heard anything that might pinpoint the time of the crime. Dr. Bessner places it between 12 and 2. We can reasonably hope a passenger heard the shot, even if they didn't recognize the sound for what it was. I didn't hear a thing myself. What about you? Poirot shook his head with a sigh of frustration. I slept like a stone. I heard nothing, absolutely nothing. I slept so profoundly one might think I had been drugged. Unfortunate, Race remarked. Well, let us hope for better luck with the passengers whose cabins are on the starboard side. We've spoken with Mr. Fanthorpe. The Allertons are next. I'll have the steward fetch them. Mrs. Allerton entered the room moments later, her manner composed and efficient. She wore a soft grey silk dress with delicate stripes, her expression deeply troubled. "It's just too awful," she murmured, taking the seat Poirot offered. "I can scarcely accept it. That beautiful young woman, with her whole life ahead of her, gone. It feels almost unreal." Poirot nodded gently. "I understand completely, madame." "I'm very relieved you are here," Mrs. Allerton said plainly. "You'll discover the truth, and I'm thankful it wasn't that poor, heartbroken girl." "You refer to Mademoiselle de Belfort, who informed you she is not responsible." "Cornelia Robson," Mrs. Allerton answered with a slight smile. "She is utterly absorbed by all this, you know. It's likely the first truly dramatic event in her life, and probably the last, yet she's so kind-hearted that she feels guilty for finding it so compelling. She believes it's terrible to be so intrigued." Mrs. Allerton glanced at Poirot. "But I shouldn't ramble. You have questions for me?" "If you would be so kind. At what time did you retire, madam?" "Shortly after 10:30, and did you fall asleep quickly, almost immediately?" "I was quite tired." "Did you hear anything during the night? Anything unusual?" Mrs. Allerton frowned in concentration. "Yes, I believe I did. There was a splash and then the sound of someone running, or perhaps it was the other way around. My memory is fuzzy. I had the vague impression someone had fallen overboard, almost like a dream, and then I woke and listened, but everything was silent." "Can you recall the time?" "Unfortunately, no. But it wasn't long after I'd fallen asleep, I'm sure of that. Within the first hour, perhaps." "That is not very precise, madame." "I know it isn't, and it wouldn't be right to guess when I have no real certainty, would it? Is that all you can tell us?" "I'm afraid so." "Had you ever met Mrs. Doyle before this voyage?" "No, Tim had met her, and I'd heard quite a bit about her from a cousin of ours, Joanna Southwood. But I never spoke to her directly until we met in Aswan. One more question, madame, if I may." Mrs. Allerton gave a faint, amused smile. "I would adore an indiscreet question. It is this. Did you or your family ever suffer financially because of Mrs. Doyle's father, Melhuish Ridgeway, and his business dealings?" Mrs. Allerton looked utterly surprised. "Oh, goodness, no. Our family finances have only shrunk gradually, you know, investments yielding less these days. There's never been any dramatic loss. My husband left modest means, and I still have it, though it doesn't provide what it once did." "Thank you, madame. Perhaps you could ask your son to join us." When his mother found him, Tim said lightly, "All finished? My turn now? What did they ask you?" "Only if I heard anything last night," Mrs. Allerton replied. "And, unfortunately, I heard nothing at all." "I can't imagine why not. Linnet's cabin was only one door from mine. You'd think I'd have certainly heard the gunshot." "Go on, Tim. They're waiting." To Tim Allerton, Poirot posed the same initial questions. Tim responded, "I turned in early, around 10:30. Read for a while, put my light out just after 11. Did you hear anything afterward?" I heard a man's voice saying good night fairly nearby. "That was I speaking to Mrs. Doyle," Colonel Race said. "Right." After that, I fell asleep. Later, I heard a commotion, someone calling for Fanthorpe, I think. That was Miss Robson rushing from the observation lounge. "I suppose so." Then there were several voices and someone running on deck. Then a splash. And then I heard Dr. Bessner booming something like, "Easy now and not so fast." You heard a splash? Well, something like it. You're certain it was not a gunshot? Yes, though I suppose it could have been. I did hear a sort of pop, like a cork. Perhaps that was the sound. I might have conjured the splash, linking the pop of a cork to the idea of a drink being poured. My hazy impression was of some sort of celebration underway. I just wished everyone would turn in and be quiet. Anything else after that? Tim considered. Only Fanthorpe moving about in his cabin next door. I thought he'd never settle down. And later? Tim gave a shrug. After that, nothing. A complete blank. You heard nothing further? Not a single thing. Thank you, Mr. Allerton. Tim rose and exited the cabin. Chapter 15 Race studied a diagram of the Carnack's promenade deck with deep concentration. Fanthorpe, young Allerton, Mrs. Allerton, then an empty cabin, Simon Doyle's. Now, who is situated on the opposite side of Mrs. Doyle's cabin? The elderly American lady. If anyone overheard anything, it ought to have been her. If she's awake, we should speak with her immediately. Miss Van Schuyler entered the room. She appeared even more aged and sallow than usual this morning, her small dark eyes gleaming with venomous irritation. Race stood and gave a courteous bow. We deeply regret the inconvenience, Miss Van Schuyler. It's most kind of you to join us. Please have a seat. Miss Van Schuyler stated sharply, I object to being involved in this matter. I resent it profoundly. I do not wish to be associated in any manner with this most disagreeable business. Understood completely. I was just remarking to Mem Poirot that the sooner we obtain your account, the better, so you may be free of any further bother. Miss Van Schuyler glanced at Poirot with a slight thaw in her demeanour. I am relieved you both appreciate my position. I am not accustomed to affairs of this nature, Poirot said in a mollifying tone. Precisely, mademoiselle. That is why we wish to extricate you from this unpleasantness with all haste. Now, you retired for the night at what hour?
10 o'clock is my customary time. Last night I was somewhat delayed as Cornelia Robson most thoughtlessly kept me waiting.
Très bien, mademoiselle. Now, what did you hear after you had retired? Miss Van Schuyler declared, I am an exceptionally light sleeper. Magnifique, that is most fortunate for our inquiry. I was awakened by that rather ostentatious young woman, Mrs. Doyle's maid, who bid me bonne nuit, madame, in what I can only describe as an unnecessarily booming voice, and subsequently I returned to sleep. I later awoke with the impression someone was in my cabin, but I realized the noise originated from the cabin adjoining mine, from Mrs. Doyle's cabin. Indeed, then, I heard footsteps outside on the deck, followed by a distinct splash. Do you have any notion of the time? I can state the time with certainty. It was precisely 10 minutes past 1. You are sure of this?
Absolutely.
I consulted the small clock positioned beside my bed. You did not hear a gunshot? No, nothing of that sort. But is it possible the noise that awakened you was, in fact, a shot? Miss Van Schuyler pondered the question, her head tilted to one side like a thoughtful amphibian. It is conceivable, she conceded, rather begrudgingly. And you have no idea what precipitated the splash you heard. On the contrary, I know perfectly well. Colonel Race straightened, his attention fully captured. You know, certainly I was disquieted by this sound of someone prowling about. I arose and went to my cabin door. Miss Otterbourne was leaning over the railing. She had just dropped an object into the river. Miss Otterbourne. Race's tone was genuinely astonished. Yes, you're entirely certain it was Miss Otterbourne. I saw her features quite clearly. She did not see you? I think not. Poirot leaned forward. And how did her countenance appear, mademoiselle? She was in a state of considerable agitation. Race and Poirot exchanged a swift, meaningful glance. And then what occurred? Race prompted. Miss Otterbourne departed, walking around the stern of the vessel, and I returned to my bed. A knock sounded at the door, and the manager entered, carrying a sodden, dripping bundle. "We've recovered it, Colonel." Race accepted the package. He unwrapped layer after layer of soaked velvet. From it fell a coarse handkerchief, faintly tinged with pink, which was wrapped around a small pearl-handled pistol. Race shot Poirot a glance of pointed, almost mischievous triumph. "You see," he said, "my theory was correct. It had been tossed into the river." He presented the pistol on his open hand. "What is your opinion, Monsieur Poirot? Is this the same weapon you observed at the Cataract Hotel that evening?" Poirot studied it meticulously before replying softly, "Yes, that is the one. I recognize the decorative engraving and the initials JB. It is a luxury item, quite a feminine piece, yet it remains a deadly instrument." "22 caliber," Race murmured, checking the clip. "2 rounds discharged. The evidence seems conclusive." Miss Van Schuyler cleared her throat pointedly. "And what of my stole?" she demanded. "Your stole, mademoiselle? Indeed, that velvet stole you are holding is mine." Race lifted the sodden fabric. "This belongs to you, Miss Van Schuyler?" "Most certainly it does," the elderly woman retorted sharply. "I noticed it missing last night and inquired with everyone if they had seen it." Poirot exchanged a look with Race, who gave a slight confirming nod. "When did you last have it, Miss Van Schuyler?" "I carried it in the saloon yesterday evening. When I retired, it was nowhere to be found." Race stated calmly, "You understand what it was used for." He unfolded the material, pointing out the burn marks and several small punctures. "The killer wrapped it around the pistol to muffle the sound of the shot." "Outrageous impertinence," Miss Van Schuyler snapped, her withered cheeks flushing with colour. Race continued, "I must ask, Miss Van Schuyler, to what extent were you previously acquainted with Mrs. Doyle?" "We had no prior acquaintance." "But you knew of her existence." "I was aware of her identity. Naturally, your families were not connected." "Our family has always valued exclusivity, Colonel Race. My dear mother would never have considered calling upon any of the Hart's clan, who, despite their wealth, were social nobodies." "Is that all you wish to state, Miss Van Schuyler?" "I have nothing further to add. Linnet Ridgeway was raised in England, and I never laid eyes on her until I boarded this vessel." She stood. Poirot opened the door for her, and she departed with an air of finality. The two men's eyes met. "That is her account," said Race, "and she intends to adhere to it. It could be true. I am uncertain. But Rosalie Otterbourne, I did not anticipate that development." Poirot shook his head, bewildered. Then he struck the table abruptly with his hand. "But it is illogical," he exclaimed. "Nom d'un nom d'un nom. It makes no sense." Race regarded him. "What precisely do you mean?" "I mean that, up to a certain point, everything is straightforward. Someone intended to kill Linnet Doyle. Someone overheard the altercation in the saloon last night. Someone slipped in, retrieved the pistol, Jacqueline de Belfort's pistol, recall, and shot Linnet Doyle with it, then inscribed the letter J on the wall. It is all so clear, is it not? All pointing directly to Jacqueline de Belfort as the culprit? And then what does the murderer do? Leave the pistol, the incriminating pistol, Jacqueline de Belfort's pistol, for all to discover. No, he or she discards that particular damning piece of evidence overboard. Why, my friend, why? Race shook his head. It is peculiar. It is more than peculiar, it is nonsensical. Not nonsensical since it occurred. I do not refer to the act itself. I mean the sequence of events defies reason. Something here is fundamentally wrong. Chapter 16. Colonel Race observed his colleague with curiosity. He had ample reason to respect the mind of Hercule Poirot, yet at this moment he did not follow the other's train of thought. He asked no question, however. He seldom did. He proceeded methodically with the task before them. What is our next step? Interview the Otterbourne girl. Yes, that may provide some small advancement. Rosalie Otterbourne entered with palpable reluctance. She appeared neither nervous nor frightened, merely resentful and sullen. "Well?" she said. "What is it?" Race took the lead. "We are investigating the death of Mrs. Doyle," he explained. Rosalie gave a curt nod. Would you mind telling me what you were doing last night? Rosalie paused to consider. Mother and I turned in early, before 11. We didn't notice anything unusual, except some commotion outside Dr. Bessner's room. I could hear his deep German voice carrying on, but I had no idea what it was about until today.
You didn't hear a gunshot?
No. Are you certain you never left your cabin? Positive? You're absolutely sure about that? Rosalie fixed him with a hard stare. What are you implying?
Yes, I'm sure.
You didn't, for example, go around to the starboard side and toss something into the water. Colour flushed into her cheeks. Is there some law against throwing things overboard? Not at all. So you did? No, I did not. I never left my room, I told you. Then if someone claims they saw you, she cut him off. Who says they saw me, Miss Van Schuyler? Miss Van Schuyler? Her surprise seemed genuine. Yes, she states she looked out from her cabin and witnessed you throwing an object over the rail, Rosalie said plainly. That's an absolute lie, then. As if a new thought struck her, she asked, What time was this? Poirot was the one who replied, It was 10 minutes past 1, miss. She nodded slowly, thinking it over. Did she see anything else? Poirot studied her curiously, stroking his chin. She saw nothing more, but she did hear something. What did she hear? The sound of someone moving about in Mrs. Doyle's cabin. I understand, Rosalie murmured. She had gone very pale. And you continue to deny throwing anything overboard? Why in the world would I be wandering around tossing things over the side in the middle of the night? There could be a reason, an innocent one. Innocent, the girl retorted sharply. That is what I said, you see. Something was thrown overboard last night and it was not innocent. Race quietly produced the bundle of stained velvet, unfolding it to reveal the contents. Rosalie Otterbourne recoiled. Was that what she was killed with? Yes, miss. And you think I did it? That's completely absurd. Why would I possibly want to kill Linnet Doyle? I hardly know her. She gave a short, scornful laugh and stood up. This is all ridiculous. Keep in mind, Miss Otterbourne, Race said, that Miss Van Schuyler is ready to swear she saw your face clearly in the moonlight. Rosalie laughed again, a brittle sound. That old woman? She's probably half-blind anyway. It wasn't me she saw. She hesitated. May I go now? Race gave a nod, and Rosalie Otterbourne left the room. The two men exchanged a look. Race lit a cigarette. Well, there you have it. Direct contradiction. Which one do we believe? Poirot shook his head. I have a small notion that neither was being entirely truthful. It's the most frustrating part of this work, Race said gloomily. So many people withhold the truth for the most pointless reasons. What's our next step? Continue questioning the passengers? I believe so. It is always wise to proceed with order and method. Race agreed, Mrs. Otterbourne, draped in flowing batik fabric, appeared next in place of her daughter. She confirmed that she and Rosalie had both retired before 11. She personally had heard nothing of note during the night, and could not say for certain whether Rosalie had left their cabin on the subject of the murder. However, she was eager to expound a crime of passion, she declared, the primitive urge to kill so closely linked to the sexual instinct. That girl Jacqueline, half Latin, hot-blooded, obeying the deepest impulses of her nature, creeping out, pistol in hand. But Jacqueline de Belfort did not shoot Mrs. Doyle, that we know for a fact. It is proven, Poirot explained. Her husband then, Mrs. Otterbourne recovered, the bloodlust and the sex drive, a sexual crime. History provides many well-known examples. Mr. Doyle was shot in the leg and completely immobilized. The bone was broken, Colonel Race clarified. He spent the evening with Dr. Bessner. Mrs. Otterbourne was visibly deflated. She cast about for another possibility, her expression brightening. Naturally, she declared, how silly of me. It must be Miss Bowers. Miss Bowers? Colonel Race inquired. Absolutely. It's perfectly clear from a psychological standpoint, repression, the repressed spinster, driven to madness by witnessing a young, passionately devoted couple. Of course it was her. She fits the type perfectly, sexually unappealing, rigidly proper, as I explore in my work the barren vine. Colonel Race intervened smoothly. Your insights have been most valuable, Mrs. Otterbourne. We must proceed with our inquiries now. Thank you so much. He courteously saw her out and returned, wiping his forehead. What a thoroughly unpleasant woman. Good grief, why hasn't someone done her in? Patience, Poirot offered. There is still time, it would almost be a public service. Now, who remains? We shall save Mr. Pennington for last, I think, then Ricchetti and Ferguson. Signor Ricchetti was exceedingly talkative and distressed. What a dreadful thing! What an outrage! A woman so young, so lovely, it is a monstrous act. His hands flew about dramatically. His responses were swift. He had retired very early, in fact right after dinner. He had read for a time a fascinating recent pamphlet, Prehistoric Research in Asia Minor, which presented revolutionary theories on the painted pottery of the Anatolian region. He had turned off his light well before 11. No, he had not heard a shot, nothing resembling a cork popping. The only sound he recalled, but this was much later in the dead of night, was a splash, a substantial one, very close to his cabin window. Your cabin is on the lower deck, on the starboard side, correct? Yes, precisely. And I heard this considerable splash. His arms swept upward again to emphasize the size of the disturbance. Can you estimate the time? Signor Ricchetti pondered. It was 1, 2, perhaps 3 hours after I fell asleep. Maybe 2 hours, so approximately 10 minutes past 1. That could very well be, yes. Ah, but what a terrible crime! How barbaric! Such a delightful woman! Signor Ricchetti departed, still gesturing eloquently. Race glanced at Poirot. Poirot lifted his eyebrows meaningfully, then gave a slight shrug. They moved on to Mr. Ferguson. Ferguson proved troublesome. He lounged insolently in his chair. Quite the production over this, isn't it? He sneered. What does it actually matter? The world has too many useless women anyway. Race replied coolly, May we have an account of your movements last night, Mr. Ferguson? Don't see the point, but I've got nothing to hide. I wandered about for a while. Went ashore with Miss Robson after she returned to the ship. I wandered on my own a bit longer. Came back and turned in around midnight. Your cabin is on the lower deck, starboard side?
Yes.
I don't travel in the luxury suites. Did you hear a shot? It might have sounded like a cork popping. Ferguson thought for a moment. Yeah, I think I did hear something like a cork. Can't recall exactly when before I fell asleep. But there was still a lot of noise and commotion then. People running on the deck above. That was likely the shot fired by Miss de Belfort. You didn't hear another? Ferguson shook his head. Or a splash. A splash? Yeah, I believe I did hear a splash, but with all the racket, I couldn't swear to it. Did you leave your cabin during the night? Ferguson smirked. No, I did not, and I didn't get to join in the fun. More's the pity. Really, Mr. Ferguson, there's no need for this juvenile behavior. The young man flared up angrily. Why shouldn't I speak my mind? I believe in direct action. But you do not, it seems, act on your beliefs, Poirot murmured. I wonder. He leaned forward. It was the crewman Fleetwood, was it not, who informed you that Linnet Doyle was among the wealthiest women in England. What's Fleetwood got to do with anything? Fleetwood, my friend, had a powerful motive for killing Linnet Doyle. He harboured a particular resentment toward her. Mr. Ferguson shot up from his chair as if propelled by a spring. So that's your little scheme, is it? He demanded angrily, trying to pin this on a poor guy like Fleetwood who can't fight back, who doesn't have the money for lawyers. But let me tell you something, if you try to saddle Fleetwood with this mess, you'll be dealing with me. And who precisely are you? Poirot inquired pleasantly. Mr. Ferguson flushed. I stand by my friends at least, he muttered. I believe that will be all for now, Mr. Ferguson, Race said. Once the door closed, Race remarked almost to himself, He's actually a rather likeable young hothead. You do not suspect he is the man you are searching for? Poirot asked. I doubt it my information placed someone specific on this boat, but one thing at a time, let us speak with Pennington. Chapter 17. Andrew Pennington exhibited all the expected signs of grief and shock. He was, as always, impeccably dressed, having changed into a black tie. His long, clean-shaven face wore a confused, troubled look. "Gentlemen," he said sorrowfully, "this whole affair has shaken me terribly. Little Linnet. I remember her as the most delightful child. How proud Melwish Ridgeway was of her. But there's no use dwelling on the past. Just tell me what I can do. That's all I ask." Race began. "First, Mr. Pennington, did you hear anything unusual last night?"
"No, I can't say I did."
"My cabin is right next to Dr. Besner's numbers 38 and 39, and I did hear some sort of disturbance there around midnight. Naturally, I didn't know what it was at the time." "Nothing else? No gunshots?" Andrew Pennington shook his head. "Nothing at all. What time did you retire? Sometime after 11. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "I imagine you're aware there are plenty of rumors circulating on the boat, that half-French girl, Jacqueline de Belfort. Something wasn't right there. You know, Linnet didn't confide in me, but I'm not blind. There was some past history between her and Simon, wasn't there? Look for the woman, that's usually a safe bet, and I'd say you wouldn't have to look very far." Poirot responded, "Are you suggesting you believe Jacqueline de Belfort shot Mrs. Doyle?" "That's how it appears to me. Of course, I don't know the details. Unfortunately, we do know a critical detail," Poirot interrupted. "Oh," Pennington looked startled. "We know it was quite impossible for Miss de Belfort to have committed the act." He carefully outlined the circumstances. Pennington seemed reluctant to accept the explanation. "It sounds plausible on the surface, but that nurse, I'd wager she didn't stay alert all night. She dozed off and the girl slipped out and back in. Highly improbable, Mr. Pennington. A strong sedative was administered. Besides, a trained nurse is accustomed to light sleep and wakes if her patient stirs." "The whole thing seems suspicious to me," Pennington insisted. Race interjected with calm authority. "You must accept our assurance, Mr. Pennington, that we have examined every possibility meticulously. The conclusion is definite. Jacqueline de Belfort did not shoot Mrs. Doyle. Therefore, we must look elsewhere. This is where you may assist us." "Me?" Pennington gave a nervous jump. "Indeed. You were a close friend of the deceased. You likely knew the circumstances of her life far better than her husband, who only met her months ago. You might know, for instance, if anyone held a grudge against her, or if someone had a motive for wishing her dead." Andrew Pennington ran his tongue over his dry lips. "I assure you, I have no idea. You see, Linnet was raised primarily in England. I know very little about her recent connections or associations. And yet," Poirot mused, "there is someone aboard this vessel who was very interested in Mrs. Doyle's removal. The question is not if, but who and why. She had a very close call here before, you recall, when that massive rock came tumbling down. You weren't present for that, I believe?" "No, I was inside the temple at that moment. I learned of it later, naturally. An incredibly narrow escape, though one might assume it was merely an accident, wouldn't you agree?" Poirot gave a slight shrug. "That was the assumption at the time. Now one begins to question." Quite, of course." Pennington dabbed his forehead with an elegant silk handkerchief. Colonel Race continued his line of inquiry. "Mrs. Doyle mentioned to us that there was someone aboard who held a grudge, not against her personally, but against her family. Do you have any notion who that might be?" Pennington appeared genuinely perplexed. "No, I haven't the faintest idea." "She never discussed such a matter with you?"
"Never."
"You were a close associate of her father's. Can you recall any of his business dealings that might have ruined a competitor, creating a lasting enemy?" Pennington shook his head with a helpless air. "There were numerous transactions, of course, but no single memorable case. I certainly can't remember anyone making threats, nothing of that nature. So, Mr. Pennington, you are unable to assist us further." "It seems I cannot. I deeply regret my lack of useful information, gentlemen." Race exchanged a look with Poirot before rising, signalling the end of their conversation. Andrew Pennington then asked, with Mr. Doyle confined, "I expect he would want me to handle the necessary arrangements. Forgive my asking, Colonel, but what exactly are the plans? We will proceed directly to Shellal from here, arriving tomorrow morning, and the remains would be placed in one of the ship's cold storage compartments." Andrew Pennington gave a solemn nod and departed. Once alone, Poirot and Race shared another meaningful glance. "Mr. Pennington," remarked Race, lighting a cigarette, was distinctly uneasy. Poirot agreed, and he added Mr. Pennington was anxious enough to tell a rather foolish lie. He was not inside the Abu Simbel temple when that rock fell.
"I, who speak to you, can attest to that. I had just left the place myself."
A very clumsy falsehood, Race observed, and a highly revealing one. Poirot nodded once more. "But for the present," he said with a faint smile, "we handle him with kid gloves. Is that not the strategy?" "Precisely the intention," Race affirmed. "It is remarkable, my friend, how well we understand one another. A low vibration and a subtle shift beneath their feet signalled that the Karnak had begun its return voyage to Shellal. "Now the pearls," said Race, shifting focus. "That is the next matter to resolve. You have a scheme?" "I do." He checked his watch. "Lunch will be served in half an hour. At the conclusion of the meal, I intend to make an announcement. Simply state that the pearls have been stolen, and that I must ask everyone to remain in the dining saloon while a search is conducted." Poirot nodded his approval. "It is well conceived. Whoever possesses the pearls still has them in their keeping. By offering no advance warning, we eliminate any chance of them being discarded overboard in a moment of panic." Race pulled some papers toward him. "I find it helpful," he murmured by way of explanation, "to compile a concise summary of the facts as we proceed. It helps to keep one's thoughts orderly." "You're quite right, method and order, they are everything," Poirot replied. Race wrote for several minutes in his precise, neat hand. Finally, he slid the pages across to Poirot. "Do you find any point of disagreement there?" Poirot took the sheets. They were headed: "The murder of Heiress Linnet Doyle. Mrs. Doyle was last seen alive by her maid, Louise Bourget. Approximate time, 11:30 p.m. From approximately 11:30 p.m. until 12:20 a.m., the following individuals have confirmed alibis: Cornelia Robson, James Fanthorpe, Simon Doyle, and Jacqueline de Belfort. No one else is similarly accounted for. However, the crime was almost certainly committed after that period, as it is virtually certain the pistol used belonged to Jacqueline de Belfort and was in her handbag at that earlier time. While absolute confirmation that her pistol was the weapon must await post-mortem and ballistic analysis, it can be regarded as overwhelmingly probable. The most likely sequence is this. The killer witnessed the confrontation between Jacqueline and Simon Doyle in the lounge and saw where the pistol was kicked beneath the sofa. Later, when the room was empty, the killer retrieved the weapon, intending for suspicion to fall squarely on Jacqueline de Belfort. This line of reasoning immediately clears several individuals. Cornelia Robson had no chance to take the gun before James Fanthorpe returned to look for it. The same applies to Miss Bowers and Dr. Bessner. A note of caution, however: Fanthorpe himself is not entirely above suspicion, as he could have easily pocketed the pistol while claiming it was missing. Realistically, anyone could have taken it during that 10-minute window when the lounge was unattended. Considering possible motives, Andrew Pennington is a candidate if we assume his financial dealings were fraudulent. The evidence pointing that way is suggestive, yet still circumstantial and insufficient for a firm case. If he was responsible for the falling boulder, it reveals a man quick to seize a sudden opportunity. This murder was not meticulously planned, but last night's dramatic shooting provided the perfect cover. A significant problem with this theory, though, is why he would dispose of the pistol overboard, as it was the best piece of evidence to implicate Jacqueline. Then there is Fleetwood, driven by a desire for revenge. He believed himself wronged by Linnet Doyle and might have overheard the argument, noting the pistol's location. He may have taken it simply as a convenient weapon rather than to frame anyone, which would explain throwing it away But if that were his only aim, what explains the damning J scrawled in blood on the cabin wall? It's worth noting the cheap handkerchief found with the gun seems more in keeping with a man like Fleetwood than with the wealthier passengers. The account of Rosalie Otterbourne presents a conflict. Do we believe Miss Van Schuyler's testimony or Rosalie's firm denial? Something was definitely thrown over the rail that night, and that something was almost certainly the pistol wrapped in a velvet stole. The critical question is motive. While Rosalie might have felt a simmering dislike or even envy of Linnet Doyle, that seems a flimsy reason for murder. The case against her only becomes compelling if a stronger motive emerges, and so far we have found no prior connection between the two women. Miss Van Schuyler presents another puzzle, as the stolen wrap used to bundle the pistol belonged to her. She stated she last saw it in the lounge and reported it missing later that evening, a search proving fruitless. How did it come into the killer's hands? Was it stolen earlier in the night? But why would anyone do that, not knowing a violent scene was about to unfold? Did the killer find it in the lounge when fetching the gun? If so, why wasn't it discovered during the search? This leads to a more disturbing possibility. Did the stole ever leave Miss Van Schuyler's possession at all? Could she be the murderer, and her accusation of Rosalie a deliberate fabrication? Yet what possible motive could a woman of her stature have? Other avenues must be explored. Robbery is a possibility, given the disappearance of the pearl necklace Linnet was known to be wearing. Perhaps someone held a deep-seated grudge against the Ridgeway family, though again evidence is lacking. We must also remember there is a known criminal, a man capable of killing aboard this very vessel. Is it mere coincidence that a death has occurred? It would require proving Linnet Doyle possessed dangerous knowledge about this individual, knowledge she threatened to expose. In summary, we can divide everyone on board into two categories. The first group consists of those with a potential motive or against whom evidence is not definitive: Andrew Pennington, Fleetwood, Rosalie Otterbourne, Miss Van Schuyler, Louise Bourget, possibly for robbery, and Ferguson, perhaps for political reasons. The second group, as far as we currently know, remains free of direct suspicion. Mrs. Allerton, Tim Allerton, and Cornelia Robson. The truth, it seems, is still carefully hidden among the shadows of the upper deck and the quiet currents of the Nile. Miss Bowers, Dr. Bessner, Signor Richetti, Mrs. Otterbourne, James Fanthorpe. Poirot studied the list and handed it back. "Your assessment is precise and logical," he remarked. "I concur entirely. And what do you add to it?" Race inquired. Poirot straightened, adopting a solemn air. "I ask myself a single question. Why was the weapon cast into the river? That is everything for now. Until I find a satisfying answer, nothing else holds meaning. It is the essential beginning, you observe, my friend. In your thorough summary, you did not address that particular puzzle." Race gave a slight shrug, a moment of panic, perhaps. Poirot shook his head, his expression troubled. He lifted the damp velvet wrap from the table, spreading its sodden, limp form before them. His finger carefully traced the scorch marks and the small burnt holes. "Tell me, since you are more familiar with guns than I," he asked abruptly. "If a pistol were wrapped in material like this, would it significantly muffle the report?" "Not really. It's nothing like a proper silencer." Poirot nodded thoughtfully. He continued, "A man, especially one experienced with weapons, would know that. But a woman might not." Race studied him with curiosity. "That's likely true, indeed. She might rely on stories from mystery novels, where such details are often handled loosely." Race tapped the small pearl-handled pistol with his finger. "This little thing wouldn't make much noise to begin with. Just a faint pop. With other sounds around, you'd probably miss it altogether." "Yes, I have considered that point." Poirot then picked up the handkerchief, examining it closely. A man's handkerchief, but not one of quality, from a common store, I imagine. "Worth very little. The sort a man like Fleetwood would have," Race suggested. "Precisely. I note that Andrew Pennington carries a much finer silk handkerchief." "Ferguson, perhaps?" Race offered. "Possibly as a statement, though then it should be a bandana pattern. It was likely used instead of a glove to hold the pistol and avoid leaving prints. Race added with a touch of dry humour, the mystery of the blushing handkerchief. Ah, yes, a rather youthful shade of pink, is it not? Poirot set it down and returned his attention to the stole, once more inspecting the powder marks. Nevertheless, he murmured, "It is peculiar?" "What is?" Poirot's tone softened. That poor Mrs. Doyle resting there so calmly with that small wound in her temple. "Do you recall her appearance?" Race looked at him intently. "You know," he said, "I have a feeling you are hinting at something, but I cannot grasp what it might be." A knock sounded at the door. "Enter," Race called out. A steward appeared. "Pardon me, sir," he said to Poirot. "Mr. Doyle is asking for you. I will go to him." Poirot stood and left the room, ascending to the promenade deck and making his way to Dr. Bessner's cabin. Simon Doyle was propped on pillows, his face flushed with fever. He appeared uneasy. "It's very good of you to come, Poirot. There's something I need to ask."
Yes.
Simon's flush deepened. It's about Jackie. I want to see her. Would you mind asking her to come here? I've been lying here thinking. She's still just a kid, really, and I treated her terribly. He trailed off, unable to continue. Poirot observed him with keen interest. "You wish to see Miss Jacqueline?" "I will bring her. Thank you. I appreciate it." Poirot went to find her. He discovered Jacqueline de Belfort curled in a corner of the observation lounge. An open book lay in her lap, but she was not reading it. Gently, Poirot said, "Will you come with me? Mr. Doyle wishes to see you." She started, her face first flushing, then growing pale. She seemed utterly bewildered. "Simon, he wants to see me to see me?" He found her stunned disbelief quietly poignant, a fragile hope flickering where he had expected only hardened bitterness. "Will you come, miss?" "Yes, of course I will." She followed him with a quiet obedience, like a child, yet a child who was deeply confused. Poirot entered the cabin. "Here she is." She stepped inside behind him, hesitated, then stood perfectly still, rooted to the spot, silent and staring, her gaze locked on Simon's face. "Hello, Jackie." He too seemed uncomfortable. He continued, "It's really good of you to come. I wanted to say what I mean is—" She cut him off then, her words tumbling out in a breathless, desperate rush. "Simon, I didn't kill Linnet. You know, I couldn't have done that. I was out of my mind last night. Can you ever forgive me?" Now he found his words more easily. "Of course, it's perfectly fine. Absolutely all right. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Thought you might be worrying yourself sick, you know, worrying a bit. Oh, Simon, that's why I wanted to see you. It's completely settled, understand, old girl. You just got a little worked up last night, maybe a touch too much to drink. Entirely understandable. Oh, Simon, I could have killed you. Not you, not with that silly little toy of a gun, and your leg. You might never walk properly again. Now listen, Jackie, don't get sentimental. As soon as we reach Aswan, they'll take the X-rays. Fish out that ridiculous bullet, and I'll be right as rain." Jacqueline swallowed hard. Then she rushed forward and knelt beside Simon's bed, burying her face in the covers as she began to sob. Simon patted her head awkwardly. His eyes met Poirot's, and with a resigned sigh, the detective left the cabin. He could hear fragmented, emotional words as he walked away. "How could I have been such a monster?" "Oh, Simon, I'm so terribly sorry." Outside, Cornelia Robson was leaning against the railing. She turned her head. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Poirot. It feels somehow wrong that it's such a beautiful day." Poirot looked up at the sky. "When the sun is shining, you cannot see the moon," he remarked. "But when the sun sets, when the sun is gone." Cornelia's mouth opened slightly. "I'm sorry? I merely observe, miss, that once the sun has disappeared, we will see the moon. That is correct, is it not?" "Why, yes, certainly." She looked at him with uncertainty. Poirot gave a soft laugh. "I speak nonsense," he said. "Pay no attention." He strolled leisurely toward the stern of the boat as he passed the next cabin. He paused briefly. He caught pieces of conversation from inside. Completely ungrateful, after everything I've done for you, no thought for your poor mother. No idea what I endure. Poirot's lips tightened. He raised a hand and knocked. A startled silence followed, and Mrs. Otterbourne's voice called out, "Who is it? Is Miss Rosalie available?" Rosalie appeared in the doorway. Poirot was taken aback by her appearance. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her mouth was set in tense lines. "What is it?" she said bluntly. "What do you want? The pleasure of a brief conversation with you, miss? Will you join me?" Her expression turned sullen at once. She gave him a wary glance. "Why should I beg you, miss?" "Oh, I suppose so." She stepped out onto the deck, closing the door behind her. "Well?" Poirot gently took her arm and guided her along the deck, still heading toward the stern. They passed the bathrooms and rounded the corner, finding themselves alone at the very back of the boat. The Nile stretched out behind them, flowing steadily away. Poirot rested his elbows on the rail. Rosalie stood rigid and straight. "Well?" she repeated, her tone just as unwelcoming. Poirot spoke slowly, choosing his words with care. "I could ask you certain questions, miss, but I do not believe for a moment that you would agree to answer them. Then it seems rather pointless to have brought me all the way out here." Poirot drew a finger slowly along the wooden rail. "You are accustomed, miss, to bearing your own burdens alone. But one can do that for too long. The weight eventually becomes unbearable. For you, miss, the pressure is becoming too much to bear." "I have no idea what you mean," Rosalie replied. "I'm speaking of reality, miss, plain, unpleasant reality. Let's be direct and state it simply. Your mother has a drinking problem, miss." Rosalie remained silent, her lips parted, then pressed together again. For once she appeared truly lost. "You need not speak, miss. I will do the talking. Back in Aswan, I observed the dynamic between you. Despite your carefully rehearsed critical remarks about her, I saw immediately that you were in fact fiercely shielding her from something. I understood what that something was very quickly, long before I came upon your mother one morning in a clear state of intoxication. Hers, I could tell, was a case of secretive drinking binges, by far the most challenging kind to manage. You were handling it bravely. Yet she possessed all the cunning of a hidden addict. She managed to acquire a secret stash of liquor and hide it successfully from you. I would not be surprised if you only discovered its hiding place yesterday. So last night, once your mother was deeply asleep, you slipped out with the contents of that stash. You went to the opposite side of the boat, since your own side was against the bank, and threw it all into the Nile." He paused. "Am I correct?" "Yes, you're completely right." Rosalie's voice surged with sudden emotion. "I was a fool not to admit it, I suppose, but I didn't want everyone to know. It would have spread all over the boat. And it seemed so ridiculous. I mean that Poirot finished the thought for her. So ridiculous that you should be suspected of murder." Rosalie nodded. Then the words poured out again. "I've tried so desperately to keep it from everyone. It isn't truly her fault. She became disheartened. Her books stopped selling. People grew tired of all that cheap, sensational material. It wounded her terribly, so she began to drink. For a long time I didn't understand why she was so strange then. When I found out, I tried to stop it. She'd be fine for a while, and then suddenly she'd start again and there would be awful arguments and scenes with people. It was horrible. She shuddered. I always had to be on guard to get her away. And then she started to resent me for it. She's turned completely against me. I think she almost hates me sometimes." "Poor child," said Poirot. She turned on him fiercely. "Don't pity me. Don't be kind. It's easier if you're not." She released a long, wrenching sigh. "I'm so tired. I'm so utterly, deathly tired." "I know," said Poirot. "People think I'm terrible, arrogant and irritable and ill-tempered. I can't help it. I've forgotten how to be pleasant. That is what I told you. You have carried this burden alone for too long. Rosalie said slowly, "It is a relief to speak of it. You've always been decent to me, Mr. Poirot. I'm afraid I've often been rude to you. Politeness is not necessary between friends." Suspicion flashed back into her face. Are you going to tell everyone? I suppose you must, because of those cursed bottles I threw overboard? No, it is not required. Simply tell me what I need to know. At what time was this? 10 minutes past 1 about then? I should think I don't recall exactly. Now tell me, Miss Van Schuyler saw you. Did you see her? Rosalie shook her head. No, I didn't. She states that she looked out from her cabin door. I don't believe I would have seen her. I just glanced along the deck and then out at the river. Poirot nodded. And when you looked down the deck, did you see anyone at all? There was a pause. Quite a long pause. Rosalie was frowning, seeming to concentrate deeply. Finally, she shook her head decisively. No, she said. I saw no one. Hercule Poirot slowly nodded his head, but his eyes were solemn. Chapter 19. Passengers drifted into the dining room in small, quiet groups, their movements hesitant. There was a shared sense that showing any eagerness for a meal would appear insensitive, even callous. Each person who approached a table did so with an air of quiet apology. Tim Allerton appeared several minutes after his mother had settled in her seat, his expression stormy. I wish we'd never signed up for this miserable voyage, he muttered darkly. Mrs. Allerton gave a sorrowful sigh. Oh, my dear, I feel the same, that lovely young woman. It feels like such a senseless loss to imagine someone could shoot her so deliberately. It's truly horrifying. And that other poor girl, Jacqueline, you mean? Yes, my heart goes out to her. She looks utterly devastated. Maybe it'll teach her not to play around with loaded pistols, Tim remarked coldly, reaching for the butter. Probably a case of poor upbringing. Oh, really, Tim, don't be so harsh. You're in a foul mood today.
Wouldn't you be? Anyone would. I just find it terribly sad, not something to be angry about.
Tim replied irritably.
You're seeing it all through a romantic lens. What you don't grasp is that being tangled up in a murder investigation is no trivial matter.
Mrs. Allerton looked taken aback. But surely we... That's just it. There's no but surely here. Every single person on this wretched boat is under suspicion, you and I included. Mrs. Allerton objected gently. In a technical sense, perhaps, but practically speaking, it's absurd. Nothing is absurd when murder is involved. You might sit there, darling, radiating innocence and good intentions, but a bunch of stern policemen in Shellal or Aswan won't simply take your word for it. Perhaps the truth will come out before we reach port. Why should it? Maybe Monsieur Poirot will uncover it? That old showman, he won't discover a thing. He's all fancy talk and that ridiculous moustache. Well, Tim, said Mrs. Allerton, I suppose everything you say may be true, but since we're in this situation, we might as well accept it and face it with as much grace as we can muster. Her son's gloom, however, did not lift. And then there's this whole wretched business about the missing pearls. Linnet's pearls. Yes, apparently someone must have taken them. I imagine that was the motive for the crime, Mrs. Allerton suggested. Why assume that? You're conflating two entirely separate issues. Who told you they were gone, Ferguson? He heard it from that rough friend of his in the engine room, who got it from the maid. They were exquisite pearls, Mrs. Allerton murmured. Poirot arrived at the table just then, offering Mrs. Allerton a polite nod. I am a little delayed, he said. I expect you have been occupied, Mrs. Allerton replied. Indeed, I have been quite busy, he signalled to a waiter for a new bottle of wine. We have rather varied tastes, Mrs. Allerton observed. You always have wine, Tim prefers whiskey and soda, and I make my way through every brand of mineral water available. Ah, said Poirot. He studied her for a moment, murmuring to himself, That is an idea, perhaps. Then, with a slight impatient shake of his shoulders, he set aside the sudden distraction and turned to lighter conversation. Is Mr. Doyle seriously injured? Asked Mrs. Allerton. Yes, it is a significant wound, Doctor. Lesnar is eager to reach Aswan so the leg can be x-rayed and the bullet extracted. He hopes, however, that there will be no lasting damage. Poor Simon, said Mrs. Allerton. Just yesterday he seemed like such a contented young man with everything he could wish for. Now his beautiful wife is dead, and he is injured and helpless. Though I do hope— What do you hope, madame? Poirot inquired as Mrs. Allerton paused. I hope he isn't too bitter toward that poor girl. Toward Mademoiselle Jacqueline, on the contrary. He expressed considerable concern for her welfare. Poirot then turned his attention to Tim. You know, it's a curious little psychological puzzle. The entire time Mademoiselle Jacqueline was trailing them from one spot to another, he was positively livid. Yet now, after she has actually shot him, wounding him gravely, perhaps even crippling him for life, all that rage appears to have simply vanished. Can you make sense of it?
Yes,
Tim replied after a moment's reflection. I believe I can. The initial situation made him feel like a fool. Poirot gave an approving nod. Precisely. It wounded his masculine pride, but from a certain angle now, Tim continued. It's she who has made a spectacle of herself. Everyone is condemning her. And so, he can afford to be magnanimously forgiving, Mrs. Allerton finished with a sigh. Men are such children. A deeply inaccurate statement. Women are forever making, Tim murmured. Poirot permitted himself a small smile before turning his attention back to Tim. Tell me, Madame Doyle's cousin, Miss Joanna Southwood, did she bear a resemblance to Madame Doyle? You have the connection slightly reversed, M. Poirot. She was a cousin to us and a friend to Linnet. Ah, my apologies, I was confused. She is a young lady who features rather prominently in the society pages. I have found myself interested in her activities for some time now.
Why?
Tim asked sharply. Poirot half rose to acknowledge Jacqueline de Belfort, who had just entered, and was passing their table on her way to her own. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes brilliantly sharp, and her breathing was slightly uneven. Resuming his seat, Poirot seemed to have forgotten Tim's question entirely. He mused vaguely. I often wonder if all young women in possession of valuable jewels are as remarkably careless as Madame Doyle appears to have been. Then it is true the pearls were stolen? Mrs. Allerton inquired. Who informed you of that, madame? Ferguson mentioned it, said Tim. Poirot nodded gravely. It is quite correct, I suppose, Mrs. Allerton said nervously. This will mean a great deal of unpleasantness for everyone aboard. Tim seems to think it will. Her son frowned. But Poirot had already turned to him. Ah, you have some prior experience in these matters, perhaps? You have been present in a household during a robbery? Never, Tim stated. Oh, but darling, you were at the Portarlingtons that time, when that dreadful woman's diamonds were stolen. His mother corrected. You consistently get the details hopelessly twisted, mother. I was there when it was discovered that the diamonds she wore around her rather substantial neck were mere paste. The actual substitution likely took place months earlier. In fact, quite a few people suggested she'd arranged it herself. Joanna probably said that, I expect. Joanna wasn't even there, but she knew them quite well, and it sounds exactly like the sort of suggestion she would make. You're always rather hard on Joanna, mother. Poirot deftly steered the conversation elsewhere. He mentioned contemplating a significant purchase from one of the Aswan shops, a particularly attractive purple and gold fabric from an Indian merchant. There would naturally be duty to pay, but he had been assured they could, expedite the shipping, and that the charges would not be excessive. What did they think? Would it arrive safely, Mrs.? Ollerton replied that she had heard of many people having items sent directly to England from such shops, and everything had arrived without issue. Bien. Then I shall proceed, though, the trouble one encounters when abroad. If a parcel should arrive from England, have you any experience with that? Have you received any parcels since you began your travels? I don't believe we have we, Tim? You occasionally get books, but of course there's never any fuss over those. Ah, no, books are an entirely different matter. Dessert had been cleared. Then, without any preamble, Colonel Race rose to his feet and addressed the room. He outlined the circumstances of the crime and formally announced the theft of the pearls. A search of the steamer was to be conducted immediately, and he must request all passengers remain in the saloon until it was concluded. Furthermore, with their consent, which he was sure they would give, the passengers themselves would be asked to submit to a personal search. Poirot moved swiftly to the Colonel's side. Around them, a low buzz of conversation swelled, voices tinged with doubt, indignation, and excitement. Poirot moved quietly to Colonel Race's side just as the man was preparing to exit the dining saloon. Leaning close, he murmured a few words. Race listened intently, gave a quick nod of agreement, and signaled to a nearby steward. After a brief, hushed exchange, both men stepped out onto the deck, shutting the door firmly behind them. They paused by the rail under the night sky. Race lit a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his thoughtful expression. "A sensible suggestion," he remarked, exhaling smoke. "We'll know shortly if it bears fruit. Let's allow them a few minutes." The dining saloon door opened, and the same steward emerged, offering a crisp salute. "You were correct, sir. A lady insists it is critically urgent to speak with you immediately." Indeed, satisfaction was evident in Race's tone. "Who is making the request?" "It's Miss Bowers, sir, the nurse." A flicker of surprise crossed Race's features. "Bring her to the smoking room. Ensure no one else leaves just yet." "Understood, sir. The other steward will see to it." As the man returned inside, Poirot and Race made their way to the designated room. "Miss Bowers?" Race murmured, almost to himself. "Interesting?" They had scarcely entered the quiet, leather-scented room before the steward reappeared, ushering in the composed figure of the nurse. With a final click of the door, they were left alone. "Well, Miss Bowers?" Colonel Race inquired, his gaze steady and questioning. "What is this about?" Miss Bowers appeared utterly unruffled, her demeanour as methodical as if she were preparing a medical chart. "You must excuse the directness, Colonel Race," she began, her voice calm. "Given the unusual situation, I concluded the most prudent course was to speak to you without delay." She opened her practical black handbag, "and to return these to you." From the bag she produced a lustrous string of pearls and laid them upon the table. If Miss Bowers had been the sort who delighted in theatrical revelations, the reaction would have been deeply gratifying. Colonel Race's face registered pure astonishment as he picked up the gems. "This is profoundly unexpected," he stated. "You must provide an explanation, Miss Bowers. Naturally, that is my intention." She settled more comfortably into her chair, as if beginning a routine briefing. It presented a genuine dilemma. The family prefers to avoid any scandal, of course, and they rely on my discretion. However, these circumstances are so far beyond the ordinary that they remove any real alternative. I reasoned that after your cabin searches proved fruitless, a passenger search would be the logical next step. Were the pearls then discovered in my possession, the situation would become acutely awkward, and the truth would emerge regardless. And what precisely is that truth? Did you remove these from Mrs. Doyle's cabin? "Oh no, Colonel Race. Certainly not. It was Miss Van Schuyler." "Miss Van Schuyler?" Race's eyebrows lifted. "Yes, she cannot help it, you understand. It is a compulsion, particularly where jewellery is concerned. That, in fact, is the primary reason for my constant attendance. It has little to do with her health and everything to do with this singular habit. My role is to remain vigilant. Thankfully, there has been no serious incident during my tenure. It simply requires watchfulness. She invariably conceals her acquisitions in the same manner, rolled inside a pair of stockings, which simplifies recovery. I check each morning. I am a light sleeper, and in hotels I always occupy the adjoining room with the connecting door ajar, so I can usually hear her. Then I intervene and persuade her to return to bed. A steamboat naturally presents additional challenges. She typically does not venture out at night. It is more a matter of collecting items left unattended. Pearls, however, always hold a particular fascination for her. Miss Bowers finished her account and waited. Race leaned forward. "How did you become aware they had been taken?" I found them in her stocking this morning. I recognized them immediately, having noticed them on Mrs. Doyle before. My intention was to return them promptly, hoping Mrs. Doyle was not yet awake and unaware of the loss. But a steward was posted outside the cabin, and he informed me of the murder and that the room was sealed, so as you can appreciate, I found myself in a most difficult position. I still held on to the hope that I could return the items to the cabin later, before anyone realized they were missing. I must confess, I've spent an utterly miserable morning trying to decide the best course of action. The Van Schuyler family is exceptionally particular and private. If this were to find its way into the press, it would be a disaster, but surely that can be avoided, can't it? Miss Bowers appeared genuinely distressed. That will depend on the situation, Colonel Race replied carefully. Naturally, we will do everything we can for you. What is Miss Van Schuyler's usual response in these matters? Oh, she'll deny it outright, of course. She always does. Claims some malicious person planted the items. She never admits to taking anything. That's why, if you intervene quickly enough, she'll return to her bed without a fuss. She'll say she just stepped out to gaze at the moon or something equally poetic. Does Miss Robson know about this tendency? No, she's unaware. Her mother is informed, but she felt it best to shield her daughter, considering she's a rather straightforward young woman. I have always been perfectly capable of handling Miss Van Schuyler, Miss Bowers added with professional assurance. Poirot acknowledged her. We are grateful to you, mademoiselle, for bringing this to our attention so swiftly. Miss Bowers rose. I sincerely hope I've done the right thing. You may rest assured that you have. It's all the more troubling with a murder having occurred as well. Colonel Race interrupted, his tone solemn. Miss Bowers, I must ask you a question, and I need you to understand the importance of an honest answer. We accept that Miss Van Schuyler has a mental compulsion toward theft. Does she also harbor any tendencies toward homicidal violence? Miss Bowers's reply was instantaneous. Good heavens, no, absolutely nothing of the sort. You have my complete and utter word on that. The old lady wouldn't harm a soul. Her answer carried such conviction that the matter seemed settled. Yet Poirot ventured one more gentle inquiry. Does Miss Van Schuyler experience any difficulty with her hearing, as a matter of fact? She does, M. Poirot. Not so you would notice in conversation, but she often fails to hear someone enter a room. Little things like that. In your opinion, would she have heard any movement in Mrs. Doyle's cabin, which is next to her own? Oh, I shouldn't think so, not for a moment. You see, her berth is on the opposite side of the cabin, not even sharing the partition wall. No, I doubt she would have heard a thing. Thank you, Miss Bowers. Race then said, perhaps you would now return to the dining saloon and wait with the others. He opened the door for her, watching as she descended the staircase and entered the saloon. Closing the door, he returned to the table where Poirot was now intently examining the pearls, rolling them between his fingers and holding them to the light. Well, said Race grimly, that development arrived swiftly. She's a remarkably cool and shrewd woman, entirely capable of withholding more information if she believes it serves her purpose. What do we make of Miss Van Schuyler now? We can't simply remove her from our list of suspects. She might have killed for these jewels after all. We cannot accept the nurse's testimony at face value. Her loyalty is entirely to the family's reputation. Poirot nodded in agreement, still preoccupied with the pearls. I believe we can accept part of the old lady's account as true. She did look out from her cabin, and she did see Rosalie Otterbourne. However, I doubt she heard anything from Linnet Doyle's cabin. I suspect she was merely peering out, preparing to slip down and steal the pearls. So the Otterbourne girl was there after all?
Yes.
Disposing of her mother's hidden supply of liquor over the rail. Colonel Race shook his head with a touch of sympathy. That's a hard burden for a young woman. Indeed, her life has not been a cheerful one, that poor Rosalie. At least that clarifies her presence. She didn't witness or overhear anything relevant. I put that question to her directly. She took a full 20 seconds before answering, finally stating she had seen no one. Interesting, Race noted, his expression sharpening. Yes, that is quite suggestive. Race spoke thoughtfully. If Linnet Doyle was shot around 1:10, or really any time after the boat settled into quiet, it has always struck me as incredible that nobody heard the shot. I admit a small pistol like that wouldn't be loud, but the night was utterly still. Even a soft pop should have carried. Now it's becoming clearer. The cabin directly ahead of hers was empty, since her husband was with Dr. Bessner. The one behind belonged to the nearly deaf Mrs. Van Schuyler. That leaves only. He paused, looking pointedly at Poirot, who gave a slow nod. The cabin directly across the passage, in other words, Mr. Pennington. We do keep circling back to him, don't we? We shall return to him shortly, and with considerably less delicacy. I am very much looking forward to that, Poirot declared, a glint in his eye. For now we continue our search of the boat. The missing pearls provide a convenient pretext, even though they have been anonymously returned. Miss Bowers is unlikely to have broadcast that fact. Ah, the pearls! Poirot lifted them to the light once more. He extended his tongue to taste their surface, and even tested one cautiously between his teeth. With a resigned sigh, he tossed them back onto the table. "My friend, we have further complications," he announced. "I am no expert gemologist, but I have handled enough jewels in my career to be reasonably confident. These pearls are a masterful fake." Colonel Race let out a vigorous oath. "This confounded case twists more every minute." He snatched up the necklace. "You're certain? They look perfectly genuine to me. They are an excellent imitation, yes. Where does that leave us? You don't suppose Linnet Doyle deliberately brought a replica aboard for safety? Some women do that. I think, had that been the case, her husband would have known. She might not have told him." Poirot shook his head, dissatisfied. "No, I do not believe so. I admired Mrs. Doyle's pearls that first evening on board, their remarkable depth and lustre. I am convinced she wore the genuine article then." "Then we face two possibilities," Race countered. "First, that Miss Van Schuyler stole the imitation after the real pearls had already been taken by someone else. Second, that the entire kleptomaniac story is a lie. Either Miss Bowers is the thief and quickly invented the tale, handing over the fakes to allay suspicion, or that entire party is involved. They could be a sophisticated gang of jewel thieves posing as a wealthy American family." "Perhaps," Poirot murmured. "It is difficult to ascertain, but I will point out one thing: to create a perfect copy of these pearls, clasp and all, convincing enough to potentially deceive Mrs. Doyle, is highly skilled work. It could not be done hastily. Whoever made this duplicate must have had ample opportunity to study the original closely." Race stood up. "Speculating further is pointless for now. Let's continue. We must find the real pearls, and we'll keep our eyes open as we go." They began with the cabins on the lower deck. Signor Riccetti's quarters held various archaeological texts in multiple languages, an assortment of clothing, strongly scented hair tonics, and 2 personal letters, one from a dig in Syria, another from a sister in Rome. His handkerchiefs were all brightly coloured silk. Moving to Ferguson's cabin, they found a scattering of political pamphlets, numerous snapshots, a copy of Samuel Butler's Erewhon, and a well-worn edition of Pepys's diary. A half-finished sketch of the riverbank lay on the small desk, a detail of quiet preoccupation not mentioned before. His personal belongings were surprisingly few. The outer garments he had were mostly worn and soiled, yet his underclothes were of noticeably fine quality. The handkerchiefs, too, were crafted from expensive linen. "Some curious contradictions," Poirot observed quietly. Race agreed with a nod. "It's also strange that there are no personal papers or letters whatsoever. Indeed, it gives one pause. A peculiar young man, this Mr. Ferguson." Poirot studied a signet ring he had picked up, turning it thoughtfully in his fingers before returning it to the drawer. They proceeded to the cabin assigned to Louise Bourget. The maid typically took her meals after the other passengers, but Race had instructed for her to be brought to join the group. A cabin steward approached them with an apologetic air. "I'm sorry, sir, but I haven't been able to locate the young woman anywhere. I can't imagine where she might have gone. Race peered into the empty cabin before they moved on. Their search continued on the promenade deck, starting on the starboard side. The first cabin belonged to James Fanthorpe. Everything here was in fastidious order. He travelled with little luggage, but each item was of excellent quality. No letters, Poirot mused. Our Mr. Fanthorpe is careful to dispose of his correspondence. Next was Tim Allerton's cabin. Evidence of Anglo-Catholic devotion was present in a delicate little triptych and a large, intricately carved wooden rosary. Aside from clothing, there was a half-finished manuscript covered in annotations, a selection of recently published books, and a drawer filled with carelessly tossed letters. Poirot, never one to shy from perusing another's mail, glanced through them and noted the absence of any from Joanna Southwood. He picked up a tube of adhesive, absently rolling it between his palms for a moment before saying, "Let us continue." Not a single discount store handkerchief in sight. Race remarked, swiftly rearranging a drawer's contents. Mrs. Allerton's cabin followed, exquisitely neat and faintly scented with old-fashioned lavender. Their inspection was brief. A very pleasant woman, Race commented as they left. The adjacent cabin had served as a dressing room for Simon Doyle. His immediate necessities, pyjamas, toiletries, had been transferred to Dr. Bessner's cabin, but his remaining possessions were still there, 2 sizable leather suitcases, a kit bag, and some clothing in the wardrobe. "We must examine this place meticulously, my friend," said Poirot. "It is quite possible the thief concealed the pearls here. You really think so?" "But certainly. Consider the logic. The thief, whoever it is, must anticipate a thorough search. Hiding the jewels in one's own cabin would be exceedingly unwise. The public areas present their own difficulties. This cabin, however, belongs to a man who cannot possibly return to it. If the pearls are found here, it tells us precisely nothing. Yet, despite a painstaking search, no trace of the missing necklace was discovered." Poirot muttered a frustrated zoot under his breath. They moved next to Linnet Doyle's cabin, which had been locked after her body was removed. Race produced the key. Inside, the room remained exactly as it was that morning, save for the absence of the victim. "Poirot," Race said, "if there's anything here to find, for heaven's sake, find it. If anyone can, it's you. This time you're not referring to the pearls, mon ami. No, the murder is the priority. I may have overlooked something this morning." With quiet efficiency, Poirot began his examination. He knelt, scrutinizing the floor inch by inch. He inspected the bed, went rapidly through the wardrobe and the chest of drawers, and meticulously searched the wardrobe trunk and the 2 expensive suitcases. Hercule Poirot examined the lavish dressing case with its gold fittings before shifting his focus to the washstand. An array of creams, powders, and lotions sat there, but only 2 small bottles caught his keen interest. Both were labelled Nilix. One, marked Nilix Rose, held nothing but a trace of dark red fluid, while its companion Nilix Cardinal was nearly full. Poirot collected them, uncorked each in turn, and gave a delicate sniff. The scent of peardrops filled the air, and with a faint grimace, he sealed them again. "Find anything useful?" inquired Race. Poirot answered with an old French saying, "One does not catch flies with vinegar." He then sighed, a note of theatrical weariness in his voice. "My friend, luck has not favoured us. The murderer has been most uncooperative. He has not conveniently dropped a cufflink, a cigarette butt, or an ashtray, nor, in the case of a lady, a handkerchief, a lipstick, or a hairpin." "Only the bottle of nail polish?" Race asked. Poirot merely shrugged. "I must speak with the maid. There is something, yes, a small curiosity there." "I wonder where on earth the girl has gone," Race muttered. They left the cabin, locked it, and proceeded to Miss Van Schuyler's quarters. Here, the trappings of wealth were equally evident: costly toiletries, fine luggage, and a collection of private letters and papers, all perfectly orderly. Next came the double cabin shared by Poirot, and beyond it, Race's own. "Seems unlikely anyone hid anything in either of these," the Colonel remarked. Poirot, however, raised a doubtful eyebrow. "It is possible. I recall a case on the Orient Express involving a murder. There was the small matter of a scarlet kimono. It had vanished, yet it had to be on the train. Where did I find it? In my own locked suitcase? Ah, that was an impertinence. Well, let us see if anyone has been similarly impertinent with you or me this time. But the thief who had taken the pearls showed no such boldness toward Hercule Poirot or Colonel Race. Continuing around the stern, they conducted a thorough search of Miss Bowers's cabin, yet found nothing suspicious. Her handkerchiefs were plain linen, neatly initialed. The Otterborner's cabin followed, where Poirot's meticulous examination again yielded no result. Next was Dr. Bessner's cabin, where Simon Doyle lay looking feverish, an untouched tray of food beside him. "My appetite has left me," he said weakly, appearing far worse than he had that morning. Poirot understood Dr. Bessner's urgency to get him to a hospital with proper equipment. The Belgian explained their search, and Simon nodded weakly in approval. Upon hearing that the pearls had been returned by Miss Bowers only to be revealed as imitations, Simon expressed utter astonishment. "Are you absolutely certain, Mr. Doyle, that your wife did not bring an imitation strand aboard in place of the real ones?" Simon shook his head firmly. "No, positively not. Linnet adored those pearls. She wore them constantly. They were insured against every risk, which I suppose made her rather careless with them. Then we must continue our search." Poirot began opening drawers while Race tackled a suitcase. Simon watched, puzzled. "See here, you can't seriously suspect old Bessner stole them." Poirot gave a non-committal shrug. "It could be. What do we truly know of Dr. Bessner? Only what he chooses to tell us. But he couldn't have hidden anything in here without my noticing. Not today, perhaps. But we do not know when the substitution occurred. He might have made the exchange days ago." "I hadn't considered that." Their search, however, proved fruitless. They moved next to Mr. Pennington's cabin, where the two men devoted considerable time to their task. Poirot and Race carefully examined a case filled with legal papers and business documents, most awaiting Linnet's signature. Race shook his head, his expression sombre. "Everything appears to be in order here, wouldn't you agree?" "Entirely," Poirot replied. "Still, the man is no fool. If there had been anything incriminating, a questionable power of attorney or something similar, he would have made certain to destroy it immediately." "That is true, yes." From the top drawer of the chest, Poirot lifted a heavy Colt revolver, studied it briefly, and returned it. "So it seems some people still travel armed," he murmured. "Suggestive, perhaps, but Linnet Doyle was not shot with a weapon of that caliber." He paused, then added thoughtfully, "You know, I have considered an alternative to your theory about the pistol being thrown overboard. Suppose the actual murderer did leave it in Linnet Doyle's cabin, and someone else, a second person, later took it and disposed of it in the river." "Possible," Race conceded. "I've entertained the idea myself, but it raises a host of new questions. Who was this second person? Why would they wish to shield Jacqueline de Belfort by removing the weapon? What were they doing there in the first place? The only other person we know entered the cabin was Miss Van Schuyler. Could it have been her? Why would she want to protect Jacqueline? And yet, what other motive could there be for taking the pistol?" Race offered. "She might have recognized the stole as her own, panicked and thrown everything overboard for that reason. The stole, perhaps, but would she discard the pistol as well? Still, I grant you, it is a possibility. But it feels clumsy, mon Dieu, very clumsy, and you have still overlooked one particular point concerning the stole. As they left Pennington's cabin, Poirot suggested that Race search the remaining accommodations, those of Jacqueline, Cornelia, and the two empty cabins at the end, while he spoke again with Simon Doyle. He made his way back along the deck and re-entered Bessner's cabin. Simon looked up. "I've been thinking I'm absolutely certain those pearls were genuine yesterday." "Why is that, Mr. Doyle?" "Because Linnet," he flinched slightly, saying her name, "was handling them just before dinner, talking about them. She knew pearls. I'm sure she would have spotted an imitation. They were a very convincing copy, however. Tell me, was Mrs. Doyle in the habit of letting the pearls out of her possession? Did she ever lend them to a friend, for instance? Simon coloured with embarrassment. You see, Monsieur Poirot, it's hard for me to say I hadn't known Linnet very long. Ah, yes, yours was a swift romance, Simon continued. So honestly, I wouldn't know something like that, but Linnet was extremely generous with her belongings. I suppose she might have. She never, for instance, Poirot's tone was smooth as silk. She never, for instance, lent them to Mademoiselle de Belfort. What are you implying? Simon's face flushed a deep red. He tried to sit up, winced, and fell back against the pillow. Are you suggesting Jackie stole them? She didn't. I'll swear she didn't. Jackie is honest through and through. The idea of her being a thief is absurd, completely absurd. Poirot observed him with gently twinkling eyes. Oh, la la! He exclaimed unexpectedly. My little suggestion has certainly stirred up a nest of hornets. Simon repeated stubbornly, unmoved by Poirot's lighter tone. Jackie is honest. Poirot recalled a girl's voice beside the Nile at Aswan saying, I love Simon, and he loves me. He had wondered then which of the statements he heard that night held the truth. It now seemed to him that Jacqueline had come closest to it. The door opened and Race entered. Nothing, he said briskly. Well, that was a surprise we certainly didn't see coming. I noticed the stewards approaching, ready to give their report on the passenger searches. A steward and a stewardess stood at the doorway. The man spoke first. Nothing to report, sir. Did any of the gentlemen cause a disturbance? Only the Italian gentleman, sir. He was quite agitated. Said it was a dishonour, something along those lines. He also had a firearm on him. What type of firearm? A Mauser automatic 25, sir. Italians do have a fiery temperament, Simon remarked. Richetti was in a real state back at Wadi Halfa over a simple telegram error. He was downright unpleasant to Linnet about the whole thing. Race then turned to the stewardess, a formidable and striking woman. Nothing on any of the ladies, sir? They complained quite a bit, except for Mrs. Allerton, who was perfectly gracious. No trace of the pearl. Incidentally, the young lady, Miss Rosalie Otterbourne, had a small pistol in her handbag. What sort? A very dainty one, sir, with a mother-of-pearl handle, almost like a trinket. Race stared, his frustration evident. Confound this whole affair, he muttered under his breath. I thought we had cleared her from suspicion, and now it seems every young woman on this blasted boat is toting a pearl-handled trinket gun. He fired a question at the stewardess. Did she seem troubled when you found it? The woman shook her head. I don't believe she even noticed. My back was turned while I was examining the handbags. Still, she must have known you'd discover it. I give up. What about the maid? We've searched the entire vessel, sir. There's no sign of her anywhere. What's this about? Simon asked. Mrs. Doyle's maid, Louise Bourget. She's vanished. Vanished, Race said thoughtfully. She could have taken the pearls. She had the easiest access to have a copy made, and then, when she realized a search was underway, she jumped overboard. Simon suggested. Don't be absurd, Race replied irritably. A woman can't throw herself into the water in broad daylight from a ship like this without someone noticing. She has to be on board somewhere. He addressed the stewardess again. When was she last seen? Roughly half an hour before the lunch bell, sir. We'll examine her cabin regardless, said Race. It might tell us something. He led the way to the lower deck. With Poirot following closely, they unlocked the cabin door and entered. Louise Bourget, whose profession was to maintain order for others, had taken a holiday where her own possessions were concerned. An assortment of items was scattered across the dresser, a suitcase hung open with garments spilling out and preventing it from closing, and underthings were draped limply over the chairs. As Poirot, with his characteristically swift and tidy movements, began opening the dresser drawers, Race inspected the suitcase. Louise's shoes were lined up beside the bed. One of them, a black patent leather pump, appeared to be resting at a strange, almost impossible angle. The odd sight caught Race's attention. He shut the suitcase and leaned down to examine the row of shoes. Then he let out a sharp, startled cry. Poirot spun around. "What is it?" Race's voice was grim. "She hasn't disappeared. She's right here, under the bed." The body of Louise Bourget lay on the floor of her cabin. The two men knelt beside it. Race was the first to straighten up. "She's been dead for nearly an hour, I'd estimate. We'll have Dr. Bessner take a look." Stabbed straight through the heart. Death would have been almost instantaneous, I should think. It's not a pleasant sight, is it? No, Poirot agreed with a slight shudder. The woman's sharp, cat-like face was twisted in an expression of shock and fierce anger, her lips pulled back from her teeth. Poirot bent down again and gently lifted her right hand. Something was visible clutched within her fingers. He carefully detached it and showed it to Race, a small, fragile slip of paper in a pale mauve-pink colour. "Do you see what this is?" "Money," said Race, his tone flat. It was 1,000-franc note, crisp and telling, a silent witness pressed into a dead woman's grasp. The edge of 1,000-franc note, I imagine. "It's obvious what occurred," Race remarked. "She possessed dangerous information and attempted to blackmail the killer. We sensed she wasn't being entirely truthful earlier." Poirot exclaimed, "We've been fools. We should have realized immediately, recall her words. What could I have possibly seen or heard? I was on the lower deck. Certainly, if I had been restless, if I had climbed the stairs, then I might have witnessed this fiend entering or leaving Madame's cabin. But as it happened, that is precisely what did happen. She did ascend. She observed someone entering Linnet Doyle's cabin or exiting it. And due to her avarice, her reckless greed, she now lies dead. And we are no closer to identifying her murderer," Race concluded with frustration. Poirot shook his head. "On the contrary, we know considerably more. We know nearly the entire story. Only what we understand appears unbelievable. Yet it must be true. I merely fail to see the full picture. Pah, what an idiot I was this morning. We both sensed she was concealing something, yet we missed the obvious motive, blackmail. She likely demanded immediate silence, money, Race suggested. Demanded it with threats. The murderer had no choice but to comply, paying her with French currency. Any insight there?" Poirot considered this. "I doubt it. Many travellers carry a reserve of funds, sometimes American dollars, sometimes British pounds, often including French francs. The murderer probably paid her with whatever mixed currency he had on hand. Let us proceed with our reconstruction. The murderer goes to her cabin, delivers the money, and then, Poirot interjected, she counts it. Oh, yes, I understand her type. She would have counted the money, and in doing so, her attention would have been completely diverted. The murderer seized that moment to strike. After succeeding, he collected the money and fled, failing to notice that one of the notes had a torn corner. Perhaps we can trace him that way, Race said, though he sounded skeptical. I doubt it, Poirot replied. He will examine those notes and will likely notice the tear. If he were a frugal man, he might hesitate to destroy 1,000-franc note. But I very much fear his nature is quite the opposite. How do you deduce that? Both this crime and the murder of Mrs. Doyle required specific traits, courage, audacity, bold execution, swift action. Such qualities are not commonly found in a cautious, economical personality. Race sighed. I'd better summon Dr. Bessner. The portly doctor's examination was brief. With a series of grunts and sighs, he set to work. She has been dead for no more than an hour, he announced. Death was instantaneous, very quick. And what sort of weapon do you believe was used? Ah, that is interesting. It was something extremely sharp, very thin, very precise. I could show you the sort of instrument. Returning to his cabin, he opened a case and produced a long, slender surgical blade. It was something like this, my friend. Not an ordinary knife. I suppose, Race said smoothly, that none of your own instruments are missing, Doctor. Bessner stared at him, his face flushing with anger. What are you implying, that I, Karl Bessner, renowned throughout Austria with my clinics and my distinguished patients, that I killed a wretched chambermaid? It is absurd, preposterous. None of my knives are missing, not a single one. They are all here properly accounted for. You may see for yourself. I will not forget this insult to my profession. Dr. Bessner snapped his case shut, tossed it down, and stormed out onto the deck. Wow, Simon muttered. You've really upset him. Poirot gave a slight shrug. It is unfortunate. You're on the wrong track, old Bessner's one of the decent ones, even if he is a bit of a German. Dr. Bessner suddenly reappeared in the doorway. Would you be so kind as to leave my cabin now? Miss Bowers had come in with him, standing by in a crisp, efficient manner, waiting for the others to leave. Colonel Race and Hercule Poirot slipped out quietly. Race muttered something under his breath and walked away, while Poirot turned to his left. He caught fragments of light conversation and a soft laugh. Jacqueline and Rosalie were together in Rosalie's cabin, the door ajar. Both young women were standing near the opening, and as his shadow fell across them, they glanced up. For the first time he saw Rosalie Otterbourne offer him a smile, a hesitant, almost shy greeting as if she were trying out an unfamiliar gesture. You're discussing the gossip of the day, perhaps? He teased gently. Not at all, Rosalie replied. We were actually comparing lipstick shades. Poirot's smile was polite, but somewhat automatic. Jacqueline de Belfort, more perceptive than her companion, noticed the slight strain in his expression. She set down the lipstick she had been holding and stepped out onto the deck. Has something happened? What is it now? You are correct, mademoiselle. Something has indeed occurred. Rosalie followed her out. Another death? She asked, her voice tight. Poirot watched her closely, noting the flicker of alarm and something deeper, a kind of dismay that passed through her eyes. Mrs. Doyle's maid has been killed, he stated plainly. Killed? Jacqueline exclaimed. Are you certain? Yes, that is what I said, though, he answered Jacqueline. His attention remained fixed on Rosalie. You see, this maid witnessed something she was not meant to see, and so she was silenced to ensure her silence. What did she see? Jacqueline pressed again. Poirot directed his response toward Rosalie, creating a peculiar three-sided exchange. I believe there can be little doubt, he said. She saw someone enter and leave Linnet Doyle's cabin on that terrible night. He heard a sharp intake of breath and saw Rosalie's eyelids flutter. She had reacted exactly as he anticipated. Did she say who it was? Rosalie asked, her voice low. Poirot shook his head slowly, with an air of regret. Quick footsteps sounded on the deck. Cornelia Robson appeared, her eyes wide with alarm. Oh, Jacqueline, something awful! Another horrible thing has happened! Jacqueline turned toward her, and the two moved a few steps away. Almost instinctively, Poirot and Rosalie drifted in the opposite direction. Rosalie's tone turned sharp. Why are you looking at me like that? What are you thinking? You ask two questions. I shall ask only one in return. Why do you not tell me the whole truth, mademoiselle? I don't know what you mean. I told you everything this morning. No, there were things you omitted. You did not mention, for instance, that you carry a small pearl-handled pistol in your handbag. Nor did you share everything you observed last night. She flushed. That's not true. I don't have a revolver. I did not say revolver. I referred to a small pistol kept in your handbag. Angrily, she spun around, hurried into her cabin and returned thrusting her grey leather handbag at him. This is nonsense. Search it yourself if you insist. Poirot opened the bag. There was no pistol inside. He handed it back, meeting her scornful, triumphant gaze. No, he remarked calmly. It is not there now, you see. You're not always right, Monsieur Poirot, and you're mistaken about that other ridiculous claim as well. I do not believe so. You're infuriating. She stamped her foot in frustration. You fixate on an idea and refuse to let it go, because I wish you to tell me the truth. What truth? You seem to know it better than I do, Poirot said quietly. Shall I tell you what I believe you saw? If I am correct, will you acknowledge it? I will share my theory with you. I believe that when you reached the stern of the vessel, you halted without meaning to because you observed a man emerge from a cabin roughly halfway along the deck, Linnet Doyle's cabin, as you understood the following day. You watched him step out, shut the door behind him, and move away from you along the deck, possibly entering one of the two cabins at the far end. So am I correct, mademoiselle? She remained silent. Poirot continued, Perhaps you believe it is wiser not to speak. Perhaps you fear that if you do, you will also be killed. For an instant he thought she might rise to the obvious bait, that a challenge to her courage might work where more delicate reasoning had failed. Her lips parted, trembled, and then she spoke. I saw no one, Rosalie Otterbourne said, Chapter 23. Miss Bowers emerged from Dr. Bessner's cabin, straightening the cuffs over her wrists. Jacqueline broke away from Cornelia and approached the nurse. How is he? She demanded. Poirot arrived in time to hear the reply. Miss Bowers appeared somewhat concerned. Matters are not progressing as well as one might hope, she stated. Jacqueline exclaimed, You mean he's worse? Well, I must admit I'll feel relieved once we dock and can arrange for a proper X-ray and have the wound thoroughly cleaned under anesthesia. When do you estimate we'll reach Shellal, M. Poirot? Tomorrow morning. Miss Bowers pressed her lips together and shook her head. It's most unfortunate. We are doing everything possible, but the risk of infection is ever present. Jacqueline seized Miss Bowers's arm and shook it. Is he going to die? Tell me, is he going to die? Goodness, no, Mr. Belfort. That is, I certainly hope not. The injury itself isn't life-threatening. But it absolutely should be X-rayed at the earliest opportunity, and of course poor Mr. Doyle should have been kept perfectly calm and still today. He's endured far too much distress and agitation. Is it any wonder his temperature is climbing, between the shock of his wife's death and everything else? Jacqueline released the nurse's arm and turned away. She stood at the railing, her back to the others, staring out at the water. What I always say is, we must keep hoping for the best, Miss Bowers remarked. Naturally, Mr. Doyle has a robust constitution. One can see that. He's likely never been seriously ill a day in his life. So that is in his favour. But we cannot ignore that this fever is an alarming development, and... She shook her head again, adjusted her cuffs once more, and walked off briskly. Jacqueline turned and moved unsteadily, tears blurring her vision as she headed toward her cabin. A hand beneath her elbow steadied and guided her. She looked up through her tears to find Poirot beside her. She leaned on him slightly, and he led her through the cabin door. She collapsed onto the bed, and the tears flowed more freely, broken by heavy shuddering sobs. He'll die. I know he'll die, and I will have killed him. Yes, it will be my fault. Poirot gave a slight sorrowful shrug. Mademoiselle, what is done cannot be undone. One cannot retract an action once it is accomplished. Regret now serves no purpose. She cried out more desperately, I will have killed him. And I love him. I love him so much. Poirot sighed, too much. The thought had occurred to him long ago in the restaurant of M. Blondin, and it returned to him now, he said hesitantly. At any rate, do not put too much stock in what Miss Bowers says. Hospital nurses, in my experience, tend to be pessimists. The night nurse is invariably astonished to find her patient still alive by morning. The day nurse is perpetually surprised he has survived until evening. They are too familiar, you see, with every potential complication. It is like driving a car. One might think if a vehicle suddenly pulled out from that intersection, or if that truck reversed without warning, or if a wheel came loose on the approaching automobile, or even if a dog leaped from the hedge onto my arm, well then I would likely be killed, yet one proceeds on the assumption, usually correctly, that none of these disasters will occur, and that one will reach the destination safely. But of course, if one has experienced an accident or witnessed one, then the perspective tends to shift entirely. Jacqueline managed a faint smile through her tears. Are you attempting to comfort me, Monsieur Poirot? Only heaven knows what I am attempting. You should never have embarked on this voyage. I wish I hadn't. It has been utterly dreadful, but it will all be over soon. Yes, yes it will. And Simon will go to the hospital and receive proper care, and everything will be fine again. You speak like a child in a fairy tale, and they lived happily ever after. That is the idea, is it not? Her face flushed a deep crimson. Monsieur Poirot, I never intended, never. It is too soon to entertain such thoughts. That is the correct hypocritical thing to say, isn't it? But you are partly Latin, Mademoiselle Jacqueline. You ought to face facts, even when they are not entirely proper. The king is dead, long live the king. The sun sets and the moon rises. That is the truth of it. Yes, you misunderstand. He only pities me, feels terribly sorry because he knows how awful it is for me to realize I've hurt him so deeply. Ah, well, Poirot replied, pure pity is a very noble sentiment indeed. He regarded her with a mixture of mockery and another subtler emotion. Softly, almost to himself, he murmured a few lines in French. Life is vain, a little love, a little hate, and then good day. Life is brief, a little hope, a little dreaming, and then good night. He stepped back out onto the deck, where Colonel Race was striding purposefully, and immediately called to him. Poirot, just the man. I need you. I've had a thought taking Poirot by the arm. He guided him along the deck. It was a passing remark from Doyle. I barely noticed it at the time. Something concerning a telegram. Ah, yes, that is true. Perhaps it's nothing, but we can't afford to overlook any possibility. Damn it all, 2 murders, and we're still fumbling in the dark. Poirot shook his head. No, not in the dark. We are in the light. Race studied him curiously. You have a theory. It is more than a theory now, I am certain. Since when? Since the death of the maid, Louise Bourget. I'll be damned if I can see it. My friend, it is all so clear. So very clear. Only there are complications, obstacles and inconveniences. You see, around a person like Linnet Doyle, there swirls such a cloud of conflicting emotions, hates, jealousies, envies, petty cruelties. It is like a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. But you believe you know the truth. The other man looked at him intently. You would not say so unless you were sure. I can't claim to have any real illumination myself, though I have my suspicions, naturally. Poirot paused, placing a significant hand on Race's arm. You are a perceptive man, mon colonel. You do not demand. Tell me, what is it you think? You understand that if I could speak plainly now, I would, but there is much that must be cleared away first. Yet consider, if you will, the threads I will outline. Certain points stand out. Mademoiselle de Belfort's claim that someone overheard our conversation that night in the garden at Aswan. Mr. Tim Allerton's account of what he heard and did on the night of the crime. Louise Bourget's telling responses to our questions this morning. The fact that Mrs. Allerton drinks water, her son prefers whiskey and soda, and I take wine. Add to that the detail of the 2 bottles of nail polish and the proverb I mentioned earlier. And finally, we arrive at the very heart of the matter. The pistol wrapped in a cheap handkerchief and a velvet stole and cast overboard. Race was silent for a long moment. Then he shook his head. No, he said finally. I don't follow, mind you. I have a glimmer of what you're suggesting. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't quite fit. But yes, you're seeing only half of the picture. And remember this, we must begin again from the start because our initial assumption was completely mistaken. Race offered a slight wry smile. That is something I am accustomed to. It often strikes me that the essence of detective work is the willingness to erase your mistakes and start over. That's a truth many people resist. They become wedded to a single theory and force every detail to conform to it. Any inconvenient fact is simply discarded. Yet it's those very facts that refuse to fit which are always the most telling. I have been aware of the significance of the missing pistol from the crime scene for some time. I understood it meant something crucial, but the precise nature of that meaning only became clear to me a short while ago. You still don't see it. You will if you follow the line of reasoning I've laid out. For now, let's settle this business about a telegram, provided the good doctor allows us in." Bessner remained in a foul mood. He answered their knock with a scowl. "What now? You wish to disturb my patient again? I must insist it is unwise. He is running a fever and has endured quite enough excitement for one day. Just a single question," Race assured him. "Nothing more, I promise." With a grunt of reluctance, the doctor stepped aside. He pushed past them, muttering to himself. "I will be back in precisely 3 minutes," he declared, "and then you will leave without argument." They heard his heavy footsteps recede down the deck. Simon Doyle looked from one man to the other, his expression questioning. "Well, what is it?" "A minor point," Race began. "Earlier, when the stewards were reporting to me, they mentioned Signor Ricchetti had been particularly difficult. You remarked it didn't surprise you, as you knew he had a vile temper and had once been rude to your wife concerning a telegram. Can you recount that incident? Easily? It was at Wadi Halfa, just after we returned from viewing the second cataract. Linnet thought she saw a telegram for her on the board. She'd forgotten, you see, that she was no longer using her maiden name, Ridgeway. The handwriting was atrocious, and Ricchetti and Ridgeway can look somewhat similar. She opened it, couldn't decipher it, and was studying it when Ricchetti came along, snatched it right out of her hand, and began ranting in a fury. She went after him to apologize, and he was appallingly rude to her about the whole affair." Race took a slow breath. "And do you happen to know, Mr. Doyle, what that telegram contained?" Yes, Linnet read part of it aloud. It said he was interrupted. A commotion erupted outside. A shrill, rapid voice was approaching. "Where are Monsieur Poirot and Colonel Race? I must see them at once. It is of the utmost importance. I have vital information. Are they with Mr. Doyle?" Bessner had left the door ajar with only the curtain drawn across. Mrs. Otterbourne swept it aside and stormed in like a hurricane. Her face was flushed, her walk slightly unsteady, her words tumbling out in a rush. "Mr. Doyle," she announced with dramatic flair, "I know who murdered your wife." "What?" Simon stared, as did the others. Mrs. Otterbourne cast a triumphant glance over all three of them. She was radiant, supremely pleased with herself. "Yes, my theories are completely vindicated. The deep, primeval, primordial urges, it may seem impossible, fantastic, but it is the absolute truth." Race's voice was sharp. "Am I to understand you possess evidence identifying Mrs. Doyle's killer?" Mrs. Otterbourne sat down heavily in a chair, leaning forward and nodding with vigorous certainty. "I most certainly do. You will agree, will you not, that the person who killed Louise Bourget is also the person who killed Linnet Doyle? That the two crimes are the work of a single hand?" "Yes, yes," Simon said impatiently. "Obviously, that stands to reason." "Go on, then my assertion holds. I know who killed Louise Bourget, and therefore I know who killed Linnet Doyle." "You mean you have a theory about who killed Louise Bourget, Race?" suggested sceptically. Mrs. Otterbourne turned on him like a provoked animal. "No, I have exact knowledge. I saw the person with my own eyes." Simon, burning with fever, cried out, "For heaven's sake, start from the beginning." "You claim to know who killed Louise Bourget," Mrs. Otterbourne gave a firm nod. "I will tell you precisely what happened." Oh, she was positively glowing. There was no question about it. This was her moment of glory, her long-awaited triumph. So what if her novels weren't selling any more, if that fickle public, which had once gobbled up her books with such hunger, had now moved on to fresher, trendier authors? Salome Otterbourne was about to become infamous all over again. Her name would splash across every newspaper. She would be the star witness for the prosecution when the trial began. She drew a deep, theatrical breath and began to speak. "It happened as I was going down to lunch. I scarcely had an appetite. The shock of the recent tragedy. Well, I don't need to dwell on that. About halfway there, I remembered I'd left something behind in my cabin. I told Rosalie to go on ahead without me, and she did." Mrs. Otterbourne paused briefly. The curtain hanging across the doorway shifted slightly, as if stirred by a draught, but none of the three men took notice. She hesitated. This was tricky ground to navigate, but it had to be managed. I had made an arrangement with one of the ship's crew members. He was to obtain something I required, but I did not want my daughter to know about it. She can be rather difficult about certain matters. Not the most convincing explanation, but she could polish it before giving her official testimony in court. Race raised an eyebrow, casting a questioning glance toward Poirot, who responded with the slightest of nods. His lips silently formed the word drink. The curtain moved once more. Between the fabric and the door frame, something metallic glinted with a faint, steely blue sheen. Mrs. Otterbourne continued, her voice gaining confidence. The plan was for me to go around to the stern on the deck below this one where the man would be waiting. As I walked along that deck, a cabin door opened and someone peered out. It was that girl, Louise Bourget or whatever her name was. She appeared to be expecting someone when she saw it was me. Her face fell with disappointment, and she withdrew back inside abruptly. I didn't think much of it at the time, of course. I proceeded as planned, collected the items from the man, paid him, and exchanged a few words. Then I started back. Just as I turned the corner, I saw someone knock on the maid's door and step inside. Race leaned forward, and that person was. Bang! The deafening roar of a gunshot exploded through the cabin, followed by the sharp, acrid tang of gunpowder smoke. Mrs. Otterbourne twisted slowly to the side, her expression one of profound and startled inquiry, before her body went limp, and she collapsed heavily to the floor. From just behind her ear, blood began to flow from a small, perfectly round hole. A stunned silence gripped the room for a split second. Then both able-bodied men sprang into action. The woman's fallen form slightly obstructed their path. Race knelt beside her as Poirot moved with feline quickness, darting through the door and out onto the deck. The deck was deserted. Lying on the floorboards just in front of the threshold was a large Colt revolver. Poirot scanned swiftly in both directions, still empty. He then sprinted toward the stern. Rounding the corner at full speed, he nearly collided with Tim Allerton, who was hurrying from the opposite direction. "What on earth was that noise?" Tim gasped out of breath. Poirot answered sharply, "Did you pass anyone on your way here?" "Pass anyone?" "No, not a soul." "Then come with me." Taking the young man by the arm, Poirot hurried back the way he had come. A small crowd was already gathering. Rosalie, Jacqueline, and Cornelia had rushed from their cabins. More people were arriving from the direction of the saloon: Ferguson, Jim Fanthorpe, and Mrs. Allerton. Race stood guard over the revolver. Poirot turned his head and said urgently to Tim Allerton, "Do you have gloves in your pocket?" Tim fumbled. "Yes, I do." Poirot took them, pulled them on, and bent to examine the weapon, with Race doing the same beside him. The onlookers watched, barely breathing. Race stated grimly, "He didn't go the other way." Fanthorpe and Ferguson had been seated on the deck lounge. They would certainly have noticed anyone passing. Poirot added that Mr. Allerton, had he been walking aft, would have encountered the person as well. Race picked up the revolver, examining it closely. "I have a strong feeling we've seen this very recently. We must confirm it, however." He proceeded to knock on the door of Pennington's cabin. Receiving no reply, he found the room unoccupied. Race went directly to the right-hand drawer of the dresser and pulled it open. "The revolver was not there. That settles that," Race stated. "Now where is Pennington?" They returned to the deck where Mrs. Allerton had now joined the others. Poirot quickly approached her. "Madame, please take Miss Otterbourne under your care. Her mother has been—" He glanced at Race for confirmation, and Race gave a slight nod. "Killed. Dr. Bessner arrived in a fluster. Mein Gott, what has happened now?" They stepped aside, and Race directed him to the cabin. Bessner entered. "Locate Pennington," Race ordered. He then asked Poirot, "Any fingerprints on the weapon?" "None," Poirot confirmed. They discovered Andrew Pennington one deck below, seated in the small lounge and composing letters. He looked up, his handsome, clean-shaven face composed. "Is there news?" he inquired. "Did you not hear a gunshot?" Race asked. Pennington paused thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, I believe I did hear a sort of pop, but it never occurred to me. Who has been shot? Mrs. Otterbourne?" "Mrs. Otterbourne?" Pennington sounded genuinely astonished. "Well, that is a shock. I simply can't imagine it." He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "It strikes me, gentlemen, we may have a dangerous lunatic on this boat. We should organize some form of protection detail." "Mr. Pennington," Race said firmly, "how long have you been in this room?" Pennington gently rubbed his chin. "Let me think. I'd say about 20 minutes, perhaps a little more, and you haven't left." "Why, no, certainly not." He looked at them with polite curiosity. "You see, Mr. Pennington," Race continued, "Mrs. Otterbourne was shot with your revolver. Mr. Pennington was visibly shaken. He appeared utterly incredulous. Gentlemen, this is an exceedingly grave matter, truly grave. It is particularly grave for you, Mr. Pennington." "For me?" Pennington's eyebrows shot up in apparent bewilderment. "But, my dear Colonel, I was sitting here quietly writing when that shot was fired. The idea is preposterous." "Do you have anyone who can verify your whereabouts?" Pennington shook his head slowly. "No, I wouldn't say there is a specific witness, but it is plainly impossible for me to have gone up to the promenade deck, shot this unfortunate woman, for what motive could I possibly have, and returned here without a single soul noticing. That lounge is typically quite populated at this hour. How then do you explain your firearm being used?" There I may be at fault. I recall an evening early in the voyage, during a general conversation in the saloon about personal security while travelling. I mentioned rather carelessly that I always carry a revolver on my journeys. Who was present? I can't recall precisely. A fair number of people, I think. Most of the passengers, likely. He gave a regretful sigh. "Yes, I must bear some responsibility for that, I suppose." He continued, his tone bewildered. "First Linnet, then her maid, and now Mrs. Otterbourne. It all seems utterly senseless." "It was not senseless," Race countered. "Indeed, no. Mrs. Otterbourne was on the verge of telling us she had seen a specific individual enter Louise's cabin. Before she could name that person, she was silenced permanently." Andrew Pennington withdrew a fine silk handkerchief and dabbed his forehead. "This is all too dreadful," he murmured. Poirot then interjected, his voice deceptively mild.
"Monsieur Pennington?"
"There are certain aspects of this affair I wish to explore with you. Would you be so good as to come to my cabin in, say, half an hour?"
"I should be."
"Delighted." Pennington's tone lacked any delight, his expression mirrored the sentiment. After exchanging a knowing glance, Race and Poirot took their leave. Once outside, Race muttered, "Slippery customer." "But he's worried, isn't he?" Poirot gave a small nod. "Yes, our Mr. Pennington is most uneasy." As they regained the promenade deck, Mrs. Allerton emerged from her cabin. Spotting Poirot, she beckoned him urgently. "Monsieur Poirot?" That poor girl, she is utterly distraught. And who can blame her? The world has become a monstrous place aboard this ship. Her usual gentle manner was gone, replaced by a fierce protective anger. We are all dancing on a knife's edge, and someone is orchestrating the music. It is not grief she needs now, but the truth, and I intend to see she gets it. "Monsieur Poirot, is there a double stateroom available where I might stay with her? She shouldn't return to the cabin she shared with her mother, and mine is only a single. That can be arranged, madame. It is most considerate of you. It's simple decency. I'm also genuinely fond of the girl, I've always been. Is she terribly distressed?" "Absolutely shattered. She appears to have been completely devoted to that awful woman. It's the saddest part of this whole affair. Tim mentioned he thinks she had a drinking problem. Is that accurate?" Poirot gave a slight nod. "Well, one shouldn't judge, I suppose, but the girl must have endured a dreadful life." "She did, madam. She is a proud and remarkably loyal person." "Yes, I admire that quality, loyalty. It seems rather old-fashioned now. She's a complex character, that one, proud, reserved, stubborn, yet I suspect terribly warm-hearted beneath it all. I see I have entrusted her to excellent care, madam. Indeed, don't fret. I'll look after her. She's been clinging to me in the most heartbreaking way. After Mrs. Allerton returned to the cabin, Poirot made his way back to the site of the crime. Cornelia remained on deck, her eyes wide with confusion. I don't understand, Monsieur Poirot. How did whoever shot her get away without any of us seeing? Yes, how? Jacqueline echoed. Ah, said Poirot. It was not quite the vanishing act, it appears, mademoiselle. The murderer had 3 distinct possible paths of escape. Jacqueline looked perplexed. 3, he could have gone to the right or to the left. But I don't see any other path, Cornelia said, puzzled. Jacqueline frowned, then her expression cleared. Of course, he could move in 2 directions on one level, but he could also go at a right angle to that plane. He couldn't go up naturally, but he could go down. Poirot smiled. You have a keen mind, mademoiselle. Cornelia said, I admit I'm just a regular person, but I still don't follow, Jacqueline explained. Monsieur Poirot means, darling, that he could have swung himself over the railing and down to the deck below. Goodness, Cornelia gasped. I never considered that. He'd have to be incredibly quick, though. I suppose it was possible. He could have done it easily enough, said Tim Allerton. Remember, there's always a moment of shock after something like this. You hear a shot and you're too stunned to move for several seconds. Was that your experience, Mr. Allerton? Yes, it was. I stood frozen like a statue for a good 5 seconds. Then I sprinted around the deck. Race emerged from Dr. Bessner's cabin and spoke with authority. Would you all please clear the area? We need to bring out the body. Everyone moved away obediently, Poirot among them. Cornelia said to him with sad sincerity, I'll never forget this voyage as long as I live. 3 deaths. It feels like living inside a nightmare. Ferguson overheard her and said aggressively, That's because you're over-civilized. You should view death as many Eastern cultures do, as a mere incident, scarcely worth noting. Cornelia replied, That's easy for you to say. They aren't educated, those poor people. No, and a good thing, too. Education has drained the vitality from the white races. Look at America obsessed with a glut of culture. It's revolting. I think you're talking nonsense, Cornelia said, her cheeks flushing. I attend lectures every winter on Greek art and the Renaissance, and I went to a series on famous women of history. Mr. Ferguson groaned in agony. Greek art. The Renaissance, famous women of history. It makes me ill to hear you. It's the future that matters, not the past. 3 women are dead on this boat, so what? They're no great loss. Linnet Doyle and her wealth. The French maid, a domestic parasite. Mrs. Otterbourne, a useless fool. Do you think anyone truly cares whether they're alive or dead? I don't. I think it's a damned good thing, then you're wrong. Cornelia blazed back at him, and it makes me sick to hear you talk as if nobody mattered but you. I didn't even like Mrs. Otterbourne, but that doesn't mean her life was without value. Cornelia Robson spoke with genuine sorrow. Mrs. Otterbourne was difficult, I know, but her daughter adored her and is completely devastated. I didn't know the French maid well, but surely someone loved her. As for Linnet Doyle, well, she was simply radiant when she entered a room. Her beauty was breathtaking. Being rather plain myself, I think I appreciate loveliness all the more. She had the kind of beauty you see in classical statues, a true work of art. When something that beautiful is gone, the whole world feels poorer for it. Mr. Ferguson took a step back, running both hands through his hair in exasperation. I surrender. You're incredible. Not a single ounce of petty jealousy in you. He turned toward Hercule Poirot. Did you know, sir, that Cornelia's father was nearly bankrupted by Linnet Ridgeway's father? Yet when this girl sees the heiress draped in pearls and Paris fashions, does she seethe? No, she coos about how beautiful she is, like some innocent little lamb. I doubt she ever held a grudge. A blush spread across Cornelia's cheeks. I was upset for a little while. Papa was so disheartened by his failures, it truly broke him. Upset for a minute. Can you believe it? She spun to face him. Didn't you just say the future matters, not the past? That was the past. It's done. Toche, Ferguson conceded. Cornelia Robson, you're the only decent woman I've ever met. Marry me. Don't be ridiculous. It's a sincere proposal, even with the famous detective as a witness. Poirot, you heard it. I'm going against all my principles here. I don't believe in legal contracts between people, but I doubt she'd accept anything less, so marriage it is. Come on, Cornelia, say yes. You're being absurd, Cornelia said, her flush deepening. Why won't you have me? You aren't serious. Do you mean the proposal isn't serious or that you aren't serious? Both, but mostly you. You mock everything important, education, culture, even death. You wouldn't be dependable. She stopped abruptly, colour rising in her face again, and hurried away to her cabin. Ferguson stared after her. Blast it all, I think she actually means that. She wants someone reliable. Reliable, good heavens. He paused, noticing Poirot's quiet demeanour. What's on your mind, Mère Poirot? You look miles away. Poirot stirred. I'm merely contemplating. Meditating on death, perhaps? Death, the recurring decimal, a monograph by Hercule Poirot. You are a most impertinent young man, Mr. Ferguson. Forgive me, I enjoy challenging established institutions. And I am such an institution. Precisely. What's your opinion of her? Of Miss Robson? Yes. I find she possesses considerable character. You're right. She has spirit. She seems meek, but she isn't. She's got backbone. She's, oh, hang it all. I want her. Maybe I should tackle the old dragon. If I can get her thoroughly opposed to me, it might actually impress Cornelia. He turned and marched into the observation lounge. Miss Van Schuyler sat in her customary corner, looking more imperious than ever as she knitted. Ferguson strode right up to her. Hercule Poirot, entering quietly, took a seat at a discreet distance and pretended to be engrossed in a magazine. Good afternoon, Miss Van Schuyler. She barely lifted her eyes, let them drop, and murmured a frosty. Good afternoon. Listen, Miss Van Schuyler. I need to discuss something important. I want to marry your niece. Miss Van Schuyler's ball of yarn tumbled to the floor and went rolling wildly across the lounge. Her voice dripped with poison. You must have lost your mind, young man. Not in the slightest. My mind is made up. I intend to marry her. I've already proposed. Miss Van Schuyler regarded him with an icy, detached curiosity, as if examining a peculiar insect. Is that so? And I assume she sent you packing? She turned me down. Naturally. There's nothing natural about it. I'll keep asking until she says yes. Let me assure you, sir, I will take measures to ensure my young cousin is spared such harassment. Miss Van Schuyler retorted sharply. What exactly is your objection to me? Miss Van Schuyler merely arched her eyebrows, giving a sharp tug to her knitting wool as she prepared to end the conversation. Well, Mr. Ferguson pressed, what is it you hold against me? I should think the reasons are perfectly clear, mister. I don't believe I know your name, Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson? She pronounced the name with unmistakable distaste. The very notion is entirely out of the question. You're saying, Ferguson challenged, that I'm not worthy of her. I should think that would be evident even to you. In what way am I unworthy? Miss Van Schuyler remained silent. I have 2 arms, 2 legs, decent health, and a reasonably sound mind. What's the problem? There is such a thing as social standing, Mr. Ferguson. Social standing is nonsense. The door opened and Cornelia entered, freezing mid-step at the sight of her formidable cousin engaged with her persistent admitter. The audacious Mr. Ferguson turned his head, offered a wide grin, and announced, Ah, Cornelia, just in time. I'm formally requesting your hand in marriage, following all the proper traditions. Cornelia, said Miss Van Schuyler, her tone truly dreadful. Have you been encouraging this person? No, certainly not. That is not precisely. I mean, what do you mean she hasn't encouraged me? Mr. Ferguson supplied helpfully. I've done all the encouraging. She hasn't slammed the door in my face, but that's only due to her exceedingly kind nature. Cornelia, your esteemed relative here declares I'm not good enough for you. Which is true, but not for the reasons she imagines. My moral character undoubtedly falls short of yours, but her point is that I'm hopelessly beneath you socially. That, I believe, is equally apparent to Cornelia, stated Miss Van Schuyler. Is it? Mr. Ferguson searched her face. Is that why you won't marry me? No, it isn't, Cornelia flushed. If I cared for you, I would marry you regardless of who you were. But you don't care for me? I think you're utterly impossible. The manner in which you speak, the things you say. I've never met anyone remotely like you. Overwhelmed, she fled the room. All in all, remarked Mr. Ferguson, leaning back in his chair, that wasn't a bad beginning. He gazed at the ceiling, whistled a tune, crossed his decidedly shabby knees, and added, I'll be calling you Auntie before long. Miss Van Schuyler trembled with fury. Leave this room immediately, sir, or I shall ring for the steward. I've paid for my passage, Ferguson replied. They can hardly eject me from a public lounge. But I'll indulge you, he hummed softly, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum rising. He strolled casually to the door and departed, choking with anger. Miss Van Schuyler struggled to her feet. Poirot, who had been discreetly concealed behind his magazine, sprang up to retrieve her dropped ball of wool. Thank you, M. Poirot. Please send for Miss Bowers. I am quite unsettled by that insolent young man. Rather eccentric, I fear, Poirot observed. Most of that family are spoiled, of course, always inclined to charge at windmills, he added casually. You did recognize him, I presume? Recognize him? He calls himself Ferguson, and refuses to use his title due to his progressive views. His title? Miss Van Schuyler's tone turned sharp. Yes, that is young Lord Dawlish, exceptionally wealthy. Naturally, Miss Van Schuyler's face became a canvas of warring feelings. And how long have you been aware of this, Monsieur Poirot? She asked. Poirot gave a slight shrug. A photograph in one of the newspapers caught my eye. The resemblance was striking. Later, I came across a signet ring bearing a family crest. Oh, there is no question, I assure you. He took a quiet satisfaction in watching the succession of conflicting expressions play across her features. At last, with a dignified nod, she said, You have my gratitude, Monsieur Poirot. After she left the saloon, Poirot's smile faded. He resumed his seat, his expression turning solemn once more as he followed a chain of reasoning in his mind. He gave a slow, confirming nod. But yes, he murmured finally, it all aligns, chapter 25. Race discovered him still sitting there. Well, Poirot, Pennington is expected in 10 minutes. I'm leaving this matter to you. Poirot stood up briskly. First, please fetch young Fanthorpe. Race looked surprised. Fanthorpe? Indeed. Bring him to my cabin, with a nod. Race departed. Poirot made his way to his own quarters. A moment later, Race returned with Jim Fanthorpe in tow. Poirot gestured toward chairs and offered cigarettes. Now, Mr. Fanthorpe, he began, to our business. I notice you're wearing the same style of tie as my good friend Hastings. Jim Fanthorpe glanced down at his neckwear, somewhat confused. It's an old Etonian tie, he said precisely. You must understand that although I am a foreigner, I am acquainted with certain English sensibilities. I know, for instance, that there are things which are done and things which are decidedly not done. Jim Fanthorpe allowed himself a faint grin. People don't really talk that way anymore, sir. Perhaps the language has changed, but the principles remain. The old-school tie is still the old-school tie, and there are certain actions I know from experience that the wearer of such a tie does not take. One of those, Mr. Fanthorpe is to deliberately intrude upon a private conversation among strangers. Fanthorpe stared. Poirot continued without pause. Yet the other day, that is exactly what you did. Certain individuals were conducting confidential business in the observation saloon. You positioned yourself nearby quite clearly to listen in, and then you actually turned and complimented a lady, Mrs. Simon Doyle, on her sound business acumen. Jim Fanthorpe's face flushed deeply. Poirot swept onward, allowing no interruption. That, Mr. Fanthorpe, is not at all the behaviour of a man who wears a tie like my friend Hastings is. Hastings is the soul of discretion. He would be mortified to do such a thing. Therefore, considering that action of yours, along with the fact that you are rather young to afford such an expensive voyage, that you work for a country solicitor's firm and are likely not extravagantly wealthy, and that you show no sign of a recent illness requiring a long convalescence abroad, I ask myself, and now I ask you, what is the true reason for your presence on this steamer?" Jim Fanthorpe drew his head back stiffly. "I refuse to give you any information whatsoever, Monsieur Poirot. I really believe you must be out of your mind. I'm not mad, I'm exceedingly sane. Your firm is in Northampton, not far from Woad Hall. What conversation did you attempt to overhear? One regarding legal documents, and what was the purpose of your awkward, clearly uncomfortable remark? Its purpose was to prevent Mrs. Doyle from signing any paper without reading it thoroughly." He paused, letting the silence weigh. "On this vessel we have had a murder, followed swiftly by 2 more. If I add that the weapon used to kill Mrs. Otterbourne was a revolver belonging to Mr. Andrew Pennington, perhaps you will recognize that it is, in fact, your duty to tell us everything you know." Jim Fanthorpe remained quiet for a long moment. Finally, he spoke. "You have a peculiar method, Monsieur Poirot. But I understand your reasoning. The difficulty is that I possess no concrete facts to offer you. You are referring to a matter of suspicion, nothing more, precisely. And you believe it unwise to voice such suspicions? Legally, perhaps, but we are not in a courtroom. Colonel Race and I are hunting a killer. Any information, however vague, could prove useful." Fanthorpe considered this once more. "All right. What is it you wish to know? What brought you on this journey?" "My uncle, Mr. Carmichael, who is Mrs. Doyle's solicitor in England, sent me. He managed many of her financial affairs and was often in contact with her American trustee, Andrew Pennington. A series of minor irregularities, too numerous to list, made my uncle uneasy. He began to feel something was amiss. In simpler terms, Race interjected. 'Your uncle thought Pennington was dishonest?' A slight smile touched Fanthorpe's lips. 'That's a blunt way to phrase it, but yes, the essence is correct. Pennington's various excuses and his justifications for certain financial movements aroused distrust. My uncle's concerns were still forming when Miss Ridgeway married suddenly and departed for her Egyptian honeymoon. Her marriage actually eased his mind, as he knew her estate would require a formal settlement upon her return to England. However, in a letter she posted from Cairo, she mentioned, almost in passing, that she had bumped into Andrew Pennington quite by chance. That alarmed my uncle profoundly. He became convinced Pennington, possibly in a desperate situation by then, intended to secure her signature on documents that would cover his own financial discrepancies. With no solid proof, my uncle was in a bind. His only recourse was to dispatch me here by the fastest means possible. My instructions were to observe the situation and intervene decisively if required, a most disagreeable assignment, I assure you. On the occasion you referenced, I was compelled to act in a rather rude manner. It was awkward, but I believed the outcome was successful. You alerted Mrs. Doyle, Race asked. Not directly, no, but I believe I frightened Pennington off. I was confident he wouldn't attempt any further mischief for a while, and I hoped to use that time to build enough rapport with the Doyles to offer some kind of caution. Frankly, I intended to approach Mr. Doyle. Mrs. Doyle was so fond of Pennington that suggesting anything negative about him to her would have been difficult. It seemed far easier to confide in the husband. Race gave a nod of understanding. Poirot leaned forward. Give me your honest assessment on one point, Mr. Fanthorpe. If you were attempting a fraud, whom would you target? Mrs. Doyle or Mr. Doyle? Fanthorpe's smile returned. Mr. Doyle, without a doubt. Linnet Doyle had a sharp business mind. Her husband, I gather, is the trusting sort, utterly unfamiliar with financial matters and always ready, as he himself might say, to sign on the line. I thought exactly, Poirot said, turning to Race, and there lies a compelling motive. Jim Fanthorpe, however, remained cautious. This is all speculation, it isn't evidence. Poirot waved a dismissive hand. Ah, but evidence we shall find. How? Perhaps from Mr. Pennington himself. Fanthorpe looked sceptical. I doubt it. I sincerely doubt it. Race checked his watch. He should be arriving any moment, taking the hint. Jim Fanthorpe promptly excused himself. Not 2 minutes later, Andrew Pennington entered the room. His demeanour was all polished courtesy and easy smiles. Only the tight set of his jaw and the careful, watchful look in his eyes betrayed the presence of a seasoned combatant who was thoroughly on his guard.
"Well, gentlemen," he said, taking a seat and regarding them with a questioning look. "I'm here as requested," Poirot began. "We invited you, Mr. Pennington, because it is clear you hold a particular and urgent stake in this matter."
Pennington's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Is that so?" Poirot continued gently. "Undoubtedly. You have been acquainted with Linnet Ridgeway, I believe, since her earliest youth." "Oh, that," Pennington replied, his expression softening, losing some of its sharp edge. "My apologies, I misunderstood. Yes, as I mentioned earlier today, I've known Linnet since she was a charming little girl in a pinafore. You were on very familiar terms with her father, correct? Melhuish, Ridgeway and I were exceptionally close. Your association was so intimate that upon his passing he named you the business guardian for his daughter and a trustee of the considerable fortune she inherited." "Well, broadly speaking, that's accurate," Pennington said, caution returning to his tone. "I wasn't the sole trustee, of course. Others were involved as well." "Who have since passed away?" "2 are deceased. The other, Mr. Sterndale Rockford, is still living." "Your partner?" "Yes." "Miss Ridgeway, I understand, had not yet reached the age of majority when she married. She would have turned 21 this coming July, and ordinarily she would have assumed full control of her assets at that time." "Yes." "Yet her marriage accelerated the timeline." Pennington's jaw tightened, and he thrust his chin forward defiantly. "You'll excuse me, gentlemen, but what exactly is your concern with all this? If you prefer not to answer, it's not a matter of preference. I'll answer what you ask. I simply fail to see the relevance." "Oh, but surely, Mr. Pennington." Poirot leaned in, his eyes taking on a feline green intensity. "There is the question of motive. In such considerations, financial circumstances must always be examined." Pennington responded sullenly. "By Ridgeway's will, Linnet gained control of her money at 21 or upon her marriage. Were there any stipulations attached? None. And the sum, I am reliably informed, amounts to millions." "Millions it is?" Poirot's voice dropped to a soft, probing note. "Your responsibility, Mr. Pennington, and that of your partner has been profoundly weighty." Pennington said curtly, "We are accustomed to responsibility. It doesn't trouble us." "I wonder." Something in Poirot's tone struck a nerve. Pennington snapped, "What on earth do you mean by that?" Poirot answered with an air of disarming frankness. "I was merely wondering, Mr. Pennington, whether Linnet Ridgeway's abrupt marriage caused any consternation in your office." "Consternation? That was the word I used. What are you implying?" "Something quite straightforward. Are Linnet Doyle's financial affairs in the impeccable order they ought to be?" Pennington stood up. "That's enough. I'm finished here." He moved toward the door. "But you will answer my question first." Pennington shot back. "They are in perfect order. You were not so alarmed upon hearing of Linnet Ridgeway's marriage that you hurried to Europe on the first available ship, engineering what appeared to be a chance encounter in Egypt." Pennington turned back toward them, regaining his composure. "What you're suggesting is utter nonsense. I had no idea Linnet was married until I met her in Cairo. I was completely astonished. Her letter must have missed me by a day in New York. It was forwarded and I received it about a week later. You travelled over on the Carmanic, I believe you said?" "That's correct. And the letter arrived in New York after the Carmanic had already sailed." "How many times must I repeat myself?" "It is curious," said Poirot. "What is curious?" "That your luggage bears no labels from the Carmanic. The only recent transatlantic sailing labels are from the Normandy. I recall the Normandy departed 2 days after the Carmanic." For a moment, Pennington was visibly disconcerted, his eyes faltering. Colonel Race interjected with decisive force. "Come now, Mr. Pennington," he said. "We have multiple reasons to conclude you arrived on the Normandy, not the Carmanic as you claimed. That means you received Mrs. Doyle's letter before leaving New York. Denying it is pointless. Verifying the steamship records is a simple matter." Andrew Pennington found a chair and sat down slowly, his expression unreadable. Behind that calm mask, his mind raced, calculating the next play. "All right, gentlemen, you've outmaneuvered me. I had my reasons for handling things the way I did." "I'm sure you did," Race replied. His tone clipped. "If I explain, this stays between us. You can rely on our discretion, though I won't offer blind guarantees." Pennington let out a weary sigh. "Fine, I'll come clean. There was some shady business happening with the English accounts. It troubled me deeply, too complex to resolve by mail. The only real option was to come over and look into it personally." "What sort of shady business?" "I had strong reason to believe Linnet was being cheated." "By whom?" "Her solicitor in London." "But you can't toss around an accusation like that without proof." I decided to cross the Atlantic immediately and investigate matters myself. "Very diligent of you, I'm sure," Race said coolly. "Then why pretend you never received her letter?" "Come now," Pennington spread his hands. "You can't just intrude on a honeymoon without laying all your cards on the table. I thought an accidental meeting would seem more natural. Besides, I knew nothing about the new husband. For all I knew, he could have been part of the scheme, so every move you made was purely out of selfless concern." Colonel Race remarked dryly. "Exactly, Colonel." There was a heavy silence. Race glanced toward Poirot, who leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "Monsieur Pennington, we do not believe a single word of your story. The hell you don't, then, what you believe. We believe Linnet Ridgeway's sudden marriage placed you in a severe financial bind, that you rushed here hoping to find a way out of the trouble you were in, specifically to buy more time to that end. You tried to secure Mrs. Doyle's signature on certain papers and failed. We further believe that during the excursion at Abu Simbel while walking along the cliff top, you loosened a boulder that fell and very nearly struck its intended target. You're insane. We also believe a similar opportunity arose on the return journey, a chance to remove Mrs. Doyle at a moment when her death would almost certainly be blamed on someone else. And we don't merely believe, we know that it was your revolver which killed a woman who was about to reveal the name of the person she believed responsible for both Linnet Doyle's death and that of the maid, Louise. Good God, the forceful outburst cut through Poirot's speech. What are you driving at? Are you out of your mind? What possible motive would I have to kill Linnet? I don't inherit her money. It goes to her husband. Why not focus on him? He's the one who benefits, not me. Race responded coldly. Doyle never left the lounge on the night of the murder until he was shot and wounded in the leg. The medical impossibility of his walking after that is confirmed by both a doctor and a nurse. Independent, reliable witnesses. Simon Doyle could not have killed his wife. He could not have killed Louise Bourget, and he absolutely did not kill Mrs. Otterbourne. You know that as well as we do. I know he didn't kill her, Pennington said, somewhat calmer. All I'm saying is, why target me when I gain nothing from her death? But, my dear sir, Poirot's voice softened to a feline purr, that is rather a matter of perspective. Mrs. Doyle was an astute businesswoman, fully aware of her own affairs and quite quick to notice any irregularities. The moment she resumed control of her estate upon returning to England, her suspicions would inevitably have been raised. But with her death, and her husband, as you yourself noted, now inheriting everything, the situation is entirely transformed. Simon Doyle knows nothing of his late wife's financial affairs beyond the fact that she was wealthy. He possesses a straightforward, trusting nature. It would be simple to overwhelm him with complex documents, to bury the truth in a web of numbers, and to delay any final settlement with talk of legal formalities and the recent economic downturn. Dealing with the husband rather than the wife makes a world of difference for you. Pennington gave a dismissive shrug. Your theories are absurd. Time will tell. What was that? I said. Time will tell. This concerns 3 deaths, 3 murders. The authorities will insist on the most thorough investigation into the state of Mrs. Doyle's estate. He watched the other man's shoulders slump and knew he had struck a chord. Jim Fanthorpe's instincts had been correct. Poirot continued. You gambled and you lost. There's no point in continuing the bluff. Pennington muttered almost to himself, You don't understand. It was all perfectly legitimate. It was this cursed market collapse. Wall Street went mad. But I was staging a recovery. With a little luck, everything would have been straightened out by mid-June. His hands trembled as he fumbled for a cigarette, failing to light it. I presume, Poirot mused, the falling boulder presented a sudden temptation. You believe no one saw you? That was an accident. I swear it was an accident. The man leaned forward, his face contorted, eyes wide with fear. I stumbled and fell against it. I swear it was unintentional. Both men remained silent. Then, with visible effort, Pennington pulled himself together. Though still shaken, a measure of his defiant spirit returned. He moved toward the door. You can't prove otherwise, gentlemen. It was an accident, and I did not shoot her. Do you hear me? You can't pin that on me either, and you never will. He left the room as the door closed. Race let out a long breath. We got more than I expected. An admission of fraud, an admission of attempted murder, but that's as far as it goes. A man might confess to an attempt, but you'll never get him to admit to the actual deed. Sometimes it can be done, said Poirot, his eyes taking on a distant feline gleam. Race studied him curiously. You have a plan? Poirot nodded. Then, counting off points on his fingers, he began, The garden in Aswan, Mr. Allerton's account, the 2 bottles of nail polish, my bottle of wine, the velvet wrap, the stained handkerchief, the pistol left at the scene, Louise's death, Mrs. Otterbourne's death. Yes, it is all there, but Pennington did not do it. Race. What? Race was taken aback. Pennington did not commit the murder. He had the motive, certainly. He had the intention, yes. He even progressed to an attempt. But that is all this. Crime required something Pennington does not possess. It demanded audacity, swift and flawless execution, courage, a disregard for danger, and a resourceful, calculating mind. Pennington lacks those qualities. He would never commit a crime unless he believed it to be safe. This crime was not safe. It balanced on a knife's edge. It required boldness. Pennington is not bold. He is merely shrewd. Race looked at him with the respect one capable man affords another. You have it all mapped out, he acknowledged. I believe so, yes. Although there are 1 or 2 details, that telegram, for instance, the one Linnet Doyle read. I should like to have that clarified. Good heavens, we forgot to ask Doyle. He was telling us about it when poor Mrs. Otterbourne interrupted. We'll ask him again shortly. First, there is someone else I wish to speak with. Who is that, Tim Allerton? Race's eyebrows rose. Allerton? Very well. We'll have him brought in. He rang for the steward and sent a message. Tim Allerton entered a moment later, a questioning look on his face. Steward mentioned you wished to speak with me? Correct, Mr. Allerton. Please have a seat. Tim settled into the chair, his expression polite yet tinged with a subtle weariness. How may I assist you? His tone was courteous but lacked any real enthusiasm. Poirot responded, In a manner of speaking, yes. What I truly desire is for you to listen. Tim's eyebrows lifted in mild, formal surprise. Of course, I consider myself an excellent listener. You can count on me to offer an appropriately impressed oh my at all the right moments. That is most agreeable. An oh my will be perfectly expressive. Very well, let us begin. When I encountered you and your mother in Aswan, Mr. Allerton, I found myself exceedingly drawn to your company. Initially, I believed your mother to be among the most delightful individuals I had ever met. A faint, fleeting emotion crossed Tim's tired face. She is one of a kind, he acknowledged quietly. But the second point that captured my interest was your reference to a particular young woman. Is that so? Indeed, a Miss Joanna Southwood. You see, that name had recently come to my attention. He paused briefly before continuing. For the past 3 years, a series of jewel thefts has been causing considerable concern at Scotland Yard. These are what one might term high society robberies. The method is typically consistent, the replacement of a genuine piece with a clever forgery. My friend, Chief Inspector Japp, concluded that these crimes were not the work of a single individual, but of 2 people collaborating with great cunning. He became convinced, given the evident insider knowledge required, that the perpetrators moved in privileged social circles. Eventually, his focus settled upon Miss Joanna Southwood. Every single victim had been either a friend or an acquaintance of hers, and in each instance she had either personally handled or been lent the jewellery in question. Furthermore, her lifestyle clearly exceeded her known income. However, it was equally clear that the actual act of substitution had not been performed by her. In several cases, she was verifiably out of the country when the swap must have occurred. Thus, a theory formed in Chief Inspector Japp's mind. Miss Southwood was once affiliated with a guild of modern jewellery. He suspected she handled the targeted jewels, created precise drawings of them, and had copies made by a skilled but unscrupulous artisan. The final critical act, the physical substitution, was then carried out by another person, someone who could never be directly linked to the jewels or to the manufacture of imitations. The identity of this accomplice remained unknown to Japp. Certain remarks you made in conversation intrigued me. A ring that went missing during your stay in Mallorca, your presence at a country house weekend where one of these forgeries had taken place, your close friendship with Miss Southwood. There was also your evident resentment of my presence and your attempts to discourage your mother's friendliness toward me. This could, of course, have been mere personal dislike, but I thought not. You were too deliberate in masking your aversion beneath a veneer of amiability. Now then, following the murder of Linnet Doyle, it is discovered her pearls are missing. Immediately my thoughts turn to you, yet I am not entirely satisfied, for if you were working in concert with Miss Southwood, who was an intimate friend of Mrs. Doyle's, then substitution would be your method, not a crude theft, but then the pearls are unexpectedly returned, and what do I find? They are not genuine, but imitations. I understand then who the true thief is. It was the imitation strand that was stolen and later returned, a copy you had previously swapped for the real necklace. He fixed his gaze on the young man before him. Tim had paled beneath his tan. He lacked the resilient cunning of a Pennington. His composure was faltering. With a strained effort to maintain his air of casual mockery, he managed a single word. Really? And what exactly did I do with them then? That I know as well. The young man's expression shattered. Poirot continued, his pace deliberate. There is only one logical location. I have reasoned it through, and my deduction is clear. Those pearls, Mr. Allerton, are hidden within the rosary hanging in your cabin. The beads are intricately carved, a custom piece, I suspect. They unscrew, though one would never guess by looking inside each is a pearl, secured with adhesive. You relied on the fact that most police searches show a deference to religious objects, unless something is blatantly amiss. I sought to determine how Miss Southwood delivered the imitation necklace to you. She must have, as you travelled here from Majorca, upon learning of Mrs. Doyle's honeymoon plans. My hypothesis is that it was concealed within a book with a square cavity cut from the centre of its pages. A book travels with its ends exposed and is rarely inspected by postal authorities. A heavy silence filled the room before Tim finally replied, his voice subdued. "You've won. It was a good run, but it's finished. I suppose there's nothing left but to face the consequences." Poirot gave a slight acknowledging nod. "Are you aware you were observed that night? Observed?" Tim jerked upright. "Indeed, on the night Linnet Doyle died, someone witnessed you leaving her cabin shortly after 1 in the morning." Tim's voice grew strained. "Listen, you can't think—" "I didn't kill her. I swear it. I've been in an absolute nightmare over this, to have picked that night of all nights. It's been unbearable," Poirot acknowledged. "Yes, you must have endured considerable anxiety. But now the truth is emerging, you may assist us. When you took the pearls, was Mrs. Doyle alive or dead?" Tim answered hoarsely. I don't know. Honest to God, M. Poirot, I don't. I discovered where she kept them at night on the small table beside the bed. I slipped in, felt carefully across the surface, snatched them, left the replicas, and crept out. I simply assumed she was asleep. Did you hear her breathing? Surely you would have listened. Tim concentrated, his brow furrowed. It was utterly quiet, profoundly still. No, I can't recall actually hearing her breath. Was there any lingering scent of gunpowder in the air, as there would have been if a shot had been fired recently? I don't believe so. I don't remember that. Poirot sighed. Then we are no closer, Tim asked, curiosity piercing his apprehension. Who was it that saw me? Rosalie Otterbourne. She came around the other side of the deck and observed you leaving Linnet Doyle's cabin and returning to your own. So she told you. Poirot corrected gently. Pardon me, she did not. Then how could you possibly know? Because I am Hercule Poirot. I do not require to be told. When I confronted her with it, do you know what she said? She claimed, I saw nobody. She lied. But why? Poirot's tone became detached. Perhaps because she believed the man she saw was the murderer. The circumstances would suggest that... You understand, that seems to me all the more reason to speak up. Poirot offered a slight shrug. She evidently did not share that view. Tim said, a strange inflection in his voice. She's a remarkable sort of person. She must have had a difficult time with that mother of hers. Yes, life has not been kind to her. Poor kid, Tim murmured. Then he turned to Race. Well, Inspector, what comes next? I admit to taking the pearls from Linnet's cabin, and you'll find them exactly where Poirot described. I'm guilty on that count, but regarding Miss Southwood, I admit nothing. You have no evidence against her. How I obtained the counterfeit necklace is my affair alone. Poirot murmured. A very chivalrous stance. Tim managed a faint, wry smile. Always the gentleman, he added. Perhaps you can imagine how irritating it was to find my mother taking such a liking to you. I'm not a seasoned enough criminal to relish sitting cozy with a celebrated detective right before attempting a rather delicate operation, though I suppose some might get a thrill from it. I didn't. Honestly, it made me nervous. Yet you still went through with it? Tim gave a slight shrug. I couldn't back out completely. The swap had to happen eventually, and I had a perfect setup on this ship. A cabin just 2 doors down, and Linnet so wrapped up in her own problems she'd never notice the difference. Are you certain she didn't? Tim's head snapped up. What are you implying? Poirot rang the bell. I wish to speak with Miss Otterbourne for a moment. Tim frowned but stayed silent. A steward arrived, took the message and departed. Rosalie appeared shortly after. Her eyes were red from crying, and she showed a trace of surprise at seeing Tim, but her usual guarded defiance was gone. She sat quietly, looking between Race and Poirot with a new resignation. We apologize for disturbing you, Miss Otterbourne, Race said kindly, though he felt a flicker of irritation toward Poirot. The girl murmured, It's all right. Poirot leaned forward. A few details require clarification. Earlier, when asked if you saw anyone on the starboard deck around 1:10 this morning, you claimed to have seen no one. However, the truth has emerged independently. Mr. Allerton has confessed to being in Linnet Doyle's cabin last night. Her eyes darted to Tim. His expression was stern, and he gave a brief, confirming nod. The time is accurate, Mr. Allerton. Absolutely, Tim replied. Rosalie stared at him, her lips trembling slightly. But you couldn't have, he answered quickly. No, I didn't kill her. I'm a thief, not a murderer. It's all coming out now, so you might as well hear it. I was after her pearls. Poirot interjected. Mr. Allerton claims he entered her cabin last night and swapped the genuine pearls for a counterfeit strand. Is that true? Rosalie asked, her eyes wide and sorrowful like a child's. Yes, Tim said. A heavy silence filled the room. Colonel Race shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Poirot's tone became oddly reflective. That is Mr. Allerton's account. partially supported by your own statement. We have evidence he was in Linnet Doyle's cabin, but no proof as to his motive." Tim stared at him, bewildered. "But you know why." "What do I know?" Poirot countered softly. "I know you possess the pearls, certainly, but I do not know when you obtained them. It could have been before last night. You assumed Linnet would not notice the substitution. I'm not so convinced. Suppose she did notice. Suppose she even knew who was responsible. Imagine if last night she threatened to expose you, and you believed she would follow through. Then, after overhearing the heated argument in the saloon between Jacqueline de Belfort and Simon Doyle, you waited until it was empty, took the pistol, and later, when the ship was quiet, you went to Linnet Doyle's cabin to ensure her silence permanently." Tim's face went pale. His eyes filled with a silent, tormented plea. Poirot continued relentless. "But someone else saw you the maid, Louise. The next day she approached you for blackmail. Pay her generously or she would tell everything. You knew yielding would be your ruin. You pretended to agree, arranging to bring the money to her cabin just before lunch. Then, while she was counting the bills, you stabbed her. Yet again, luck deserted you. Another witness saw you go to her cabin." He turned slightly toward Rosalie. "Your mother. Once more you had to act desperately, recklessly. But it was your only chance. You'd heard Mr. Pennington mention his revolver. You rushed to his cabin, took the weapon, listened at Dr. Bessner's door, and shot Mrs. Otterbourne before she could speak your name." "No," Rosalie cried out. "He didn't do it. He didn't." "After that, you had no choice but to hurry around the back of the boat when I followed. You had already turned and were acting as if you were simply walking the other way. You handled the pistol while wearing gloves, and those very gloves were in your pocket when I asked you for them." Tim's voice shook as he replied, "I swear before God none of that is true. Not a single word." But the uncertainty in his tone made his denial hard to believe. Then, to everyone's surprise, Rosalie Otterbourne spoke up firmly. "Of course it isn't true, and Monsieur Poirot knows it. He's saying all this for his own reasons." Poirot met her gaze, a slight smile touching his lips. He spread his hands in a gesture of surrender. "The young lady is too perceptive, but you must admit it was a convincing scenario." "What on earth?" Tim began, his anger rising, but Poirot raised a hand to stop him. "There is a strong case against you, Mr. Allerton. I wanted you to understand that. Now, let me offer something more agreeable. I have not yet inspected the rosewood box in your cabin. It is possible that when I do, I will find nothing incriminating. And since Mademoiselle Otterbourne insists she saw no one on the deck last night, well, then there is no case against you at all. The pearls were taken by a kleptomaniac who has since returned them. They are in a small box on the table by the door if you and the young lady wish to examine them." Tim stood up, momentarily speechless. When he finally found his voice, his words felt insufficient, yet they seemed to satisfy those listening. "Thank you," he said quietly. "You won't need to offer me another opportunity." He held the door for Rosalie, and after she walked through, he picked up the little cardboard box and followed her. They walked side by side along the deck. Tim opened the box, took out the imitation string of pearls, and hurled it as far as he could into the Nile. "There," he said with a sigh of relief. "That's done with. When I return the box to Poirot, the real pearls will be inside. What an absolute fool I've been." Rosalie asked softly, "Why did you ever start doing this in the first place? How did it begin?" "I'm not entirely sure. Boredom, maybe. Laziness, the thrill of it. It seemed a far more exciting way to live than just grinding away at a regular job. It probably sounds sordid to you, but there was an allure to it. Mostly the risk, I suppose. I think I understand. But you would never do it yourself." Rosalie thought for a moment, her serious young face tilted downward. "No," she said simply, "I wouldn't." Tim's voice softened. "Oh, my dear, you're so lovely, truly lovely. Why didn't you tell them you saw me on deck last night?" "I was afraid they might suspect you," Rosalie admitted. "Did you suspect me?" "No, I couldn't believe you would ever hurt anyone. True, I'm not cut from the same cloth as a murderer. I'm just a wretched petty thief." She reached out tentatively and touched his arm. "Please don't say that." He took her hand in his. "Rosalie, could you ever, you know what I mean, or would you always hold it against me?" A faint smile appeared on her lips. "There are things you could hold against me too, Rosalie, darling." But she hesitated a moment longer. "What about Joanna?" Tim let out a short laugh. "Joanna, you sound like my mother." "I don't care a bit about Joanna. She has a face like a horse and a rather predatory look about her, a thoroughly unattractive woman." After a pause, Rosalie said, "Your mother doesn't ever have to know about all this." Tim considered it. "I'm not so sure. I think I might tell her. Mother has a strong spirit, you know. She can handle difficult truths. Yes, I believe I'll shatter her maternal illusions about me. She'll be so relieved to learn my relationship with Joanna was strictly business that she'll forgive everything else." They had reached Mrs. Allerton's cabin. Tim knocked firmly on the door. When it opened, Mrs. Allerton stood in the doorway. "Rosalie and I," Tim began, but he didn't need to finish. "Oh, my dears," Mrs. Allerton said warmly, and she drew Rosalie into an embrace. "My dear, dear girl, I always hoped for this, but Tim was so stubborn. He kept pretending he didn't care for you at all." Rosalie's voice trembled with emotion. "You've always been so kind to me. I used to wish—" She couldn't finish, burying her face happily against Mrs. Allerton's shoulder. Once Tim and Rosalie had departed, Poirot offered Colonel Race a somewhat apologetic glance. The Colonel's expression remained stern. "You will agree to my little arrangement, will you not?" Poirot entreated. "I acknowledge its irregularity, but I hold a profound respect for human joy." "You show little respect for my patience," Race retorted. "That young woman, I feel a protectiveness toward her. She loves the boy, and it is a good match. She provides the backbone he lacks. His mother approves. Everything is perfectly suitable. So the marriage is arranged by Providence and Hercule Poirot. My role is merely to overlook a minor legal transgression." "But, my friend, I explained it was only my theory." Race's face finally broke into a grin. "Very well, it's fine by me. Thank heaven I'm not some official policeman. The boy will likely stay on the straight path now, and the girl is decent through and through. No, my complaint is your treatment of me. I am a patient man, but even my patience has limits. Do you know who committed the 3 murders on this boat or not?" "I do." "Then why all this theatrical delay? You believe I amuse myself with trivialities? It is not so. Once I joined an archaeological dig professionally, and I learned a vital lesson. When an object is unearthed, you clear the surrounding area with immense care. You brush away loose soil, you scrape meticulously with a knife until the artifact lies isolated, ready to be documented without any confusing debris. That is what I have been doing, clearing away the extraneous matter so we may see the truth, bare and unmistakable." "Excellent," said Race. "Let's have this bare and unmistakable truth. It wasn't Pennington. It wasn't young Allerton. I assume it wasn't Fleetwood for a change. Tell me who it was, my friend. I am preparing to do just that." A knock interrupted them, drawing a stifled curse from Race. Dr. Bessner entered with Cornelia, who appeared deeply distressed. "Oh, Colonel Race," she exclaimed. "Miss Bowers just told me about Cousin Marie. It's been an absolute shock. She said she couldn't carry the secret alone any longer, and that I, as family, should know. I could scarcely believe it. But Dr. Bessner has been wonderfully understanding." No, the doctor demurred modestly. He had been exceedingly kind, explaining how such compulsions can stem from a deep-seated neurosis, utterly beyond one's conscious control. He spoke of similar cases from his own clinic. Cornelia repeated the terms with reverence. It's rooted in the subconscious, sometimes from some tiny, forgotten childhood incident. He's helped people by guiding them to recall that very moment. She paused, took a steadying breath, and continued, her worry resurfacing. "But I'm terribly concerned it will become public. It would be dreadful back in New York. The newspapers would have a field day, Cousin Marie, my mother, all of them. They'd be utterly humiliated. Race sighed. Set your mind at ease. Consider this a confidential briefing. I'm sorry, Colonel Race. What I mean is anything short of murder is being handled with discretion. Oh, Cornelia clasped her hands in relief. I've been so anxious. You have a too tender heart, Doctor, Bessner said, giving her shoulder a benevolent pat. He addressed the others. She possesses a most sensitive and admirable nature. Really, I don't. You're too generous, Poirot interjected gently. Have you encountered Mr. Ferguson again lately? Cornelia's cheeks flushed a bright pink. Cousin Marie has certainly been discussing him. The young man appears to be of noble birth, Dr. Bessner remarked. I must admit he doesn't carry himself like it. His attire is atrocious. He gives no impression whatsoever of being a gentleman. And what is your opinion, mademoiselle? I think he's simply out of his mind, Cornelia stated. Poirot shifted his attention to the doctor. How is your patient progressing? Ah, he is doing remarkably well. I have just comforted the young Miss de Belfort. Can you imagine? I found her in a state of utter despair, merely because the man had a slight fever this afternoon. Yet what could be more expected? It is a wonder he isn't burning up entirely. He possesses the constitution of a labourer, robust and unyielding. I have witnessed men with grievous injuries who scarcely acknowledge them. Mr. Doyle is similar. His pulse is steady, his temperature only a little elevated. I was able to dismiss the young lady's anxieties. Still, the situation is absurd, is it not? One moment you shoot a man, the next you are hysterical over his well-being. Cornelia added, You see, she is desperately in love with him. Ah, but that is not logical. If you loved a man, would you attempt to shoot him? No, you're a sensible person. I've never liked loud noises anyway, Cornelia confessed. Naturally, you do not. You are thoroughly feminine. Race cut through this exchange of earnest agreement. Since Doyle is stable, there is no reason I cannot resume our discussion from this afternoon. He was just informing me about a certain telegram. Dr. Bessner's frame shook with a low chuckle. Ho, 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 it was quite humorous, Doyle told me of it. The telegram was entirely concerning vegetables, potatoes, artichokes, leeks. Ah, pardon, with a sharp intake of breath. Race straightened in his chair. Good heavens, he exclaimed. So that's the meaning, Richetti. He glanced at the three bewildered faces surrounding him. It's a new code employed during the South African Rebellion. Potatoes signify machine guns, artichokes denote high explosives, and so forth. Richetti is no more an archaeologist than I am. He is a dangerous agitator, a man responsible for multiple deaths, and I would wager he has committed murder once more. Mrs. Doyle opened that telegram by accident. You understand, had she repeated its contents in my presence? He knew his scheme would be ruined, he turned to Poirot. Am I correct? He asked. Is Richetti the man? He is your man, Poirot confirmed. I always sensed something was amiss with him. He was nearly too flawless in his performance, entirely the archaeologist, with scarcely any humanity. He paused, then continued, But it was not Richetti who killed Linnet Doyle. For some time I have understood what I might term the first act of the murder. Now I comprehend the second act as well. The picture is whole, yet you must appreciate that while I know what must have occurred, I possess no tangible proof that it did. Intellectually, the case is resolved. In practice, it remains deeply unsatisfying. There is but one hope, a confession from the killer. Dr. Bessner shrugged skeptically. Ah, but that it would require a miracle. I think not. Not given the circumstances. Cornelia burst out. But who is it? Aren't you going to tell us? Poirot's gaze travelled calmly over the three of them. Race, with a sardonic smile, Bessner still dubious, and Cornelia, her mouth slightly agape, watching him with rapt anticipation. But of course, he said, I must confess I enjoy an audience. I am vain, you see, inflated with my own conceit. I relish the opportunity to declare, behold, how clever is Hercule Poirot. Race adjusted slightly in his seat. Well, he said softly, just how clever is Hercule Poirot? Shaking his head with a mournful air, Poirot replied, Initially I was foolish. unbelievably foolish. For me, the stumbling block was the pistol, Jacqueline de Belfort's pistol. Why was that weapon not left at the scene of the crime? The murderer's intention was clearly to frame her. Why then did the murderer remove it? I was foolish enough to invent all kinds of elaborate explanations. The truth, however, was plain and straightforward. The killer had to remove it. There was simply no other option. Chapter 28. You and I, my friend, Poirot said, leaning closer to Race, began this inquiry with a fixed assumption. We believed the murder was an impulsive act, committed without any advance preparation. Someone saw an opportunity to eliminate Linnet Doyle, choosing a moment when the blame would almost certainly fall on Jacqueline de Belfort. That logic suggested the culprit overheard the argument between Jacqueline and Simon Doyle and later retrieved the pistol from the saloon after everyone else had departed. But my friends, if that initial assumption was incorrect, then the entire case shifts dramatically, and it was incorrect. This was not a spontaneous, opportunistic crime. On the contrary, it was meticulously planned and precisely timed, with every detail arranged in advance, even to the point of drugging my bottle of wine that very night. Yes, it is true. I was deliberately put to sleep to ensure I played no part in the evening's events. The possibility did cross my mind. I drink wine. My two dining companions prefer whiskey and mineral water. It would be simple enough to add a harmless sedative to my bottle, as they remain on the tables all day. Yet I dismissed the thought it had been a very warm day. I was uncommonly weary, and it did not seem so strange for once to sleep soundly, instead of my usual light rest. You see, I remained a prisoner of that preconceived notion. If I had been drugged, it implied premeditation, meaning the crime was decided upon before dinner was served at 7:30. From the perspective of our original theory, that seemed ridiculous. The first serious crack in that theory appeared when the pistol was recovered from the Nile. For one thing, based on our assumptions, the weapon should never have been thrown overboard at all, and there was more to come. Poirot turned to Dr. Bessner. You examined Linnet Doyle's body. You will recall the wound indicated scorching, meaning the pistol was pressed directly against her head when fired. Bessner nodded in agreement. That is correct. Yet when the pistol was found, Poirot continued, it was wrapped in a velvet stole, and the fabric showed clear evidence a shot had been fired through its folds, likely in the belief this would muffle the sound. However, if the pistol had been fired through the velvet, there would be no burn marks on the victim's skin. Therefore, the shot fired through the stole could not have killed Linnet Doyle. Could it have been the other shot, the one Jacqueline de Belfort fired at Simon Doyle? Again, no. We had two witnesses to that event and knew all the particulars. So it appeared a third shot had been fired, one about which we knew nothing, but only two shots were accounted for from that pistol, and there was no evidence or suggestion of another. Here we confronted a deeply puzzling, unexplained circumstance. The next point of interest was my discovery in Linnet Doyle's cabin of 2 bottles of nail polish. Ladies often change their nail colour, but until then Linnet Doyle's nails had consistently been a deep, dark red called cardinal. The other bottle was labelled rose, a pale pink shade, yet the few drops left inside were not pink but a bright red. My curiosity was piqued. I removed the stopper and smelled it. Instead of the usual strong scent of pear drops, the bottle smelled distinctly of vinegar. This indicated the small amount of liquid within was, in fact, red ink. There was no reason Mrs. Doyle couldn't have owned a bottle of red ink, but it would have been far more ordinary to find it in a proper ink bottle, not one meant for nail polish. That odd detail created a connection to the faintly stained handkerchief wrapped around the pistol. Red ink washes away fast, but always leaves a faint pink trace behind. I might have pieced the truth together from these subtle clues, but then something happened that made any lingering doubt pointless. Louise Bourget was killed under circumstances that screamed one thing. She had been blackmailing the murderer. Not only was a torn piece of 1,000-franc note still clutched in her hand, but I recalled the very telling words she'd used earlier that morning. Pay close attention, because this is the heart of the matter. When I asked if she had seen anything the previous night, she gave this strange reply. Naturally, if I had been unable to sleep, if I had gone up the stairs, then perhaps I might have seen this killer, this monster, enter or leave Madame's cabin. Now, what did that actually tell us? Bessner, his nose wrinkling with keen interest, answered immediately. It told you that she had gone up the stair. No, you are missing the point. Why would she have said that to us? To drop a hint, he suggested. But why hint to us? I pressed. If she knew the murderer's identity, she had two clear options: tell us the truth outright, or keep quiet and demand money for her silence from the person involved. Yet she did neither. She didn't simply say, "I saw nobody, I was asleep." Nor did she say, "Yes, I saw someone and it was so and so." Why use that vague theatrical string of words? By heaven, there can be only one explanation. She was hinting to the murderer. Therefore, the murderer had to be present at that moment. But besides myself and Colonel Race, only two people were there: Simon Doyle and Dr. Bessner. The doctor leaped to his feet with a roar. "What? You accuse me again? This is absurd. It is beneath contempt." "Be quiet," I said sharply. "I'm explaining what I thought at the time. Let us remain objective." "He doesn't mean he suspects you now," Cornelia said, trying to soothe him. I continued quickly. So the suspicion rested between Simon Doyle and Dr. Bessner. But what possible motive would Dr. Bessner have to kill Linnet Doyle? None that I knew of. That left Simon Doyle. But that seemed impossible. Multiple witnesses could swear Doyle never left the lounge that evening until the argument erupted. Afterward, he was shot, making it physically impossible for him to have committed the act. Was my evidence on both points solid? Yes. I had the accounts of Miss Robson, Jim Fanthorpe, and Jacqueline de Belfort for the first, and the professional testimony of Dr. Bessner and Miss Bowers for the second. No doubt seemed possible, so logic insisted Dr. Bessner must be guilty. Supporting this was the fact the maid was stabbed with a surgical blade. On the other hand, Bessner himself had pointedly drawn attention to that very detail. And then, my friends, a second undeniable fact became clear to me. Louise Bourget's hint could not have been meant for Dr. Bessner. She could have spoken to him privately any time she wished. There was one person, and only one, who fit her specific need: Simon Doyle. Simon Doyle was injured, under constant medical care, and confined to the doctor's cabin. It was to him, therefore, that she risked uttering those ambiguous words, fearing she might not get another opportunity. I remembered how she had pressed on, turning to him. "Sir, I beg you see how it is? What can I say?" And his reply was telling. "Don't be silly, my girl. No one thinks you saw or heard a thing. You'll be perfectly fine. I'll take care of you. Nobody is accusing you of anything." That was the exact reassurance she was seeking, and she got it. Bessner let out a massive, dismissive snort. "Bah, it is foolishness. Do you honestly believe a man with a broken leg in a splint could wander the ship and stab people? I assure you it was utterly impossible for Simon Doyle to leave his cabin." Poirot spoke softly. "I agree it was impossible, yet it was also the undeniable truth." Louise Bourget's words could only have one logical interpretation, so I went back to the start and re-examined the crime with this new understanding. Could Simon have slipped out of the saloon before the arguments began, with the others simply failing to notice? I found that scenario highly unlikely. Could we dismiss the expert opinions of Dr. Bessner and Miss Bowers? Again, I was convinced we could not. However, I recalled a crucial gap in the timeline. Simon Doyle was alone in that saloon for a full 5 minutes, and the medical testimony only applied to the period after that. For those 5 minutes we relied solely on visual evidence, which, while seemingly solid, was no longer certain. What was actually witnessed, setting all assumptions aside? Miss Robson saw Jacqueline de Belfort fire her pistol, saw Simon collapse into a chair, saw him press a handkerchief to his leg, and watched it stain crimson. What did Mr. Fanthorpe experience? He heard a shot and discovered Doyle clutching a bloodied handkerchief to his leg. What happened next? Doyle was adamant that Jacqueline be taken away and not left alone. He then suggested Fanthorpe fetch the doctor. Consequently, Miss Robson and Mr. Fanthorpe escorted Miss de Belfort out, and for the next 5 minutes they were occupied on the port side of the deck, where her cabin, along with those of Miss Bowers and Dr. Bessner, were located. 2 minutes were all Simon Doyle required. He retrieved the pistol from beneath the sofa, slipped off his shoes, and sprinted silently in his stockinged feet along the starboard deck. He entered his wife's cabin, crept to where she slept, and shot her. He placed the now empty red ink bottle on her washstand. It could not be found on his person, then raced back. Grabbing Miss Van Schuyler's velvet stole, which he had earlier tucked down the side of a chair, he wrapped it around the pistol, pressed it to his own leg, and fired. The genuine agony that followed sent him collapsing into a chair by the window. He lifted the sash and hurled the pistol, now bundled with the incriminating handkerchief, inside the stole into the Nile. "Preposterous!" Race exclaimed. "Not at all, my friend. Consider Tim Allerton's testimony." He heard a faint pop followed by a splash, and he heard something else, the sound of a man running past his door. But no one should have been running on the starboard side. What he heard were the muffled, stocking-clad feet of Simon Doyle racing by. Race persisted. "I still say it's unbelievable. No man could concoct such an elaborate scheme in an instant, especially a man like Doyle, who isn't known for quick thinking. Ah, but he is remarkably quick and agile in his physical movements, perhaps, but he couldn't have planned it all himself. And there, my friend, is where we all erred. It appeared to be a crime of passion, committed in a flash of rage. In reality, it was a brilliantly designed and meticulously thought-out operation. It was no accident that Simon Doyle had a bottle of red ink in his pocket. That was deliberate. It was no accident he carried a plain, unmarked handkerchief. And it was certainly no accident that Jacqueline de Belfort's foot sent the pistol skidding beneath the settee, where it would lie forgotten until needed later. Jacqueline? Without a doubt, they were two halves of the same murderer. What provided Simon with his perfect alibi? The shot fired by Jacqueline. Jacqueline's alibi was secured by Simon's insistence that a hospital nurse stay with her through the night. Together they possessed the exact combination needed: Jacqueline de Belfort's cool, resourceful planning mind and Simon Doyle as the man of action to execute it with incredible speed and precision. View it from this angle and every question finds its answer. Simon Doyle and Jacqueline had been lovers. Understand that they still were, and the entire scheme becomes clear. Simon eliminates his wealthy wife, inherits her fortune, and in time will marry his former love. It was all remarkably clever. Jacqueline's persecution of Linnet Doyle was part of the plan, as was Simon's feigned fury. Yet there were slips. He once lectured me on possessive women with genuine bitterness. I should have realized he was thinking of his wife, not Jacqueline then, his public demeanor toward Linnet. An ordinary inarticulate Englishman like Simon Doyle would typically be awkward about showing affection. Simon was no master actor. He overplayed the devoted husband role. That staged conversation I had with Mademoiselle Jacqueline, where she pretended someone was listening, I saw no one. There was no one. But it was a useful misdirection, for later one night aboard the boat, I thought I heard Simon and Linnet outside my cabin. He was saying, "We've got to go through with it now." It was Doyle, certainly, but he was speaking to Jacqueline. The final act was meticulously planned, a sleeping draught for me in case I meddled, the selection of Miss Robson as a witness, the orchestration of the scene with Jacqueline's exaggerated remorse and hysterics. She made plenty of noise to cover the sound of the shot. It was an extraordinarily clever idea. Jacqueline claims she shot Doyle. Miss Robson confirms it, Fanthorpe confirms it, and Simon's leg bears a gunshot wound. It seemed unanswerable. Both secured a perfect alibi, though at the cost of genuine pain and risk to Simon, whose wound needed to convincingly disable him. But then the plan began to unravel. Louise Bourget, unable to sleep, had come up the stairway. She saw Simon Doyle run to his wife's cabin and return. It was easy enough for her to piece things together the next day. Her greedy attempt at blackmail signed her own death warrant. But Mr. Doyle couldn't have killed her. Cornelia objected. No, the other partner handled that murder. As soon as he could, Simon asked to see Jacqueline, even requesting I leave them alone. He informed her of this new danger. They had to act immediately. He knew where Dr. Bessner kept his scalpels after the deed. The scalpel was wiped clean and returned. Then, notably late and slightly breathless, Jacqueline de Belfort hurried into lunch, and still trouble persisted. Mrs. Otterbourne had seen Jacqueline enter Louise Bourget's cabin. She rushed to tell Simon, proclaiming Jacqueline the murderer. Remember how Simon shouted at the poor woman? We thought it was nerves, but the door was open. He was desperately trying to warn his accomplice. Jacqueline heard and acted with lightning speed. She recalled Pennington mentioning a revolver. She secured it, crept outside the door, listened and fired at the critical moment. She had once boasted about being a good shot, a boast that was far from idle. After that third crime, I remarked the murderer could have gone one of three ways: aft, over the side, or into a cabin. Jacqueline's cabin was just 2 doors from Dr. Bessner's. She had only to discard the revolver, dart into her cabin, tousle her hair, and fling herself onto the bunk. It was a gamble, but the only one left to take. After a pause, Race finally asked what became of the first shot the girl fired at Doyle. I believe it lodged in the table. There's a fresh hole there. I imagine Doyle managed to pry it out with a pocket knife and toss it through the window. Naturally, he would have had an extra cartridge ready to make it seem only 2 shots were ever fired. Cornelia let out a weary breath. They planned for every detail, she murmured. It's chilling. Poirot said nothing, but his silence was not humble. His eyes seemed to speak plainly. You're mistaken. They did not account for Hercule Poirot. Out loud, he merely said, "And now, doctor, let us go and speak with your patient." Much later that night, Hercule Poirot knocked on a cabin door. A voice invited him in. Jacqueline de Belfort was seated in a chair, and against the wall sat a stout stewardess. Jacqueline studied Poirot with a thoughtful gaze, then gestured toward her companion. Must she stay? Poirot gave a slight nod to the woman, who quietly left. He pulled a chair close to Jacqueline and sat. For a long moment, neither spoke. Poirot's expression was troubled. Finally, the girl broke the silence. "So," she said, "it's finished. You were simply too clever for us, Monsieur Poirot." Poirot sighed, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He seemed uncharacteristically at a loss for words. "Still," Jacqueline mused, "I don't see that you had overwhelming proof. You were correct, of course, but if we had held our nerve and called your bluff, there is no other way the events could have unfolded, mademoiselle. That might satisfy a logical mind, but I doubt it would have convinced a jury." "Ah, well, it's done. You laid it all out for Simon, and he collapsed like a house of cards. He completely lost his nerve, poor dear, and confessed to everything." She shook her head almost fondly. "He is a terribly poor loser. But you, mademoiselle, are an excellent one." She laughed then, a brief, bright, defiant sound. "Oh, yes, I'm a very good loser." Her eyes met his, and she said with sudden urgency, "Don't take it so hard, Monsieur Poirot. About me, I mean. You are taking it hard, aren't you?" "Yes, mademoiselle. But it never crossed your mind to let me go," Hercule Poirot said quietly. "No." She nodded, accepting this with a strange calm. "No, sentimentality is useless. I might do it again. I'm not a safe person anymore. I can feel that within myself." She gazed into the middle distance, her tone turning reflective. "It becomes dreadfully easy, killing people. You start to feel that nothing else matters, that only your own desires are important. That is a dangerous path." She paused, then offered a faint smile. "You did try to help me, you know. That night in Aswan you warned me not to open my heart to evil. Did you suspect what was in my mind even then?" He shook his head. "I only knew that what I said was true. It was true. I could have stopped then. I almost did. I nearly told Simon I wouldn't go through with it. But then perhaps—" She stopped herself. "Would you like to hear the story from the beginning? If you wish to tell me, mademoiselle." I think I need to tell you. It was all very simple, really. You see, Simon and I were in love. It was a straightforward statement, yet beneath its casual tone, deep currents of feeling stirred. Poirot said simply, "For you, love would have been sufficient. For him, it was not, you could put it that way. But you don't entirely understand Simon. He has always wanted money desperately. He loves what money brings. Fine horses, sleek yachts, sporting pursuits, all the trappings a man of his tastes might crave. And he'd never been able to have any of it. Simon is wonderfully simple. He wants things like a child wants them, with a whole terrible intensity." She paused, remembering a day they had watched expensive cars speed along a coastal road, a fleeting moment of shared, silent yearning, yet he never tried to marry someone wealthy and unpleasant. That wasn't his way then. We met, and that settled everything. Only we couldn't see how we would ever afford to marry. He had a decent position once, but he lost it in a sense. He brought it on himself. He attempted a clever financial maneuver and was caught immediately. I don't think he intended to be truly deceitful. He simply believed that was how things were done in the city. A subtle shift crossed her companion's expression, but he held his silence. We were in a desperate situation, and then I remembered Linnet and her new estate. I went to her at once. You must understand, Monsieur Poirot, I did love Linnet. She was my dearest friend, and I never imagined anything could come between us. I only thought how fortunate it was that she was wealthy. It could change everything for Simon and me if she offered him a position. She was wonderfully kind and asked me to bring Simon to visit her. That was around the time you saw us at Chez ma tante we were celebrating, even though we couldn't truly afford it. She paused, let out a breath, and continued. What I tell you now is the complete truth, M. Poirot. Even with Linnet gone, the facts remain unchanged. That is why even now I don't feel true sorrow for her. She was determined to take Simon from me. That is the absolute reality. I doubt she hesitated for more than a moment. I was her friend, but it meant nothing to her. She pursued Simon without a second thought, and Simon had no real feelings for her. I spoke to you about glamour, but that wasn't it. He didn't want Linnet. He found her attractive but unbearably domineering, and he despised bossy women. The entire situation made him profoundly uncomfortable. But the idea of her fortune was another matter. I saw that, of course. Eventually I even suggested to him that it might be for the best if he left me and married Linnet. But he dismissed the idea outright. He said, money or not, being married to her would be a nightmare. His idea of having wealth was to possess it himself, not to have a rich wife controlling the purse strings. I'd be nothing but a glorified prince consort, he told me. He also said he wanted no one but me. I believe I know the exact moment the idea first occurred to him. He remarked one day, with a bit of luck, I'd marry her, and she'd pass away within a year, leaving everything to me. Then a strange, startled look came into his eyes. That was the beginning. He discussed it frequently in various ways, always circling back to how convenient it would be if Linnet were to die. I called it a horrible notion, and he dropped the subject. Then, one afternoon, I found him reading about arsenic. I confronted him, and he just laughed and said nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's probably the only chance I'll ever have to get close to real money. After a while, I realized his mind was made up, and I was terrified, utterly terrified, because I knew he would never succeed. He is so naively straightforward. He possesses no subtlety and absolutely no imagination. He likely would have just dumped arsenic into her tea, assuming the doctor would call it gastritis. He always believed things would just work out, so I had to become involved to protect him. She stated it plainly and with utter sincerity. Poirot had no doubt her motive was precisely as she described. She herself had never coveted Linnet Ridgeway's money, but she loved Simon Doyle, loved him beyond reason, beyond morality, and beyond any sense of pity. I thought, trying to devise a scheme, it seemed to me the foundation had to be a sort of mutual alibi. If Simon and I could somehow provide evidence against each other, that very evidence would ultimately exonerate us both. It would be simple for me to pretend to despise Simon. Under the circumstances, it was a believable reaction. Then, if Linnet were killed, I would likely be suspected anyway, so it was better to be under suspicion from the start. We worked out the details gradually. My aim was to arrange it so that if anything went wrong, they would catch me, not Simon. But Simon was anxious for my safety. The only part that brought me any relief was that I would not have to be the one to do it. I simply couldn't have done it. To go in and kill her while she slept, that was beyond me. You must understand, I hadn't forgiven her. I believe I could have faced her, looked her in the eye and done the deed. But not like that. Not in cold blood. We planned everything meticulously. Even so, Simon had to go and write that ridiculous J in blood, such a theatrical, foolish gesture. It's exactly the sort of dramatic flourish he'd imagine. Still, it all seemed to work. Poirot gave a slow nod. True, you could not have known that Louise Bourget would lie awake that night. And after that, mademoiselle, she held his gaze without flinching. Yes, she said. It's awful, really. I can hardly believe it was me that I did those things. Now I understand what you meant about letting evil into your heart. You can likely guess the rest. Louise made it clear to Simon she knew the truth. Simon had you bring me to him, and he told me exactly what I needed to do. I wasn't even shocked. I was just terrified, consumed by a cold, dead fear. That's what murder does to you. Simon and I were safe, perfectly safe, until that wretched French girl started her blackmail. I took her all the money we could scrape together. I pretended to beg, and then, while she was counting the bills, I did it. It was frighteningly simple. That's the most horrible part, how terribly easy it all was. But we still weren't safe. Mrs. Otterbourne had seen me. She came bustling along the deck, so pleased with herself, looking for you and Colonel Race. I didn't have a moment to think. I just moved on pure instinct. It was almost thrilling in a dreadful way. I knew it was all or nothing that time, and somehow that made it easier to bear. She paused, her breath catching. Do you remember when you came to my cabin afterward? You said you weren't even sure why you had come. I was so wretched, so scared, I thought Simon was going to die. And part of me wished he would, Poirot said quietly. Jacqueline nodded. Yes, that would have been kinder for him in the end. That was not my reason, Poirot replied, his expression stern. She looked at him and said softly, Please don't grieve so for me, M. Poirot. I've always lived boldly, you know. If we had succeeded, I would have been happy. I would have enjoyed my life and likely never looked back with regret. As it is, well, you see it through to the end, she added. I suppose the stewardess is outside to ensure I don't hang myself or swallow some magical poison capsule like they do in novels. You needn't worry. I won't do that. It will be easier for Simon if I'm there beside him. Poirot stood. Jacqueline rose as well. She gave a sudden, bright smile. Do you remember when I told you I must follow my star? You warned it might be a false star, and I said, that very bad star, that star fall down. Her laughter followed him out onto the deck. It was early dawn when they reached Shellel. The rugged rocks descended sharply to the water's edge. A scoundrel, Poirot murmured. I pity the girl, but there is nothing more to be done. He shook his head. People claim love excuses everything, but that is simply not true. A woman who loves a man as Jacqueline loves Simon Doyle becomes very dangerous. I said as much when I first saw her. She cares too deeply, that one. It is the truth. Cornelia Robson approached him. Oh, she said, we're nearly there. She hesitated, then added, I've been with her. With Miss de Belfort? Yes, it seemed so cruel keeping her shut up with only that stewardess. Although I'm afraid Cousin Marie is absolutely furious. Miss Van Schuyler was making her slow way down the deck toward them, her eyes sharp with anger. Cornelia, she snapped, you have behaved disgracefully. I'm sending you home immediately. Cornelia drew a deep breath. I'm sorry, Cousin Marie, but I'm not going home. I'm going to be married, so you've come to your senses at last, the old lady retorted. Ferguson came striding around the corner. "Cornelia, what is this I hear? It can't be true." "It is true," Cornelia said firmly. "I'm going to marry Dr. Bessner," he asked me last night. "And why would you marry him?" Ferguson demanded. "Furious, just because he has money." "No," Cornelia replied indignantly. "I like him. He is a kind man, and he is very wise." Cornelia's eyes shone with a genuine enthusiasm. "I've always had a fascination for medicine and caring for people in clinics. I truly believe I'll have a wonderful life with him." "You cannot be serious," Mr. Ferguson replied, his voice thick with disbelief. "Are you truly telling me you would choose that insufferable man over me?" "Absolutely," she stated firmly. "You're not a dependable person. Living with you would be a constant trial. And he is not old. He hasn't even reached 50. "He has a paunch," Ferguson shot back, his tone dripping with malice. "Well, I have rounded shoulders," Cornelia countered calmly. "Physical appearance is irrelevant. He believes I can genuinely assist him in his practice, and he has promised to instruct me fully in the study of neuroses." With that, she turned and walked away. Ferguson, left seething, turned to Poirot. "Do you honestly believe she means it?" "Without a doubt," Poirot affirmed. "She prefers that self-important, tedious individual to me. Indisputably, the girl is utterly deranged," Ferguson declared. A glint of amusement appeared in Poirot's eyes. "She possesses a most original intellect. It is likely the first occasion you have encountered such a woman." The steamer finally eased against the dock. Authorities had established a perimeter, instructing the passengers to remain aboard momentarily. A grim-faced Ricchetti was escorted off by 2 members of the engine crew. Following a brief delay, a stretcher was brought on deck. Simon Doyle was carried toward the gangway. A transformed man, his former cavalier demeanour utterly gone, replaced by a cowering, terrified countenance. Jacqueline de Belfort followed, accompanied by a stewardess. She was pale but composed. She approached the stretcher. "Hello, Simon," she said quietly. He glanced up at her, and for a fleeting second, a shadow of his old, careless smile touched his features. "I bungled it completely," he whispered hoarsely. "Lost my nerve and confessed to everything. I'm sorry, Jackie, I've failed you." She offered him a faint, tragic smile. "It's all right, Simon. It was a fool's endeavour, and we lost. That's all there is to it." She stepped back as the bearers lifted the stretcher, seeming to fumble. Jacqueline bent to adjust her shoelace. Her hand then slipped to the top of her stocking, and when she straightened, she held a small, gleaming object. A sharp, popping report echoed across the deck. Simon Doyle gave one violent shudder and lay motionless. Jacqueline de Belfort nodded almost to herself. She stood for a moment, the pistol held loosely. She cast a fleeting, knowing smile toward Poirot. Then, as Colonel Race lunged forward, she turned the glittering weapon against her own heart and pressed the trigger. She collapsed softly onto the deck. Race's voice was a roar of frustration. "Where in heaven's name did she get that pistol?" Poirot felt a gentle pressure on his arm. "Mrs. Ollerton murmured, "You knew." He gave a single nod. "She possessed a pair of such pistols. I deduced as much when I learned one had been discovered in Miss Rosalie Otterbourne's handbag during the search." Jacqueline was seated at their table. Upon realizing a search was imminent, she slipped the weapon into the young lady's bag. Later, she retrieved it from Rosalie's cabin, diverting her attention with a discussion on lipstick shades. Since both Jacqueline and her own quarters had been searched the previous day, a second search was deemed unnecessary. Mrs. Allerton's voice was hushed. You wished for her to choose this path?" "Yes, but she would not have walked it alone. That is why Simon Doyle has met an end far more merciful than he deserved." Mrs. Allerton shuddered. Love can be a terrifying force. "It is for that reason the greatest love stories are so often tragedies," Poirot replied. Suddenly, Mrs. Allerton's gaze fell upon Tim and Rosalie, standing together in the bright sunlight, and she spoke with sudden, fierce passion. "But thank God there is still happiness to be found in this world. As you say, madame, Poirot agreed softly. Thank God for it. In time, the remaining passengers disembarked. Later, the bodies of Louise Bourjat and Mrs. Otterbourne were removed from the steamer. Finally, the body of Linnet Doyle was brought ashore. Across the globe, telegraph wires began to hum with the news. Linnet Doyle, formerly the celebrated, the beautiful, the immensely wealthy Linnet Ridgeway, was dead. Sir George Wode read of it in his London club. Sterndale Rockford saw the headlines in New York. Joanna Southwood received the news in Switzerland, and in the bar of the Three Crowns Inn in Malton, under Wode, it became the sole topic of animated conversation. Mr. Burnaby's wiry companion remarked, it just didn't feel right, her having it all. To which Mr. Burnaby responded with a sharper insight, doesn't look like it brought her much happiness in the end, poor girl. Yet, before long, their conversation drifted away from her entirely, turning instead to heated predictions about the upcoming Grand National winner. A sudden gust of wind rattled the pub window, briefly silencing them, a reminder of how quickly focus can shift. It was a fitting echo of what Mr. Ferguson, far away in Luxor, was declaring at that very moment. What lies ahead holds far more weight than what's been left behind. And so the story closes.